The young guy was kneeling at the funeral table. He thought that the brother he trusted and respected had died. He was hit by a cart when he was following his youngest to school. The second brother consoled the younger brother and assured him that it was not his fault. But the younger one looked at his hands with horror and realized that the second brother knew nothing. He leaned over the candles on the funeral table and reproached himself for telling his brother what he could not tell others. Since this all started, sunny day in the garden. Two guys were drinking tea in the gazebo. The elder summed up what he had heard, namely, that if the younger one draws eyes on an animal, it will die. Eldest son Soman Hangel drank tea and asked his brother if he had previously drawn all the animals without eyes because of his fear. Youngest son Soman Mahey, shyly, answered in the affirmative. Mahey awkwardly admitted that if he draws eyes, the animals will die, so he has no choice. The younger one told his brother with fear that he was cursed. Hangel smiled and mentally made conclusions about the sensitivity of his brother, who will be 16 this year. The Seomun family was known for its unrivaled painting skills, and as a sign of recognition they received the Murinwan estate from the emperor. The family's youngest son, Soman Mahey, was recognized as a true genius in drawing. Hangel was trying to figure out how to explain to his younger brother that his sensitivity was due to his age. He asked Mukha if anyone else knew about his guesses regarding the painted eyes, and, hearing a negative answer, said not to tell anyone about it. The eldest warned that there was especially no need to say this to the second brother, as he would torture him with jokes, and noted that the younger brother blushed. Mohei, blushing with displeasure, asked his brother if he would mock him, and Hangel, smiling, admitted that he had been caught. However, Mohei mentally asserted that he was cursed when the elder asked if the birds he had drawn were really dead. Mohei answered in the affirmative and said that he was 6 when the bird he drew was killed by a cat, and after he drew the cat, it was kicked by a cow and died. The younger one asked his brother to talk to his grandfather because he was trying to force him to paint portraits. Hangel admitted with a smile that this reason not to paint portraits sounded convincing. The younger objected to him. Mohei sadly lowered his head and thought about what he should do if someone dies. The eldest stood up and assured his brother that this definitely couldn't happen. He put his arm around his brother's shoulder and concluded that the bird was destined to be eaten, and the cat was simply unlucky. Hangel asked if this happened again. Mohei nodded his head negatively, remembering that later he was afraid to draw eyes and therefore stopped. The elder, looking cheerfully at his brother, invited him to check. Hangel was heading from the garden to the house when the younger one followed him. Mohei did not understand what was happening until his terrible brother took the drawing and asked if he was drawing horses from the stable. Mohei confirmed this by looking at the drawn horses without eyes. The elder offered to draw eyes for them. The younger one was very scared, watching his brother lay out the pictures on the table. Hangel, preparing the ink for drawing, assured the younger one that if the horses died, he would talk to his grandfather and Mohei would be able to draw whatever he wanted. Mohei doubted and silently thought about it while Hangel satisfactorily prepared to draw. Senior, to surprise Mucky, raised his hand with a brush over the paper. The brush rustled across the paper, drawing the horse's eyes when the shocked junior screamed. Mohei quickly ran out of the house and into the stable in horror. He was filled with thoughts and questions about why his brother did this, and he ran even faster. The groom looked at the guy in surprise. 3 horses stood next to him behind the fence. He asked Mohei if anything had happened. He replied that everything was fine. Mohei embarrassedly returned to the house. His brother was waiting for him on the threshold, and asked if the horses had died. Hangel handed the brush to his brother and replied that perhaps the curse did not work because of his hand and suggested that his brother try it himself. Mucky took the brush in his hand and raised it over the paper. He leaned over tensely and fearfully moved his brush over the sheet. There he finished drawing the eyes of the already finished beautiful horse. The elder confidently and with a smile invited Mohei to go look at the horses. They stood next to the stables and looked at the horses. The groom was asking if anything had happened when Hangel assured him that they had come to look at the horses. The elder petted the beautiful white horse and assured the younger that he was healthy, while Mohei looked at the animal with tension. In the house, at the table with drawings, the elder asked whether Mohei was convinced of the invalidity of the curse. He answered with consent. Hangel assured his brother with understanding that he simply took the blame upon himself because the incident struck him. He patted his brother on the head, calling him young blood, while Mohei blushed. Hangel told Mohei that their grandfather especially valued the younger's skills and wanted him to become the emperor's portrait painter after his death. Mohei asked in shock about the fate of his elder brother in such a case. The elder replied that there would be a place for him and his second brother, but the younger had already surpassed him in painting. Mohei assured that this could not happen. Hangel looked to the side and something interested him. On the table there was a sheet of paper with a drawn portrait. Hangel understood that it was probably him depicted there. He noted the high skill of working out the details of the fabric, which seemed to him as if they were real. Hangel asked his brother if he would trust him and focus on drawing. Mohei assured that he would do so. The elder happily asked to finish his portrait in this case. Mohei looked at his brother with fear. Hangel realized that the younger one was still worried and he answered in the affirmative. Mohei stood with horror in his eyes and peered at the drawing. He hesitantly raised his brush over the painting. Having calmed down, he began to draw his brother's eyes, carefully moving the brush over the paper. When Mohei saw his brother's ready eyes, he shuddered in surprise. Mohei thought about the feeling at the moment of completing the painting, as if all his strength had left him, while the elder praised his drawing. The younger looked at his brother uncertainly, and he replied that when he has a son, he will give this portrait to him as a family heirloom. Joyful Hangel thanked Muki for the gift, but the next day the elder brother died and now Mohei, on his knees in front of the funeral table, assured himself that he was cursed. Tears flowed down his cheeks. He thought about being convinced of the curse once again. He stood on the threshold of the house and looked at the moon between the clouds, telling himself that he could not stay here any longer. Mohei cried, looking into the night, and decided to run away. At 16, Soman Mohei, when it was a summer night, left the Murinwan estate. In the middle of the forest stood an abandoned wooden house, wet from the pouring rain. In the middle of the house, a gloomy middle-aged man was sitting by the fire. Suddenly, to his surprise, a young guy approached the entrance, shielding himself from the rain. Mohei stood wet from the rain and apologized to him for the intrusion, making the excuse that it was raining outside. He sat down by the fire, accompanied by the man's gaze. The stranger mentally noted that not everyone was able to get there, and he wondered whose student it was. The man asked the guy to introduce himself. Mohei sat on the floor, warming himself by the fire, and silently looked into the man's eyes. Then the guy looked away, not intending to answer the question, which irritated the man. The stranger cursed mentally and rudely repeated his question. Mohei confidently said that his name was So Moon Mu Wai. Between the interlocutor there was a fire and complete silence. The man was dissatisfied with this answer, and this attitude made him quite angry. His hand suddenly and quickly reached out to the boy. He grabbed the shocked guy by the collar and dragged him towards him, shouting at him and demanding to name his teacher, and also to speak with respect, as is customary when talking with elders. The man introduced himself as the Reaper Ion Gukrin and asked if the teacher had told him that it was better to watch his language with him. The frightened Muki insisted that he had come to hide from the rain. The Reaper was amazed by the guy's blatant lie in his opinion, and because of this he was very furious. This hut was the chosen place for a secret meeting of 12 martial arts masters. It was classified and no one could just get to it. Knowing this, the Reaper became furious and asked the confused guy if he really thought that he would believe his words. However, Mohei was not going to give up and confidently answered that he was telling the truth. The man laughed and decided that the guy was out of his mind and assured that he didn't believe him for a moment, and if he was telling the truth, he would call the boy father. Mohei replied that he would regret his words, since he was telling the truth. The Reaper called it all nonsense. The man violently grabbed the boy's hand, holding him by the collar with the other. He squeezed the guy's forearm painfully and mentally decided to kill him. The Reaper looked at the guy with an evil smile and obsession. At the hut, the clatter of several strangers' feet on the ground was heard. Reaper focused on the sound and noticed 3 men heading towards him. He threw the guy painfully onto the floor, and he fell and hit himself. The man ordered the boy to sit quietly and silently if he wanted to live. Mohei, with bewilderment, he silently agreed to the warning. Men quickly approached the entrance of the hut and quickly entered. The 3 men bowed before the head Reaper, and one of them greeted him by calling himself Limhak Ryan, the junior chairman of the Fire King group. The senior Reaper asked what business they had here and why their master did not come in person, but sent clueless newcomers in his place. Limhak Ryan looked to the side, surprised by what he saw. He apologized for his insolence, and asked the Reaper about the boy sitting behind him. The man assured that there was nothing to worry about and that he could talk in front of the guy, mentally noting that he would kill him anyway. Lim wondered about the guy's personality. Is he a student or the son of a reaper? And thought that they were probably close enough to discuss any topics in front of him. He pushed those thoughts aside and told the head reaper that he needed to be evacuated immediately. Bowing his head in respect, Lim announced that the justice team had intervened, to which the reaper reacted in surprise. Reaper Ion asked what was wrong with the others, noting that then it was not surprising that there were no people here. Lim he said that they managed to inform those who were late, but several elders had already fallen into a trap and were now fighting. Ion folded his arms across his chest and with anger and despair noticed to himself that this was no longer important. He asked if the guys had covered the retreat and, hearing a positive answer, ordered him to be led. Together they quickly walked out of the hut into the pouring rain. Reaper Ion, standing in the rain, cursed when he noticed something in the darkness of the forest. He noted that it was already late when Lim looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. A squad of men dressed in white was approaching them at speed from the forest. Lim looked surprised as he looked in their direction, but Ion stood firm. The detachment of men was led by an old man with long gray hair and a beard. He confidently moved forward. Ion suspected the presence of spies and informed the men that they were facing mounted Taoists from the Vulcan clan. With caution and firmness, the Reaper turned his gaze back to the hut. He looked at the guy sitting against the wall, and was surprised by what he saw. Mohei sat calmly with an inscrutable face. He looked emotionlessly at the man. Ion noted that the guy was strange. His gaze was calm and clouded, despite the difficult situation. Energy in him when he grabbed his hand. Ion realized that the guy did not know martial arts, and most likely was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time when Cho Hai-young's barrier was destroyed by the Justice Group. The man looked at the old man approaching him and thought that all this no longer made sense because they would all die soon. The old man looked at Ion and introduced himself as Il Ho, asking if he was a reaper. Ion asked why he was asking and mentally noted that he had heard about Il Ho. Il Ho was one of the 24 Drain Masters of the volcano. The old man peered closely at Jonah and said that he had heard gossip about the Reaper's sharp tongue. He noted that he wanted to see if the Reaper would be as talkative before he died. Ion, with lightning speed and determination, approached the frightened old man with a sword in his hand. Mohei, sitting in the house, shuddered and looked at the Reaper in shock. Enraged and shocked, old Il Ho screamed at such a sudden attack. Ion, with rage and glee, swung his sword at the old man and struck. In the eyes of the amazed and enchanted Mohei, it was a sunny day in the garden and little Mohei and the old man were sitting in the gazebo. The old man looked first at Mohei's drawing and then at himself, while the little boy held the brush in his hand, waiting for his assessment. The elder thoughtfully said that Mohei's eyes are a gift from God and he is sure that he sees the world completely differently. Mohei looked at the elder with curiosity, and he said that he did not understand what exactly this difference was. The black and white world was always special for the little boy. The adult Mohei recalled this while sitting in that hut. Until he was 6 years old, he thought that everyone else saw the world the same way. Now he was hiding from the rain in a hut in the middle of the forest, contemplating the unfolding conflict. Suddenly he looked with surprise and curiosity at the men standing on the street. Ion, with his sword ready, stood opposite the men in white and looked at the old man. Mohei's attention was attracted by the sound of rain, and he noted the anomalies in shock. When Ion began to move, the sound of the rain was no longer audible to Mohei. The Reaper's strong legs moved quickly towards the old man. Mohei, I saw that Jonah's leg was gradually turning into something drawn in ink. One more hard step and she has already become like in Mohei's drawing. Energy emanated from Ion's legs and, like a wild painted picture, he rushed forward with his whole body. Mohei contemplated the lightning-fast movement of the sword and the Reaper's body, the shock of the men and, in surprise, realized that for the first time in his life he felt truly alive. Ion lunged towards the old man Il Ho, who recoiled in fear to the side. Enraged by Ion's attack and insolence, the old man took the hilt of his sword. Il Ho took out his sword with lightning speed and cut the air with it, trying to harm the Reaper. Ion, meanwhile, quickly walked around the old man, avoiding his attack and ended up behind Il Ho. The old man was in shock and did not immediately understand how he bypassed him, and why. Il Ho watched in shock as the Reaper behind him cut the throats of his minions. Lightning-fast sword strikes destroyed Ion's opponents one after another. The old man was surprised by the audacity of the Reaper, who dodged his attacks and also attacked his students. He swung his sword at Ion. The blow hit the Reaper in the back and he screamed in pain. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he clenched his teeth tightly. Ion, to the old man's surprise, holding his sword tightly, ran forward furiously. The students fell one after another from the lightning strikes of the Reaper, who tirelessly walked forward. Ion had a large cut on his back that was bleeding, but he defeated all opponents. The rain did not subside and fell on the forest. The Reaper mentally cursed. He breathed heavily while standing in the rain and thought that it would all end here. The Reaper cleared out their ranks quite well. Only blood was continuously flowing from his back. He raised his head towards the rain and looked at the sky, smiling and thinking about his failure. Ion thought that even in the best of times it would be difficult to defeat the old man. But now his wound is too deep. He was annoyed to admit that with a hole in his back he could not fight. Moreover, he could not count on the inexperienced men from the Fire King's group. The Reaper exhaled sadly and decided that he was no stranger to relying only on himself. Ion spat blood onto the ground. The Reaper looked boldly at the old man and asked why he did not attack and whether he was afraid. Iolho looked angrily at the Reaper, squeezing his bloody sword, and noted that his long tongue would do no good. Ion took off his shoes and waved his bare foot in front of the old man. The Reaper laughed and said that he would save his life if he licked his heel. The old man carefully watched the Reaper and observed his actions. Looking at the flowing blood, he concluded that the Reaper was seriously wounded and would soon fall down, so he saw no point in taking risks. The Reaper thought with a desperate smile that apparently the old man had guessed about his condition. Gritting his teeth, and he thought that to attack first in such a state would be suicide. And yet the Reaper firmly grasped the hilt of his sword with both hands. He decided to try his luck and was determined to attack the old man. The air was cut by a flying stone towards the old man. ILX, surprised, looked at his feet and fell item. He turned sharply and angrily in the direction from which the stone had come. The old man was very surprised that a boy with an impartial face was standing in front of him. Iolho realized his mistake and turned to face the attacker in horror, but it was too late. The Reaper, flying towards him with an evil smile, was already preparing to strike. He was glad that the old man opened up, did not hesitate, and struck. The rain made noise as it fell to the ground. The old man and the Reaper stood opposite each other, ready to attack. Mahei looked at these two while sitting in the hut. He didn't quite understand the essence of the conflict between men, but he made a certain conclusion for himself. The guy was convinced that the Reaper would soon die. His hand reached out to the nearest small stone on the ground. He walked out of the hut and looked at his hand with confidence. Mohei had been worried for some time and decided that it would be okay if he intervened in the conflict. Looking at the men, he realized that the balance of power had noticeably shifted towards the old man. He confidently decided to restore his balance and help the Reaper. Swung with strength and confidence, trying to throw a stone. The stone flew, cutting through the air and fulfilling the boy's only wish. As a result, the stone lay on the ground and got wet in the pouring rain. The Reaper's strong legs pushed off the ground and made a jerk towards the old man. Iolho, shocked by the Reaper's attack, he ordered his students to flee. He tightly grasped the sword, the blade of which began to blaze with pink fire. The old man made a confident lunge towards the man. The blade of his sword burned with a pink flame and petals fell from it. The Reaper immediately noticed pink petals flying out of the old man's sword, realized with irritation that these were plum petals from Manhwa. The man decided to break through and fought off the old man's powerful blow with his sword. Ion received new cuts and fought off the old man's blows with force while plum petals scattered around. The Reaper's sword blazed with red flame. The man was full of determination despite the new bleeding cuts. The old man, clenching his teeth, attacked more and more with a ball from which pink flames and scattering petals emanated. There was a blow and the pink petals of the plum from the mountain were splattered with blood. The Reaper's sword fell onto the rain-soaked ground next to the man's bare feet. Tired, Ion coughed up blood and mentally cursed. The man leaned his hands on his knees, breathing heavily and realizing that his inner strength was leaving him and he could not hold the sword. The old man saw the weakness of the Reaper and, with a cry, wishing him death, raised his sword over him. One of the old man's students blocked his path, which surprised him. Drops of blood appeared on Iolho's face and white robe. He was shocked and coughed up blood in disbelief. The Reaper's sword pierced the student and the master, to which the latter was very surprised. With the last of his strength, he peered at the Reaper and realized that he was holding the hilt of his sword naked. The old man was outraged by the man's insolence, and shouted that he could not call himself a swordsman. Ion said that it was time for the old man to go to the next world and this conversation needed to end. He raised his leg and kicked the old man right in the face, flew back from the kick, dragging the student's body with him. The Reaper noted that the old man remained stubborn to death and grabbed the hilt of the sword that was sticking out from the men. Ion pulled out his sword, spattering blood, saying that the dead cannot praise themselves. He turned to the still living student who was kneeling next to him, and with a predatory smile asked if he was right. The student, covering the wound on his stomach, looked at the man in horror. The Reaper, having fallen into madness, noted that now it would be stupid to stop at killings and raised his sword. Rain poured down from the sky onto the forest as a bloody battle unfolded below. Mohei looked at the bloody bodies of the students lying on the ground. He looked at his hand with which he threw the stone, realizing that this was not what he wanted. The man carried out a bloody massacre in front of him. The boy peered into his palm with horror, realizing that he had helped the man kill those people. His thoughts were interrupted by the heavy hand of the Reaper that lay on his head. The man happily stroked the boy's head and thanked him for his help. The guy's hair, he praised him for the work he had done and noted his courage. The boy angrily threw the man's hand away and thought that he was not trying for his sake. He thought about the fact that he felt uncomfortable in that situation, while the man next to him weakened. The Reaper fell helplessly onto the boy's shoulder, which scared Togo. Muhei noted that the man had a fever, although he pretended that everything was fine with him. 3 men finally arrived from the shelter. Lim cried out when he saw the state of the elder Reaper. He worriedly asked him about his condition, while the Reaper leaned on the boy. Lim took the elder on his back and told the boy that it was dangerous to stay here, and he would lead the Reaper and the young master to a safe place. Muhei was surprised to be called a young master. Lim was delighted with the boy's brave deed and asked him to trust him, promising that he would protect him at the cost of his own life. The guy wanted to object, but the man interrupted him, saying that they needed to get out of here because they were being hunted. The boy looked with horror once again at the lying bodies near the hut. He accepted Lim's offer and asked to show him the way. With the Reaper on Lim's back turned towards the forest, and convinced the boy to follow him, saying that the path promised to be dangerous. The guy ran after the men, thinking that he didn't want to die yet. He thought about the fact that until that moment he was in a mess whether he was alive or dead. Mucky concluded that people are very changeable creatures. He ran through the forest after the men, not falling behind. Sunny day in a secret base _ groups of the Fire King in the Jiasan Mountains surrounded by a fence of stakes, in front of Muhei, who was sitting at the table. The man bowed to the boy and wished him bon appetit, and said that he could call him by pulling the cord. Closed behind the servants, and the guy sat thinking about the fact that 2 days had already passed since his arrival here. People behave hospitably, although they are cruelly mistaken in this. Muhei looked up at the Reaper lying opposite him. He was fast asleep as he walked away from the bloody fight. The boy concluded that people seemed to be convinced that they are almost related by blood. He recalled the situation in the hut, and the man's words that if the boy told the truth he would call him father. Muhei thought about the fact that now we can assume that they are connected to some extent. Looking at the wounded Reaper, he thought that suddenly he had an elderly son. The incense burned next to the table as the boy looked at the plate of meat, wondering why he had helped the Reaper. He recalled how his hand took a stone lying nearby from the ground. At that moment he saw a clear trajectory of the stone's flight. The boy knew with what force he needed to throw it, and where exactly, looking at the 2 fighting men. Muhei thought about the fact that those who were supposed to die survived, and those who were destined to live died. He blamed himself for helping to kill so many people just to save the Reaper. The boy clenched his fist with determination and concluded that he had saved not only him. He remembered the faces of those 3 guys who came to the Reaper, and realized that they too would have died. Muhei froze over his food and thought that most likely they would have killed him too. From such thoughts he blushed, thinking that he wanted to save himself. The boy was shocked by this revelation because he had tried to commit suicide more than once but could not make up his mind. And despite this, he intervened in the Battle of the Masters just to save himself. He hid his face in his palm out of shame, thinking that he was very pathetic because even after killing his brother, he was still worried about his life. The guy smiled with annoyance and decided that that's why he survived. He stared at the wooden shutters of the window through the carvings of which the sun penetrated into the room. The boy smiled sadly, deciding that it was strange to understand how pitiful a person you are but to feel relief at the same time. Mohei left the room, walking up the stone stairs and out of the estate. I walked past the trees and thought that no, he would wake up soon. He decided that he had to go out at dawn before the Reaper saw him. But before that he needed to prepare. The boy thought that it was very strange that he could not get this man out of his head. Of course, not in the sense that the Reaper was charming, and he liked him. Mohei counted 8 blows that the Reaper made. He understood that something did not add up in the way he fought. He noted the swordsman's high skill, remembering how he dodged the old man's attack and attacked the 2 behind him. The boy took a stick and began to draw a diagram that raised questions in his mind. He remembered 2 lightning strikes on the students by the Reaper. The diagram on the sand showed that he killed the Manhwa sect disciple first, and the second disciple was blocked. Bending over the sand, the guy thought about why the Reaper pointed the sword that way. He peered thoughtfully into the sand, leaning his head on his fist. The guy noticed that stabbing the first young man using speed was a good decision, but he had a question about the second blow, which could have been more effective if the Reaper had tried not to pierce the student. Instead, the guy suggested using force horizontally cutting Togo across. Joyful Mohei drew a diagram and concluded that then he would have defeated the second student. The boy sat down more comfortably on the ground. He decided to look into the Reaper's other mistakes, since he had already begun to notice the previous ones. The setting sun painted the sky orange. The guy, sitting on the ground, finished drawing his work and soon became convinced that he had finished. He was immensely pleased with himself and the diagram he had drawn. This scheme, in his opinion, would make the Reaper's movement flawless. He serenely closed his eyes and was amazed. Mohei saw the movement of the Reaper's body and his sword, thinking that this was some kind of dance. The guy was surprised to come to the conclusion that the dance movements depicted a certain image. An image of a scarlet flower clearly appeared before his eyes. He sat in amazement on the ground next to the diagram he had just drawn. He had no words, he just peered at the ground until realization came to him. He quickly took the stick that was drawing the diagram and began adding details to it. The stick walked along the ground, drawing new elements. Nearby, a bush of the same scarlet flowers that the boy saw in the Reaper's dance was blooming. Evening fell on the mountains and forest, seeing off the setting sun. Light penetrated the room. A man with bandaged wounds was sleeping motionless on the bed. His bandaged hand moved weakly on the bed. Ion realized that there was no strength left in him at all. Suspecting that the ego had damaged his internal organs, he concentrated, relaxed and took a deep breath. His sick body was enveloped from head to toe in scarlet energy. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked confidently into space. Smiling cheerfully, he summed up that the battle was not in vain. He concluded that his body was almost like new, although he had previously thought that he had been stuck with wounds for a couple of months, also noticing that he had increased internal strength. The man mockingly thanked the old man as he rose from the bed. The Reaper walked to the door and opened it, wondering where all the people went and why they didn't care about their savior. He yawned lazily as he crossed the threshold of the room and went outside, concluding that guys couldn't be trusted. The Reaper slowly untied the belt on his pants as he approached the bushes. He stood outside the hut and relieved himself while enjoying the morning sun. His eyes were drawn to the drawings in the sand and he peered at them with interest. At some point, he realized what was drawn and was shocked by what he saw. The man swore, his hands trembling in surprise at that moment. He stood in front of the drawn battle diagram and wondered where it came from here. Ion looked at the image on the sand in bewilderment and could not believe his eyes. He peered at the drawing with horror and speculated where it could have come from here. The Reaper knew that this was an exact diagram of the fire massacre technique, which was kept in the strictest confidence. He thought that even the final part was depicted in the sand, which he himself had never been able to learn from the master. The man looked around, suspecting that perhaps the master himself was passing by. The thought came to him that he wouldn't bother so much, but he was haunted by the question of who drew it after all. The Reaper theorized that he might still be sleeping. He quickly fell to his knees in front of the drawing and peered at it carefully. If he was really asleep, then he should have remembered everything until he woke up. The man's booming laughter pierced the morning sky. Ion was now sure that he was not dreaming and rejoiced at such a gift of fate. He laughed maliciously with his arms crossed over his chest, rejoicing that he had finally obtained a complete diagram of the fire massacre technique. Reaper also peered at the neatly drawn drawings on the ground. He looked at the images of the swordsman, and realized that he had never seen these movements from the outside. Ion suddenly came to an understanding that plunged him into shock. He examined the 8th blow from his last fight, although he noticed differences and thought that this was his duel with the sect. The Reaper grabbed the ground next to him with a nervously trembling hand, refusing to believe what he was seeing. In front of him, an improved strategy for his final battle was drawn in the sand. He pursed his lips thoughtfully and began to rise from the ground. His bare feet took a stance on the ground. He became the position corresponding to the technique with his legs apart, and placing his hands on the imaginary hilt of the sword. The movement of the fire slaughter technique flashed through his mind. He drew an imaginary sword from its sheath and was ready to strike. He made a confident swing with the ball that he clearly imagined. The blows of an imaginary sword cut through the air with force. The Reaper represented the sect's disciples in front of him, and reenacted the battle according to the drawings in the sand until the battle was over. He was breathing heavily while maintaining a confident stance and holding his sword. Ion understood that the drawings helped him gain knowledge thanks to which he could move to the next level. Of new knowledge blazed in front of him and shone brightly in his eyes. He stood in a stance ready to absorb the light and move to the next level of martial art. Blood splashed onto the ground all at once, turning everything red. Ion convulsively coughed up blood, bent at the waist, and his wounds opened. His body was racked with cramps, and he could barely stand on his feet. He fell to one knee and cleared his throat, resting his hand on the ground. Blood was flowing from the Reaper's mouth, but all he could think about was that he almost succeeded. The Reaper could not forget the radiance that he could almost reach. His hands were shaking and his thoughts were only that he had almost achieved enlightenment. This is the peak level of inner strength. Only 20 masters were able to ascend to such a height that in one step you can climb to the top of a mountain and split the earth with the edge of your palm. He didn't understand why it had just failed to reach this level. The Reaper dropped his face into his hands in despair. He was offended by this situation and asked himself whether this was all because of his wounds or whether he was simply not ready for this yet. The fish in the pond cheerfully emerged from the water, raising small drops with its tail. Ion still sat in front of the drawings drawn on the ground. His wounds were bleeding. He decided not to kill himself for this reason, especially since he was able to take possession of the famous technique entirely. The Reaper rose from the ground and figured out what to do next. He began to wipe away the drawings so that no one else could see them, and if suddenly someone had already managed to see them, he would deal with him later. Desperately looking into the sky and sitting on the threshold of the house, the Reaper kept wondering who could draw these diagrams because you need to be a great master to calculate the opponent's movements at one glance. He was already beginning to think that one of the 5 descendants of the 3 emperors could be here. But he soon dismissed this thought because such great masters would not bother with drawings. A voice was heard nearby asking what the Reaper was doing here. And he turned his head. Jeong stood before the Reaper Richu, an elder and one of the 12 swordsmen of death. He asked the man why there was so much blood on his bandages if the doctor told him that the Reaper's wounds had already healed. The Reaper said that he had already been completely healed, but out of frustration he interrupted his speech, burying his face in his hands. The old man asked where the Reaper's apprentice had gone. He didn't understand what he was talking about. Jeong Richu, I thought that in this case it was the man's son. The Reaper became enraged and said that he had neither one nor the other, to which the old man replied that he had been informed about his companion, either a son or a student, who had been given a separate room. Ion, remembering, asked if the guy's name was Soman Muvi. The old man replied that this was exactly the case, which surprised the Reaper. Suddenly Ion remembered something and was suddenly dumbfounded looking at the old man. The Reaper grabbed the old man by the collar and began to ask where the guy was, to which the elder was very surprised. The man became even more angry with the old man and started shouting, asking him where this guy was now. The nervous old man clenched his teeth angrily while in the steel grip of the Reaper. He shouted irritably at the man that he couldn't know this, and that he should let him go immediately. Shanxi Province. The bustling city of Xi'an with crowds of people passing by. A guy sitting on the threshold of a building, Mahei, at a loss, wondered what he should do next. He understood that he had completely lost his way and that worrying about his life next to the Reaper was much better than this. The guy decided that he would not sit idly by. He stood up and shook himself off, deciding to find something to do by looking at the building nearby. A sign on the building said that other people's talents were bought and sold there. Xi'an is the center of Shanxi Province. This huge city, whose streets are filled with people and goods, was famous for its market, which is known far beyond its borders. Even tiny streets lead to this huge site. This attraction is called the Thousand People's Market. A sign near the building said that an intermediary there was looking for workers for thousands of vacancies. The old man, the mediator, sat at the table smoking his pipe and looking at the guy who stood in front of him first in line. The old man's name was Ulikva. He was the best mediator in the city. He asked the boy if he had come to make money on his talent. Mohei answered in the affirmative with confidence in his eyes. Ulikva thoughtfully examined the guy in front of him with doubt and interest. The old man thought that powerful internal energy emanated from the guy, although it was not clear from him what kind of talent he had. He asked what the boy could offer him. Mohei replied that he could draw. The old man concluded that the boy was an artist, to which he agreed. The intermediary doubted the boy's outstanding abilities and said that there were already a lot of amateurs here. He handed the guy a sheet of paper and told him to draw something to evaluate his skills. The boy took the sheet and asked what exactly needed to be drawn. The old man replied that it didn't matter. Mohei looked thoughtfully at the piece of paper in front of him. He confidently took the brush in his hand and began to move it across the paper. The boy smiled silently, realizing that when he ran away from home, he did not think that he would take up drawing again. The brush painted ink on a piece of paper while the guy talked about how he was back where he started. He stood and drew at the side of the table, while the line to the mediator moved on. Mohei finished the drawing and turned to the old man who was at that time sorting through new papers. He told the intermediary that he had drawn a fish. The old man said to put the drawing on his table. Ulikva told the boy that when he needed an artist, he would call him and offered to sit in line on the steps. Sitting on the steps, waiting for their vacancies, Mohei walked up the steps passing by those sitting. He took his place in line behind the bored man and calmly sat down on the step. The guy looked at the huge queue of people and concluded that this would drag on for a long time. The setting sun turned the sky red as hand clapping was heard. The old man, the mediator, told those sitting that everyone should go home since they had finished for today, and they could try their luck tomorrow. Many tired people rose from the steps and left their seats under the gaze of the old man. Suddenly the mediator's attention was drawn to what he saw on the steps. He saw an artist boy who was not going to leave. The old man told him to go home and come back tomorrow. The boy asked if anyone needed an artist today, to which the old man replied that there were simply other artists in line in front of him, hiding the fact that his candidates were trusted people and he was not going to give the work to the first person he met. Mohei stood up from the steps telling the old man that he would come tomorrow. The mediator looked after the boy, thinking that he looked like a rich man's child, since he quickly gave up. But the old man quickly discarded these thoughts, concluding that in this case there would be less fuss with it. He looked at the boy and said that apparently he wasn't that hungry. Walking back to his workplace, the old man thought that when he was hungry enough, he would crawl to him on his knees begging for work. He instructed the workers to bring his papers inside. Entering the candlelit office, the old man headed towards the table on which the chest stood. Having sat down comfortably, he opened the chest and began to enthusiastically count the money from the chest. A stack of papers nearby caught his attention. He noticed that the paper was damaged because it was soaked through from spilled ink, regretting that before this the sheets could be used for ignition. The old man looked at the only dry leaf that was squeezed among the wet ones. I turned it over to a piece of paper and noticed a fish drawn in the corner. The old man remembered the boy artist and realized that this was his work. He looked at the painted fish in shock and couldn't believe his eyes. Ulikva was confused and surprised at the boy's drawing abilities. In front of him on a sheet of paper was a drawn fish that looked just like a living one with expressively emphasized details. He looked at the sheet and was amazed that something like this could be painted with an ordinary brush. The old man peered thoughtfully and in surprise into the emptiness, and comprehended what was happening. He grabbed his head and thought that this was some kind of madness. The mediator recalled that he had already met a person with a similar aura to this boy. The old man nervously said out loud the name of the man whose name was the invincible Ban Wukong. This man was recognized as the strongest man of the era. He was one of the 3 emperors who united many lands. And it was to him that the mediator owed his reputation. The old man nervously complained that he was already too old, and had completely lost his grip. He looked at the drawing in surprise and asked himself where the smell of fish came from. Mohei walked slowly along an empty city street. He thought that finding a job was not as easy as he had thought before. His attention was drawn to the crowd gathered in front. People around were shouting and calling on those in the middle of the crowd to start fighting. Mihei made his way through the crowd and was surprised at what he saw in front of him. In the middle stood men in black robes opposite a group of men in white. He noticed a swordsman in white who had flowering trees on his sleeve and realized that in front of him were people from the Hua Mountain sect. The men stood opposite each other, taking fighting stances and ready to start fighting. The young guys in white took turns introducing themselves as disciples of the Manhwa sect and said that they would restore justice here and now. The crowd began to rejoice at the upcoming fight. People shouted words of encouragement to the mountain sect. One of the young men in black turned to the elder saying that these guys were crazy and that he could deal with them. The older man told him to just scare the guys. He said that they shouldn't get into another fight, which the younger guy agreed with. The guy in black walked towards the disciples of the mountain sect who stood with their swords ready. One of the students shouted to him to raise his blade, saying that he would bring down the well-deserved punishment on the man. The guy in black said that his weapons were his hands and invited him to attack. The student asked the guy if he knew fist fighting. The sect disciple said that he would be his rival, to which the man replied that it was better to take a partner with him to fight with him. The guy in white said that they would never give up on such cowardice, and lunged forward. Mihei, amazed, froze looking at the upcoming fight and how the sect disciple began to move towards the guy in black. He noticed that the student was not at all like that old man from the mountain sect whom he saw in the forest. This guy's steps were slower, and his blade lacked precision. The guy in black, seeing such a boring attack in his opinion, is indicative of grain covering his mouth with his hand. He easily dodged the sect disciple's sharp sword strike. The guy in white was amazed that his blow was dodged and became angry. His opponent wasted no time and raised his strong fist, preparing to strike. The blow hit the sect disciple directly on the head. Blood sprayed from his nose. The man did not stop and kicked Togo in the stomach, knocking the sword out of the enemy's hands. The sect disciple fell powerlessly to the ground while his brother from the sect ran towards him. The elder in black condemned the man's actions, saying that he only asked to intimidate the boy, to which the man replied that at least he did not kill Togo. The elder was upset that something had definitely been broken for the boy and now the old men from the sect would begin to persecute them. They already fled to Shinshi province after a fight with students from the Sakandaman clan. While a group of men in black were having a conversation, the student who had moved away from the mountain helped his brother lying on the ground. He stood up, attracting the attention of the man who had previously beaten the student. A young guy in white, trembling all over, said that he would avenge the blood shed by his brother. The man in black recognized the guy's courage despite the fact that he saw what happened to his brother. The elder stopped the man and said that he would take care of the guy himself because they no longer trusted him. The elder's heavy boots stepped forward on the ground. He introduced himself to Mak-chan, the elder of the Chakma Oma clan, saying that his student had gone too far with force, but also noting that the students of the sect were also to blame for the fight. The elder suggested that the guy disperse peacefully, to which the sect disciple stated that they saw the scoundrel and simply could not help but draw their sword. The crowd around began to support the mountain sect disciple, telling the boy that it was his turn to show strength. The elder was very angry with such a cry and ordered the people to close their mouths. The crowd was shocked by this statement, and immediately fell silent. Disciple of the mountain stood with his sword drawn in front of the elder who threw his weapon over his shoulder. The elder told the boy to retreat before it was too late, since he was no match for him in battle. The boy said that he could not give up simply because the enemy was stronger than him. He assured him that he was ready to die. The sect disciple rushed into battle with the ball at the elder, which he was very surprised by. He easily dodged every blow from the boy without raising his own sword. Mihei, looking at the fight, noted that the boy's technique was clumsy, but he had a good command of the basics, which were somewhat similar to the movements of the old man from the forest. The elder dodged the boy's unexpected attack. The sect disciple quickly reacted to the fact that the elder opened up and attacked him with a sword. The elder reacted with lightning speed and poked his sheathed ball into the boy's hand, knocking the sword out of his hands. Then he hit the guy with the edge of his hand right under the back of the head, which made him scream. Realized with annoyance that he had been deceived, the elder said, looking at the lying guy, that it was time to end the fight before someone else's blood was shed. He raised his hand and ordered a group of people in black to get out of there, to which they agreed. The men in black left while the sect disciples lay on the ground. The crowd around realized with annoyance that the fight was over and began to disperse. Mohei was still standing among the moving crowd that was leaving after watching the fight. Soon his feet began to move in the same direction as the crowd of people. He walked down the street without knowing where and was thinking about the Manhwa sect until he suddenly stopped. His gaze stopped, and he looked forward interested. The boy ran into a dead-end street, and his path was blocked by a high wall. He looked at her, and a thought suddenly came to him. Mohei found a small stone on the ground nearby and picked it up. He began to draw pictures on the wall with the stone, reasoning that the elder's movements were different from the movements of a disciple of the mountain sect. The guy also tried to find and capture what was their similarity. Soon it was deep night, and the tops of the trees were illuminated by a bright moon. Dawn came in the settlement. Sounds were already coming from the awakened houses. 3 sparrows anointed themselves on a branch of a tree near that very wall. At the bottom of the wall, an old man anointed himself on the ground and ate a rice cake with petite. Suddenly the meal was interrupted as his attention was drawn to an image on the wall. He looked at the drawings previously left by the boy in surprise and was surprised at what he saw there. Chong Bang-jin, the supreme elder of the Hua Mountain sect, stood with his disciples, amazed at what they saw. They all gathered near the wall and understood that in front of them was drawn one of the main techniques of their sect called drops of ambition. The supreme elder addressed one of his students, calling Togo to him. He ordered the student to separate these drawings from the wall and take them to the mountain, to which the student replied that he would follow the instructions. The elder also asked him if he had heard rumors about the creation of a book describing the technique of the drop of ambition, to which the student suggested finding this book. The elder rejected the proposals, saying that the rumors could no longer be stopped. It was sad to think that I couldn't believe that someone actually decided to capture the equipment directly on the city wall. A man approached a group of men, attracting attention. It was Chu Du-ji, the leader of the city's beggars. He assured the elder that he could find the scoundrel and get rid of all the copies. The elder assured Togo that the situation could no longer be changed while his student was preparing to strike the wall to separate the drawing. The disciple sharply slashed at the wall while the elder announced that from today the Manhwa sect would renounce this technique. The leader of the beggars looked at the elder and was surprised at such an unexpected decision. He convinced the elder that he could entrust this work to him, thinking that he could earn extra money and the mountain sect would return the stolen equipment. Elder Chan rejected this proposal, saying that there is no point in teaching students a technique that is known to everyone since it could expose them to danger. The beggar, meanwhile, noted to himself that this was wastefulness. Everyone realized that the students who had mastered this technique would have to learn a new one and this would require a lot of effort and time. But the elder was not going to leave everything as it was. He was determined and announced that whoever painted the technique on the wall should be punished. Elder Chan placed a thick bag of money into the beggar's hand. He ordered the beggar to find not only the reaper, but also the one who painted the wall, concluding that working together would be more effective. The beggar said that his assistants were already looking for them, to which the elder responded approvingly. The elder thought that the sect was going through hard times since one of the best masters was killed and now someone had revealed one of their secret techniques. He announced to his students that the matter had taken a serious turn, and he would have to go looking for someone. Chong Bang-jin was sure that they could not cope without the help of the person Your Holiness addressed. A starry night fell on the estate. There was silence on the street as everyone had already gone to rest. Mohei was lying on his bed and thinking about the fact that the world of martial arts was truly interesting to him. He reasoned that the old man in the forest and the student in the square used the same technique. Their movements were radically different, as if one person was hiding his appearance behind different clothes. The boy lay looking at the ceiling, noting certain oddities in what he saw. He concluded that the sect's sword technique was directed only forward. Mohei recalled the Reaper's erratic movements and how he alternated between defensive and offensive techniques. While the movements of the people from the sect were smooth, their sword invariably moved forward towards its goal. The guy closed his eyes and thought about what would happen if both of these styles were brought to perfection and clashed in a duel. He imagined a Reaper and a sect disciple standing opposite each other, arguing about who would emerge victorious. The sect disciple's hand made a confident and sharp jerk with the ball forward. Around him, Mohei felt the energy of the presence of pink plum petals. Plum petals swirled around the sect disciple's raised sword blade. He cut through the air ahead of him with confidence and determination. Pink energy, along with plum petals, headed towards the Reaper, preparing to strike. The space was pierced by a sharp explosion from one point. The energy has subsided and the storm of dust has almost subsided, opening the protective dome. Jumped out of it, clenching your fist sharply. He began to move his sword, forming a pattern and directing it forward. The same scarlet flower inside of which was a reaper with a sword was moving towards the student from the sect. Plum petals swirled around the student, and he looked determinedly at his opponent. He suddenly jumped forward confidently holding his sword, preparing to repel the attack. The student with determination formed a whirlwind of plum petals around the blade of the sword. The reaper was soon ready to attack the enemy with his technique. The scarlet flower, pierced by lightning, was preparing to decisively strike. A pink wave with plum petals was waiting to honorably take the enemy's blow. The reaper and the sect disciple, armed with their techniques, moved towards each other, preparing to collide. Mohei, shocked, as if from a nightmare, opened his eyes and screamed. He lay in his room on his bed, looking at the ceiling in shock. The boy slowly sat up on the bed, leaning on one arm. It ran down his face, and he started thinking about martial arts. Realized with delight that they turned out to be much more interesting than he had previously thought. The boy stretched, thinking that it was better now to worry about how to earn money for food. I don't know that he slept for 3 days in a row. On the street, people were sitting at tables making noise and drinking tea. Mohei was chewing a flatbread while 2 people nearby were talking about the drawings on the wall with pine techniques of the Hua Mountain sect, and that almost everyone in the city had seen them. The boy yawned while he heard rumors that people had already dubbed the author a great creator. He rubbed his eyes with his hand, thinking about the fact that he slept all night but still didn't get enough sleep. The guy decided that if he didn't find a job today, he would go study martial arts. A joyful exclamation was heard near the hiring building. Mediator Ulikwa rejoiced at the boy's arrival, saying that he had been looking for him for 3 whole days. He apologized for how he treated him last time and told everyone else in the hiring queue to go home. The old man said that he had an ideal task for the boy who wanted to work as an artist, while he wondered why the old man said that 3 days had already passed. The intermediary handed the sheet to the guy and said that one of the members of the imperial family had ordered his portrait. He told the boy to take a piece of paper, go to the alley, get into the cart with the person accompanying him, draw a portrait and return. Mohei sadly held the sheet with both hands, peering at it, preparing to say something. He hesitantly turned to the old man and began his story. The old man, the mediator, listened carefully to the boy who was trying to tell him something. Mohei told him that he could not draw people's eyes, which the old man was very surprised. The intermediary got very angry, saying that they didn't believe that an artist with such talent couldn't draw into people's eyes. The boy hoped for understanding and explained that he could draw anything except them. The old man calmed himself down, thinking that he couldn't drive the boy away because of this. He looked closely at the child, realizing that he could not be mistaken about his talent. Mohei was confused while the old man was thinking that he had been assessing the skills of others for half a century, and there could be no mistake this time. Ulikva looked at the boy and mentally called him a phoenix. He grabbed his head from powerlessness. I understand that he cannot let him go, and wondering what he should do now. Suddenly some idea came to him, realizing that the boy could not draw only eyes. He reached for the glass of brushes and took one from there. The old man put a sheet of paper in front of him, and, leaning on the table, to the boy's surprise, began to write something. The intermediary handed the boy a folded sheet of paper and told him to go into the alley to find a man with an eye patch and then show him this paper so that he would escort him to the right place. Mohei took a piece of paper in his hands and peered at it in surprise. The old man warned the boy that the customer was a very peculiar person and that he should not be surprised if he were suddenly chased out of the yard. Mohei showed along the alley that the old man had previously pointed to. He thought about the fact that an artist who cannot draw eyes is doomed to poverty, and why the old man offered such a job to him. He wiped his neck tiredly, thinking that only 1 day had passed since his job search and so much had already changed. Suddenly he stopped, seeing something ahead that interested him. In one part of the alley there were many beggars and poor people. In the other part there were wealthy and well-dressed people. He looked carefully at the crowd and found it very amusing. The boy concluded that the reason for the section of the alley was the difference in status. Since in the dirty half, which was buried in garbage, a lot of people were crowded together, but in the clean half there were only a couple of people standing. In the cleanest and widest part of the alley stood a well-dressed man with a black patch over his eye. He asked the boy if the old man had sent him, to which he replied in the affirmative, handing the paper to the man. He ignored the paper and ordered the boy to follow him. They walked down the alley under the gaze of people in the crowd. The boy carefully examined the man's back, quietly following him. They heard the clatter of horses' hooves and the wheels of a cart that was quickly approaching them. Muhei, sitting inside the cart, carefully examined the man in front of him. He thought that in the black and white world that he was used to seeing, most people did not stand out while blending into the background. However, he encountered faces that his consciousness refused to erase. For example, like his older brother or the old man who is the mediator. He looked at the man in the bandage and thought that he saw this man's face as clearly as his brother's face. Suddenly the man silently and seriously looked straight at the boy. He ordered him to go out since they were already there, and the boy quickly obeyed. There was a small waterfall and a small pond next to the house. In a lonely room I sat at the table. Muhei looks at the food and tea placed in front of him. He recalled that the man in the bandage ordered him to wait here while he reported to the owner about the boy's arrival. The guy looked at the food and was wondering if he should eat it or not. The doors quickly opened, which surprised the boy, and peered into the doorway. There stood a woman who bowed to him, informing him that the gentleman was asking the boy to come to him and offering to follow her. Going out into the street, the boy was surprised by what he saw. There were many people with bags and carts walking near large and beautiful buildings. He thought that his family's estate is also not small, but it is not even close to this place. Staring at the people and buildings, the boy followed the woman who turned the corner. Suddenly the boy froze for a short time as he was very surprised. He concluded that it suddenly became very quiet when they turned into a garden with a pond. A man looked out the window from the estate, looking at the boy and those accompanying him and his woman. The man asked the man with the bandage whether he had mixed up anything because he could not believe that the old man, the intermediary, had registered the child as his employee. He said that he didn't have a kindergarten here, asking himself how talented he was while the boy gradually climbed up to his estate. Muhei, seeing the man, I realized that I had seen Togo on one of the canvases painted by my grandfather. A gray-haired man with a beard invited the boy to sit down. The boy remembered that the people called the man the Golden Beetle. Sitting in front of him was Huang Chi-san, the richest merchant in the world. Clouds shrouded the top of Mount Hua on which mountain trees grew. On the ground there was a small stone with the inscription, "The Abode of the Celestial." The feet of men in white robes walked along the stone steps of the mountain. It was Supreme Elder Chan Bang-jin walking with his student who was carrying on his back a part of the wall with drawings of stolen equipment. The elder ordered the disciple to wait there while he came down with permission from His Holiness. Zhang Bang made his way through the thicket of the forest, climbing up the mountain. Suddenly he stopped when he saw something that interested him between the leaves of the trees. In front of him were the beds in which a man was working. The man turned out to be gray-haired and with a beard, holding a basket on his back, tearing up the ground with a tool. The elder approached him, introduced himself, and said that he was glad to see the master after 12 years. The man who wielded the plum blossom blade rubbed his chin with his hand. In front of the elder, the strongest master of the Hua Mountain sect, one of the 15 superhumans chosen by heaven, sat down on the ground. The top of Mount Hua, on which the rays of the sun fell, was shrouded in clouds. The master was glad to see the elder who asked for forgiveness for disturbing his peace. The master said to invite the student who was standing below to them, saying that he would finish weeding and they would drink tea together. Zhang Bang followed the student while the master looked after him. He wondered what made the elder come to this god-forsaken place. A small wooden hut stood right between the trees near the cliff of the mountain. Near her there was a table at which 3 people were sitting and not drinking tea. The elder reported that Ho died and that he was killed by a reaper from Sapa. The master expressed his condolences, but doubted that the elder came to him simply to think through a plan of revenge. He guessed that the problem was in the stone that they brought with them, to which the elder agreed. The master was surprised that the technique of drops of ambition was scratched on the stone, and that now they teach beginners this way. But the elder replied with concern that it was not their doing. The master was very surprised and asked who did it since their clan had nothing to do with it. He explained that these are not rough sketches, but every movement is drawn in the smallest detail. Realization came to him, and he froze in place. Then the elder and his student watched the master in bewilderment. He walked right up to the stone and looked at the depicted drawings from all angles. Slapping his knees, he came to a conclusion. The master said that they really had a worthy reason to go to such a distance because of this stone. The elder asked if he understood how this threatened their clan, to which the master answered in the affirmative. Zhang Bong asked if the master had any idea who dared to encroach on one of the best techniques of the sect, to which the master responded in surprise that he had no idea. He laughed and said that he had not seen such interesting things for a long time and asked for forgiveness for forgetting his manners. The master looked at the elder and said that he must find out who was behind this. The only thing that the master could say for sure was that the mysterious artist did not understand anything about martial arts, which is why the elder, his student, was very surprised. The master said that's why he called the case interesting. He was thinking about who put on public display what they had been hiding for years. He understood that it was unlikely that anyone would give answers to these questions, but even elements of his plum blossom blade technique were depicted on the stone. The master recalled that these techniques were his main gift to Il Ho and was surprised that someone was capable of stealing other people's techniques with such accuracy. He concluded that he would still have to go down the mountain. The elder was very surprised because the master was going to postpone his enlightenment, to which he replied that he had no choice and would have to wait. The master was surprised by the elder's question and asked if there were any problems, to which he replied that there were no. The elder remembered to himself that last time the master said that worldly affairs would interfere with his enlightenment, and even cut his hair bald. Huang Qi-san sat with the unfolded paper in his hands and found what was written inside interesting. He asked the boy if he had read this letter, to which he replied that he had not. The merchant explained that it was written there that the boy's hobby was a drawing with white eyes, and he had been collecting for a long time, but he was hearing about this for the first time. The boy replied that there was nothing special about it, he just draws everything except the eyes, at which the merchant became slightly angry, not understanding what kind of heresy he was talking about. Huang Qi-san said that this is beyond his understanding since a drawing without eyes is just an unfinished work. He threw the letter on the table, telling the boy that he hoped that he had not come here to joke with him. Mahei was surprised and denied the merchant's words about jokes. The boy explained that drawings with white eyes are finished works precisely because there are no eyes on them, to which the merchant was surprised, asking whether a drawing without eyes could be called finished. The merchant was annoyed and thought about the situation. I understand that old man Wu always sent him only the best craftsmen. In the pond in which multicolored carps swam quietly rustled when the merchant finally agreed to the deal. He noted that if it weren't for the old man's recommendation, he would have kicked the boy out long ago, but he would allow him to prove himself. Suddenly the merchant snapped his fingers loudly. At this sound a servant came, whom he ordered to bring ink paper and the best brush. The gold beetle said that he doubted that they would do such a thing, but if the boy and the old middleman decided to joke with him, then they would have to pay dearly for wasting his time. The boy promised that he would not disappoint him, thinking to himself that the merchant was absolutely serious, and a mistake could cost him his life. A sheet of ink paper and brushes of different sizes were placed on the table in front of the boy. Mahei took one of the brushes and asked the merchant what he should draw. The merchant said that the boy could draw a man in a black eye patch since he had never posed for a portrait, and he wanted to give him a gift. The man in the bandage replied that he should not be drawn. The merchant replied that he would have nothing to show his grandchildren, and told him to go out into the light where he would be seen in all his glory, to which the man agreed. Mohei looked at the bandaged man, and said that he was starting to draw. He looked up at the man and carefully examined Togo, about to draw. A well-dressed man with slightly disheveled hair and a black patch over one eye stood awkwardly in front of him. Mohei caught the details that he was looking at, took a brush and began to paint. The brush kept moving across the sheet, leaving behind a black trace of ink. The merchant carefully and with surprise watched the movement of the boy's arm and hand. He noted that the boy's ability to control the thickness of the line and the pressure of the brush was simply impeccable. Also, his technique of conveying the depth of the ink was unusual despite the artist's young age. The merchant looked at the boy and realized that such people are rare, namely geniuses who do not fit into any framework. He was thinking about where this boy came from while Mahei put his brush aside. The boy announced that he had already finished, which the merchant was very surprised and wanted to look at the work. He took the sheet and was shocked by the image he saw there. The merchant thought the drawing was magnificent, and he had the feeling that the drawing was just like life. He peered at the sheet and realized that now he really saw that this was a completely finished drawing. Suddenly he noticed something in the drawing and looked at it with interest. The merchant looked at the drawing in surprise, not understanding a certain detail. Huang Qi-san thought that this was truly a magnificent painting, but he was tormented by one question. The merchant asked the boy why he didn't draw a patch on his eye. The boy and the man were surprised by this question. Mohei awkwardly replied that he thought it was a portrait for posterity, so I decided that it would be better this way. He noted that the gentleman wears a patch on his left eye, but in fact both of his eyes are sighted. The man with the bandage was shocked by this statement. Mohei continued to say that the merchant explained that his grandchildren would admire the portrait, so he did not draw the bandage and asked if it was worth finishing drawing it. The merchant and the man in the bandage looked at each other meaningfully and silently made some conclusion. The man in the bandage grabbed the boy's wrist and shook him. He held it roughly while Mucky was scared and confused. I was at a loss as to why they were doing this to him. He remembered the Reaper and how he also grabbed him by the wrist in the hut in the forest. The boy was in pain, he was confused and, unable to bear it, shouted to let him go. Mohei still pulled out his hand and lost his wrist, looking angrily at the man in the bandage who stood in surprise. He thought to himself that the boy knew nothing about martial arts, which confused him even more. The merchant asked the boy, remembering his name Soman, "Does Mui happen to come from the noble Soman family?" At this statement the boy shuddered but remained silent. The golden beetle nodded, laughing, realizing that he was right and asking why he swallowed his tongue. The merchant said that the man hides his second eye for a reason and that it should remain between them. Mohei now understood why the men were so tense, and replied that he would keep this secret a secret. The merchant thanked the boy and handed him a thick bag of money as a sign of gratitude. He said that Mohei had real talent and asked if the boy would come to him again, noting that he would contact him through old Manhwa. He bowed politely to the boy, thanking the merchant for his concern. The summer evening was already approaching, displacing the sun that was already setting. The boy and the servants left the merchant's gazebo. The man in the bandage told the merchant that the boy would bring them a lot of problems. He looked after the boy very angrily, to which the merchant asked him not to make such a terrible face. The merchant replied that the boy had nothing to do with Murim, so everything would work out, noting that no matter how greedy the Soman family was, the people who drove him away would not dare to bother the guy. The man in the bandage replied that since the merchant thought so, he would not contradict him. The merchant cheerfully asked if he liked the portrait of the boy. The man replied that he had been given a real masterpiece and thanked his master. Suddenly the man in the blindfold stopped abruptly, looking at the drawing in shock. The merchant was surprised by this behavior and asked him what was the matter. The man looked attentively at the drawing and said that he didn't know who this boy really was, but what he created was simply unimaginable. He explained that the guy even drew a scar on the top of his head, to which the merchant asked what he was getting at. The man noted that the boy was drawing him while sitting on a chair, recalling the process of creating a portrait. The man explained that even if the boy stood up, their difference in height is so great that he would not be able to see the top of his head, and at the same time he drew not only it, but also a scar hidden under his hair. The merchant leaned down to peer at the drawing and noted that it looked like magic. After the man's words, the golden beetle realized that this boy's work was even more unique than he thought. He looked at her and realized that before his eyes there seemed to be a three-dimensional image, as if he was looking at a person from all sides at once. He smiled smugly and realized that great benefits could be derived from the picture with white eyes. The full moon was already illuminating the black clouds that swirled in the night sky. There was complete silence in the houses of the secret base. Suddenly the doors of one of the houses opened and a man came out onto the threshold. It was the Reaper Ion Gukrin, who quietly looked at the night and thought about the boy, remembering his name. He took out a small book from his bosom, looking at it carefully. The Reaper recalled that the man told him about this book, which, according to him, had been circulating among the townspeople for a week, where the great creator revealed the secrets of one of the techniques of the Hua Mountain sect. He looked at the drawing and in the book and understood that there could be no mistake. Soman was a great creator movie. The Reaper abruptly threw the book on the floor, saying that the boy did not know the consequences of fear at all. He reached for the handle on the main gate, intending to open it. A voice from behind asked where the Reaper was going. He turned, looking at the one who called him. June was approaching the Reaper. Richu is the elder of the Fire King group and one of the 12 swordsmen of death. Mary replied that he needed to sort out his affairs. He had no time to talk to the old man, so he should get out of the way. The elder smiled and said that he also had business with the Reaper. He announced to the man that he was going to create a union of all Sapa clans. The Reaper was surprised and the old man continued to say that he should join them, smiled at the unexpected proposal and then burst out laughing. He laughed very loudly, looking at the old man who stood silently. They got married, explained that he had no desire to enter into an alliance, and said not to joke like that anymore. The elder smiled and said that he knew his answer in advance. He explained that since the Reaper himself was uncomfortable with the thought of this, he would have to act in accordance with Sappa's law. Jeong Richu stood silently with his hands behind his back while silhouettes of fighters appeared next to him. The Reaper smiled at the fact that in order to catch him, the old man invited all his friends here at once, noting to himself that he saw the remaining 10 Reapers of Death in front of him. The SAP law stated that if a disagreement arises between martial arts masters, they begin to fight with themselves to the death, where the winner turns out to be right. The Reaper noticed that the 5 masters were tired, but even so he would still have difficulties. He impudently shouted to the other Jin Vans that he did not know if they had sons who would come collect their bones as soon as he was done with them. One of the Reapers got angry and yelled at him, suggesting that he go wash his mouth with soap, while the other Reaper assured him that it would not be them who would fight him. Jeong stepped forward confidently. Richu, rubbing his hands, said that he alone would be enough for the fight. Ion Guk-rin feigned joy at this news, noting that he was surprised that they were not going to attack him with the entire nursing home. Jeong Richu got angry with the Reaper, calling him a bastard, and took a fighting stance. He rushed forward to the Reaper with the words that he underestimated him, thinking that he could not cope with the young guy. He decisively and angrily made a series of numerous blows. While the blows did not touch the Reaper, he stood calmly with his hand on the sheath of his sword. He looked up carefully and intently at the approaching Jeong Richu. The blows rushed towards the Reaper, who stood ready to attack. His hand lay on the scabbard with the sword, but he did not take it out. He suddenly clenched his fist and prepared to strike back. He swung with great force, cutting through the air around him. One of the Reapers was amazed out loud at Jonah's decision and shouted, asking if he really wanted to die. The blacksmiths were surprised that the swordsman decided to fight with his bare hands, also against the fiery fist technique that the elder uses. Ion successfully repelled the elder's attacks and took a defensive position. Holding his hands protecting his torso and head, he turned to the old man. He told the elder to stop fooling around because they were fighting, they were playing giveaway. The elder smiled at the cap with his tongue, surprised that he thought that he was fooling around. Jeong Richu turned to the other masters, making sure that they had not heard their conversation and saying that he hoped that he would not have to fight his father again to prove that he was not as simple as he seemed. The Reaper was surprised to come to the conclusion that Jeong Richu did not lie and did not look for an excuse when he told how Ion grabbed him by the chest. Jeong Richu asked Ion when he managed to achieve such a level of skill, but the Reaper did not understand his question. The elder said no, he blocked his flame fist technique with his bare hands. He also added that Ion had almost achieved enlightenment, which he was very surprised by. The Reaper recalled the last days and the fact that the other day he almost reached a state of enlightenment, but he could not think that he had nevertheless embarked on the path of supreme mastery. The elder smiled and said that he was giving up and his life was now entirely in the hands of the Reaper. He froze in surprise looking at the young Reaper. Ion, smiling joyfully, said that he would not dirty his hands on a fossil that would die so soon and promised to save his life. The elder ironically thanked the Reaper, looking at him with irritation. Jeong Richu informed the Reaper about the most important thing, that, according to the rules, he is now a follower of Ion. And he also said that not only he, but all his subordinates are also coming under the wing of the Reaper. In other words, now Ion is the leader. The 5 death swordsmen knelt before the Reaper and greeted their master. The Reaper was angry and confused, unable to believe what was happening and refusing to accept it. Thus, the Death Reaper Ion Guk-rin became the first leader of the new Sapa clan, namely the Union of Death Reapers. Huang Chi-san spread the word about the artist and presented his portrait with white eyes, calling it a masterpiece. Artists tried to make portraits with white eyes, but no one was able to convey the character of a person without drawing his eyes. Old Man Wu sat and talked about how the boy would soon be on everyone's lips. He said that about the great Soman only collectors and ordinary people who have already come up with a loud pseudonym for him will tell me about this. According to rumors, the boy was nicknamed Lord Phoenix because the strokes of his brush are similar to the flapping of the wings of this bird. The intermediary asked how the boy from this felt, whether he was being overwhelmed by a wave of popularity, to which Mihei replied that it was still difficult for him to believe in what was happening. The old man replied that the boy would soon get used to it, and that fame could feed the artist even if he did nothing, the money would still continue to come. To which the boy smilingly replied that he felt rich because of his words. The mediator smiled while thinking about what Samuna did. Mukvi is the best artist in the country, and now he can rake in money with a shovel. Suddenly a loud noise was heard, which made the old man very surprised, and the boy turned around, looking in the direction of the sound. A man burst into the room asking if Lord Phoenix lived here. The old man came forward answering in the affirmative and asked what business the man was here for, to which he replied that he had orders to immediately deliver the Phoenix Lord to the residence of Prince Yongqin. Hearing the name of Prince Yongqin, the old man was very frightened and opened his mouth in fear. The prince was the younger brother of the ruling emperor, and was second in power only to the emperor himself. The old man was very frightened, thinking that the prince was famous for his cruelty. The man turned to the boy asking him for Lord Phoenix, and ordered him to follow him since his master is not known for his patience. The mediator tried to calm the man down and persuade Togo not to rush, noting that it was a rainy day and the humidity could damage the paper. The man said that it was not his problem and sharply grabbed the boy by the wrist. Old Man Wu tried to negotiate with the man so that he would at least allow him to accompany the boy while he pulled Mihei by the hand to go out. The man turned to the old man and said that it was better for him not to interfere if life was precious. The boy shook his head negatively, calming the confused old man and silently suggesting not to interfere. He asked the man to let go of his hands so that he could walk on his own. The man smiled evilly and said that he should have agreed right away. Old Man Wu was standing in the rain near the estate when the cart left him. He looked after the rapidly speeding cart in which the boy was sitting. The mediator was puzzled and worried about the boy's fate. Outside the window, the rain was pouring, knocking on the windows of the estate in which the tea party was taking place. The strongest master of the Hua Mountain sect asked if they had found the artist who depicted the secret technique on the wall. Chong Bang Jin poured himself some tea and said that he communicated with all the art masters who visited the city that day. The master replied that he said that the one they were looking for knew nothing about martial arts, to which the elder was surprised, asking how then he was able to depict all the movements with such accuracy. Master Pa shook his head, calling Zhang Bang stubborn and saying that he can do whatever he wants. He changed the topic by asking what task the Golden Beetle had assigned them, and what kind of person he was. Chong Bang replied that the gentleman is distinguished by his wisdom and generosity and turned to the sect with a very important request, providing all the necessary data and making a huge advance payment. The master smiled when he heard about the advance payment, confusing the elder. He noted that it's worth having a couple of dozen coins and you can already turn the Hua sect as you want, to which Zhang Bang nodded negatively, asserting that everything is not as the master thought. The master laughed and said that he was joking, looking at the visibly nervous elder. He asked when he was dating Huang Chi Sanam, to which the elder replied that tomorrow. The master smiled and, to the surprise of the elders, said that since he had descended to this sinful earth, he wanted to look at the richest man in the world. The old man, smiling, stated that he was going to meet him halfway with Zhang Bang. Zhang Bang Jin was surprised by such a statement. I felt awkward and confused and remained silent. The events took place 10 years ago. A staff with skulls on top rang with metal rings. A bald-shaven monk in a robe was walking down the street, leaning on a staff. Under the gaze of the crowd, he stopped at the door of the estate. Not far from him stood a woman behind whose leg little Mihei hid. He was only 6 years old and he hesitantly peeked out from behind his mother's skirt, looking at the monk. The monk froze, feeling something, and exhaled in surprise. He turned towards the boy hiding behind his mother, saying that every person has his own Buddha. I was just wondering how such a small child could achieve enlightenment. The woman behind whom the boy was hiding did not understand what he was talking about when the monk said that this child would not be able to live a normal life. Little Mihei asked what the monk meant by peeking out from behind his skirt. The monk smiled. They said that he had been trying to achieve this all his life, but he had such power even as a child. The boy replied that he did nothing, to which the monk replied that this is precisely what is dangerous, since true power that is achieved without effort is extremely destructive. He patted the boy on the head and said that he would have to fight so that the power did not affect him, otherwise this energy could harm him. The monk said that it was destined to be so he would put a small ban on the boy, since most likely without him it would be difficult for him to live at least 10 years. Whispered something, holding the staff in front of him and forming energy in it. Then he lightly touched the top of the skull staff to the boy's head. The boy suddenly became dizzy and lost his balance. The woman managed to grab the exhausted Mahei, who leaned on her, gradually losing consciousness. Before closing his eyes, he heard the monk telling him that there is always death in life and there is no need to think about it too much. He told the boy that if he turned his head a little away from the pain he would be safe and advised him not to be too upset and suffer at turning points. However, if the boy can pass this test, he advised them to find him, saying that his name is Gonya. When the boy woke up, the monk was no longer there, and his mother conveyed his message to him. The boy had only thoughts in his head that this was just his invention, that everything was idealized, and he needed to watch the bird. The boy and the man accompanying him stood near the huge entrance to the estate, guarded by armed guards. Muhei looked at the estate, and realized that it was the palace of Prince Yongqin. The man accompanying him ordered him not to stand but to follow him. The boy reassured himself, thinking that you could survive even if you fell into the clutches of a tiger. He slowly followed the man in front. Suddenly he froze behind the man, surprised by what he saw. Ahead there was a luxurious hall in which servants stood on either side of the prince, sitting at the table. The boy looked in shock at the hall and the people there. He began to look at Prince Yongqin, who was sitting looking at the boy and resting his head on his hand. A hand fell heavily on Muhei's shoulder, pressing Togo down. The man accompanying him shouted at the boy, saying that he should bow before the prince, to which the prince replied that this was enough and the boy could raise his head. Muhei was kneeling in front of the throne on which Prince Yongqin was sitting. The prince replied that the boy was younger than he expected and asked if he painted portraits with white eyes. The boy bowed and nervously answered yes. Yongqin noted that the golden beetle, known for its demanding nature, highly appreciated his work, so now he is confident in the boy's professionalism. The prince waved his hand and snapped his fingers loudly. 2 servants with drawing supplies appeared before the kneeling boy. Muhei looked in shock at the brushes and ink laid out in front of him. The prince, smiling and looking intently at the boy, ordered his portrait to be drawn. The boy recalled that his grandfather once said that he should not offend Prince Yongqin. He decided that he would follow his grandfather's advice and just do what he was told. Taking the brush in his hands, he began to draw with concentration and precision. After some time, Muhei put his brush aside, looking at the finished drawing for the prince. The prince, sitting on the throne and watching the boy's actions, was very surprised. He noted that he didn't expect the boy to finish before the ink was dry, noting that he seemed to be quite talented. The servant brought the finished portrait to the prince for evaluation. Yongqin smiled looking at the picture, noting that it was good and Mr. Huang would most likely envy him. The prince noted that the portrait looked good but could not say that it was finished because no matter how much he looked at it he felt emptiness due to the lack of eyes. The boy replied that this was already a completed portrait, and he did not draw the eyes because there are special reasons why he does not draw them at all. The prince smiled, ordering him to tell me this special reason not to draw eyes. Fearing the wrath of Prince Mahei, he began to tell the reasons why eyes are not drawn. He remembered the story about how the sparrow and the cat he had drawn died. Also, the boy did not miss the story about when he was drawing his brother's eyes and he died. At the end of your story, Mahei assured the prince that the one whose eyes he drew would certainly die. The prince smiled and said that they did not believe in this, believing that the boy simply did not want to draw them and found it funny that he dared to do such antics in front of him. Suddenly, a sharp sword blade came towards the shocked boy. The prince said that the boy mentioned his name, and asked if he had not been told about it. He noted that even his grandfather Xiaomun Zanchin did not contradict the prince, and how dare the boy take such a step. Mohei bowed with his whole body asking to forgive him, to which the prince said that he knew his family and that he just wanted to skip this nonsense. The prince, to the boy's surprise, ordered him to draw his eyes. Yongqin took his cup of water in his hand, preparing to drink. The prince noted that the boy has received too many privileges recently and that the boy continues to ignore his words, so he wonders how long his family can survive. Mohei, out of powerlessness and fear, with pitying fists, realizing that he could not do anything about the threats towards his family, he picked up a brush and began to paint. The boy thought that the prince now could not blame him, even despite the consequences. Concentrated and thoughtful, Mohei carefully moved his brush over the paper. He drew his eyes on the portrait, thinking that the responsibility lies entirely with the prince himself. Soon the portrait behind the eyes, in which a particle of energy swirled, was completed. The pleased prince held his portrait in his hands and said that now the picture is truly flawless. He called the boy pathetic because he draws well, but for some reason he was looking for excuses. The boy stood silently thinking that he felt weak and his fingertips hurt just like when he completed the painting of his older brother. The prince, waving his hand, ordered his servant to bring a chest of gold. A huge carved chest of gold was placed in front of the boy. Prince Yongqin said that this money would be enough for the boy for the rest of his life and suggested that he stop selling his talent on the market and instead devote himself to painting. The prince also noted that since the ruler and the boy were coming, he would have one more order for Mucky. While the boy looked at the prince in confusion, he smiled evilly, preparing to give an order. He ordered from now on that no one else should draw behind the eyes. If the boy obeys and draws the finished work, then he will be found and his eyes will be gouged out, and all his blood relatives will be executed. The sinister prince asked if the boy remembered well what he had just told him. Shocked, Mahé lowered his head and looked silently at the floor. He answered the prince that he would follow the order. I had the sun falling on the palace of Prince Yongqin. Mohei walked the streets silently with a chest over his shoulders. Suddenly he saw a cart that approached and stopped near him. Old man Ulikva ran out of the cart excitedly, asking the boy if he was okay. Old man Wu ran up to Mahei, checking on Togo and asking if he was hurt. The middle one admitted that he was very scared and thought that he would die from anxiety while he was thinking about the fact that something might happen to him. The boy calmed down a little and smiled cheerfully at the old man. They stood near the cart and talked while the boy thought that just recently his heart was filled with fear and sadness. Muhei came to the conclusion that his soul immediately became calmer when he saw that there was a person who was worried about him. The boy, smiling, climbed into the cart, realizing that his mentor was right and he should believe his heart. He told the old man that he should also believe his heart, which the old man was surprised by. The boy laughed, saying that this was just a very good phrase. The cart quickly started down the road, the man pushing the two horses more and more. Suddenly he braked when he saw a crowd of people blocking the road. A question came from the carriage as to why there was such an abrupt stop. The man answered his master that apparently he needed to go out for a while. Old man Wu threw back the curtains and looked at the crowd of people blocking the road. He was surprised to see a man in front of him standing with a fan and smiling. The old man thought for a moment, scratching his chin, preparing to address the man. He recognized the man as the leader of an organization that includes Shanxi artists. His name was Sam Wayong. The man said that he did not have time to chat and therefore he would immediately get down to business. He said to give him the guy nicknamed Lord Phoenix, who is now sitting in the cart, to which Mahei was very surprised. The boy assumed that this was the same artist from the family associated with martial arts about whom he was warned and said that he was more greedy than talented. Old man Wu asked what business brought Mr. Chun Hong to the boy. Mahei began to worry about the old man, but he said not to worry and trust him. Chun Hong replied that this matter should not concern the old man. He does not want to harm him, but things could get out of control if he continues to block the road. He mockingly addressed the mercenaries next to him, jokingly saying that they were even more impatient than himself. Chun Hong said that because of this child, many people lost their jobs, and he created an association of artists because he could not tolerate such upstarts as the boy. He also added that artists should help each other. Old man Wu asked if the boy was to blame for being talented, to which the man wanted to stop the conversation. Chun Hong replied that if he does not want to retreat, then both of them will have to die here. Old man Wu laughed and replied that he really thought he was that stupid. The mediator clapped his hands, saying that he had foreseen the occurrence of such a situation. He said that the man had probably forgotten that the old man was a man who made deals with other people. At that moment, a man landed on the roof of the cart. A long-haired, gray-haired man stood confidently on the roof and asked if he should kill these people, to which the old man replied that he just needed to teach them a lesson for the future. The gray-haired man asked if the old man used one wish, to which he answered in the affirmative, and the deal was concluded. The man jumped off the roof and walked steadily towards the mercenaries. They were amazed at how easily the man jumped down, and realized that he was definitely a master. The mercenaries decided that he was just a shameless old man, and they could attack him. The men, armed, rushed forward, ready to attack the gray-haired man. He clenched his fist and said that he was ordered not to kill them. The man approached the first attacker and punched Togo in the arm. He fought every armed opponent with his bare hands and won one victory after another. In front of one of the opponents, The old man lifted the second mercenary by the chest. Then he moved to the person watching the fight and hit Togo in the chin. From such a strong blow, the man fell unconscious to the ground. A long-haired, gray-haired man stood among the mercenaries lying on the ground. He turned to the remaining men and asked if they were going to attack you. Chun Hong turned to one of the men and asked if he should not earn back the money he was paid. At the same moment, the mercenary was suddenly grabbed by the head and squeezed by a strong hand. Chun Hong was confused and very afraid of the one who was moving towards him. He began to back away. I explained to the gray-haired man that I was wrong and perhaps we should stop there. When the man raised his fist, he shouted, asking if he knew who he was. Struck by the blow, Chun Hong lay on the ground when the long-haired man told the old man that he still had 5 wishes left. Old Man Wu nodded and breathed out a sigh of relief as he watched what the man did. At that time, Mahei, amazed by what he saw, looked fascinated at the long-haired gray-haired man. The carriage continued on its way when the boy asked the old man who was the man who defeated the mercenaries. Old Man Wu explained that his name is Ma Ryan and he hired him to be a bodyguard and made a secret deal with him, to which the boy asked if the man was a martial arts master. The intermediary explained that he was not just a master, but had reached the peak of his skill. The boy added that the fact that such a person became the old man's bodyguard was truly grandiose. The boy suspected that someone was guarding them, but he did not think that it would be such an outstanding master. Remembering the fight, he realized that he was able to feel all his power despite the fact that he was simply throwing punches and kicks. The old man said that for some time the attacking men would calm down, and explained that since they were not good enough, they lost their jobs and became angry with the boy. Mahei asked the old man if he didn't need to be more careful and that he didn't think that other people might get hurt because of him. The old man laughingly pointed his smoking pipe at the boy and told him not to be mistaken. He seriously looked into Mahei's face and explained that rewards always correspond to abilities, but there is still an unfair moment. It is unknown what would have happened to the boy if they had not had such a strong bodyguard when they encountered the attackers. The old man witnessed the massacres and said that in the best case, his hand would have been cut off, and in the worst, his throat would have been crawled over. Mahei listened in fear to the old man who continued smoking his pipe. The old man noted that it would be good if the boy became an adult faster, since the world is not so safe that a child can calmly do whatever he wants. Mahei asked how one can learn martial arts, to which the old man was surprised and asked why he was suddenly asking such a thing. But the boy was not going to back down, and stubbornly looked at the old man waiting for an answer. Old Man Wu noted that at the age of 16 a boy can already get married, and in order to master martial arts well, one must begin to practice them at an early age. He told the boy that he believed that it was too late to start training there, and even if he started now, he would not be able to become an absolute warrior. Suddenly, Old Man Wu clapped his hands twice. Ma appeared hanging from the roof in the opening. Ryan asked whether it was necessary to kill the boy, to which the old man answered in the negative and asked what would happen in his opinion if the guy now began to study martial arts. Ma Ryan asked if this was the old man's wish. The mediator replied that he only had 5 wishes left, and he should use them in more important situations, and this was just a request. The man looked at the boy who was stubbornly looking at him. He replied that this child is capable of becoming a master because he has the ability to do this, to which the boy was very happy and the old man was surprised. The intermediary asked how he could say that. The man replied that if he wanted him to say something else, he needed to be more precise. The annoyed old man thanked the man for listening to his request, to which the man said that it was not so difficult. Mohei literally glowed with happiness upon hearing the news that he had martial arts abilities. Old Man Wu saw the boy's reaction and watched him closely. He said not to listen too much to the man's words, which the boy was surprised by. The old man explained that even if he was told that in order to become a master, his talent would require his hands and feet to bleed, the boy replied that he was ready for something like that and understood that he would have to make incredible efforts. The intermediary said that even if you have talent, it will take decades to become a perfect master. Ma intervened in the conversation, Ryan answering that this is not necessary. He explained that it all depends on who will teach the boy. Perhaps it will really take a decade, or, on the contrary, he can become a master in just a couple of years. Old Man Wu grabbed his head in despair and expressed a metaphor that the thief, instead of hitting his partner with a stone, hit his partner with it. Ma Ryan did not understand the proverb and asked the old man if he wanted to start stealing now. Ma Ryan, he said that no matter how much he earned, he was still insatiable and that if this was a wish, he would fulfill it, and asked who the old man wanted to rob, to which the intermediary got angry and replied that he wanted to be alone. The boy looked with sympathy at the men who did not understand each other. He turned to the master, explaining that Mr. Wu didn't seem to want him to master martial arts, so after he said that the boy had abilities, the old man's mood worsened. The master, surprised by such a statement, asked the irritated old man looking at the floor if this was really so. Not hearing Ma's answer, Ryan took the silence for agreement, and explained that what was said cannot be taken back. Old man Wu exploded and shouted at the master, explaining that he was ready to kill him for such an answer to the boy, since he simply had to destroy his expectations. He was exhausted and put his head on his knees while the master and the boy sat in silence. Having calmed down, the old man replied that, after all, it was not his fault and he himself should have been sincere from the very beginning. He raised his head to the boy and explained that he had hoped that he would focus on painting first, so he felt regret that he wanted to do something else. Mahei replied that he understood the old man. He explained that if a boy is worried about the emergence of such conflicts as today, then he can find him a bodyguard since he knows several good masters. Old man Wu advised the boy to focus his attention on painting, with which Mahei quietly agreed. The old man added that it would be nice if he trained in martial arts 2 days a week. The intermediary smiled at him and explained that he hoped that he would become better than everyone else, and asked if the boy trusted him. Understanding reigned between the boy and the old man, and Ma Ryan said that it was time for him to go back to the roof. The carriage stopped near the estate when night fell on the street. Old man Wu told the boy to be careful and that they would see each other tomorrow, and the boy thanked Togo for today. A voice was heard nearby, addressed to the boy. A man in a black patch over his eye stood in front of him, and said that the gentleman was asked to urgently visit him. Old man Wu noted that it had already passed midnight, and wouldn't it be rude if the boy set off now, and would only be there in the morning. The man in the bandage replied that he had already received permission and that there would be no problems with it. Old man Wu still tried to stop the man from taking the boy. The boy looked at the man and noted that despite the fact that he came with a request, he behaved proudly and confidently, and it seems that having the power of laws and manners, they do not play any role for you. Mohei, I understood that the word of the strongest is the law and the weak must obey unquestioningly, since the strong eats the weak. He closed his eyes and thought about how much he had experienced today. I remembered the threats from the prince, and how he was almost killed by Li Chun Han's mercenaries. He looked decisively at the men arguing among themselves and made a decision. The boy turned to old man Yu, saying that he would go with the man in the bandage. The old man doubted until he looked at the determined boy. The man in the blindfold pointed to the cart, and told the boy to get into it. The boy moved towards the cart, thinking that despite the fact that the old man was helping him, this was not enough. He walked forward decisively, and talked about how he had to become stronger. The cart moved and the horses carried it forward while a man watched from the roof of the house. It was the Reaper Ion who cursed as he watched the boy slip away from him again. A man stood on the roof of the estate, and watched the cart speed away down the street. Ion Guk-rin watched what was happening, trying to track down the boy. He reasoned that first the long-haired master interfered with him, and now a man in a bandage is taking the boy away. The Reaper sat down on the roof, thinking that perhaps he just needed to attack sharply, but so far he did not understand how to defeat the master who was hiding. There was also a problem that the man in the headband looks on par with the Reaper, and if they start a fight who will make a lot of noise and the Wasan clan will come. He grabbed his head in frustration and cursed. I don't understand why it's so difficult to take just one child. Suddenly the idea came to him that he should stage a surprise attack. Quickly jumping from roof to roof, he only went down to the ground. His legs quickly rushed along the ground trying to catch up with the boy. Running out of the alley onto the main street, he noticed a carriage approaching. The Reaper quickly braked, thinking that he had almost caught up with the cart with the boy. He ran out onto the main street, surprised to find something ahead of him. Not far from the carriage, disciples of the Manhwa sect were walking along the street. He held his head, complaining about his failure, while the men in white looked at him. The stopped disciples of the sect did not have time to recognize the wanted Reaper in the man, when suddenly the Reaper cut the throat of the sect disciple closest to him. His sword was covered in blood when he told the sect members that he had forgotten that he had been terribly lucky lately, although he usually had no luck before. The Reaper stood with a wild smile and asked the men why they weren't attacking. The men finally recovered from the shock and realized that in front of them was the Reaper Ion Guk Rin, and rushed towards him with weapons. The Reaper took a confident stance, smiled and told them to attack him. The carriage with the boy moved forward and he kept thinking about the words of the master that mastery of martial art depends on the one who will teach him. Mohei, sitting opposite the man in the blindfold, thought about how he could find a good teacher. The boy remembered that the masters he had met were Master Ma Ryan from Reaper. He exhaled with annoyance, realizing that they were unlikely to make outstanding teachers. The boy also wondered if the Reaper had seen his picture. Mohei, embarrassed, I decided that all this was in vain because I remembered the Reaper's laugh at another master. Meanwhile, the man in the bandage told the boy to get out of the cart. The boy came out and the man in the bandage told him to follow the merit that was already standing to the side. Noticing something, the man in the bandage turned away from the boy and looked away. He thought that on the way he felt the battle between the masters of Murim, and it could not get out of his head. The man climbed onto his horse and thought it would be nice to find out what happened there. He shouted and urged his horse forward, galloping quickly down the street. The man missed a cart that was approaching the estate. She quietly drove along the street in the direction where the man had just left. A man in white got out of the cart, and his attendant asked him if he was really going to enter the estate. It was Master and Elder Chong Bang who said that he was worried about the purity of His Holiness, and that it could be overshadowed by worldly affairs. Ignoring the elder's words, the master moved forward and wanted to look at the richest man in the world. Mohei followed the woman who led him through the estate that was already familiar to him. The boy looked back, thinking about how he had been feeling recently. Everyone except him does not notice the presence of Master Ma Ryan, who followed him like a ghost. He recalled that although they were together all the time, ordinary people could not understand that he was near the boy. Mohei looked at the master in fascination and understood that he wanted to learn this technique. He carefully examined the master, trying to understand how he did it. The boy noticed that he was bending his toes unusually, most likely to get rid of the sound when he touched the floor. Mohei began to try similar walking on himself to understand this technique. He continued to walk with merit, stepping on his toes. The servant turned around asking if he was feeling unwell, to which the boy replied that he just wanted to go to the restroom. The woman smiled sweetly, saying that he could go to the right, there would be a restroom around the corner, and in the meantime she would inform the gentleman about his arrival. The boy thought that this technique is not as simple as it seems. He followed the direction of the restroom while the master continued to follow him. Suddenly the boy turned around and noticed something about Master Ma Ryan is nearby. He took a closer look at him, and realized that the master had some kind of special breathing technique. A certain consciousness came to the boy while looking at the man. He began to step on his toes as Master Ma had done earlier. Ryan _. The boy evened out his breathing and began to reproduce what he noticed in the man. Ma Ryan noticed a change in behavior in the boy and asked himself what he was doing. The boy kept walking with a special step and did not stop the breathing technique he had learned. Suddenly the master froze, seeing something incredible in front of him. The boy in front of him began to gradually dissolve into thin air. Suddenly Ma Ryan, confused and shocked, was left all alone in the middle of the estate. His hands trembled because he had long understood that something strange was happening. The master realized that no matter how talented a person is, it is impossible to easily master the ghostly wanderer technique, since only a few high-level masters can master it. But remembering what happened, he noticed that the boy always detected his presence nearby. Then he saw how the boy began to imitate the steps of the ghostly wanderer, and now disappeared right before his eyes. Ma Ryan, shocked and frightened, asked out loud what that guy was doing. From the void came a sound from an invisible boy who did not hear what the master said. He asked Ma Ryan really can't see him. Ma Ryan stood in shock, looking into the emptiness from which the boy asked if he could see him. He understood that even if Mohei was talking, he was still invisible, and this was the last stage of the ghostly wanderer technique. Having recovered a little from the shock, the master smiled silently. He rubbed his face with his hand in confusion, preparing to say something. The master turned to the boy, inviting him to talk to him, to which Mohei agreed and appeared in front of him. Ma Ryan asked him if the boy just looked and copied the technique of the ghostly wanderer without ever studying it before. Mohei confirmed this. The master replied that the boy had even more outstanding abilities than he had previously imagined. He warned that you need to be careful because the Murim masters consider those who copy their martial arts to be thieves. The boy answered in confusion that he had not thought about that and asked for forgiveness if he had offended the man. The master said that he did not see the point in the offense, and he was simply impressed by the boy's skills. But he warned that in the future, having seen some kind of martial art, you don't need to copy it anymore, but you should just pretend that you don't know, because many will want to kill him for it. Ma Ryan continued by saying that the ability to steal martial arts means that the boy can destroy the balance, and he must take up the sword only for his own safety. Mahei asked why he was saving his life since he said that everyone would try to kill him, to which the master shrugged. He carelessly replied that he did not know the answer to this question. The master further explained that, firstly, he is a mercenary and if there is no order, he does not kill people, and secondly, Old Man Wu asked him to protect him as a boy. In addition, he added that the boy showed the completed stage of a ghostly wanderer, which he had dreamed of seeing all his life. The boy was surprised by the master's answer and stood silently. Suddenly, the voice of a servant was heard from behind, who asked what the boy was doing here, and meanwhile the master disappeared into thin air. She excitedly ran up to the boy, saying that she was looking for him in the restroom and in other parts of the estate. Mahei apologized and explained that he seemed to have lost his way. The servant said that he needed to hurry as the master was already waiting for him. The boy agreed and continued on his way, following the estates behind the woman's servant. Mahei was thinking about the fact that he looked at the technique a couple of times and was already able to copy it, and also mastered a level that Master Ma had not yet reached. Ryan _. He walked behind the woman and looked at the water in the nearby pond and thought that this was a little unfair. Suddenly, pink streams of energy reached him from somewhere. He turned his head trying to find the source from which it came. Not far away, he saw a group of people in white walking along the corridors of the estate. Suddenly the master from the group stopped, to which Zhang Bong reacted by asking if everything was okay. The master looked to the side and found what he saw in front of him interesting. At the other end of the corridor stood a confused Mahei who was peering at a group of people in white. He was shocked because he thought he saw the whole world in black and white, but for the first time in his entire life, he saw a person who had his own color. Pink energy swirled around the old man in front of him in the form of clouds. The boy grabbed his throat and realized that a great man was standing in front of him. Mahei clearly saw the old man smiling at him and understood that the presence of this man took his breath away. He wondered who this person was and another thought came to his mind. The boy touched the clouds with his hand and wondered how he knew that it was bright pink. The old man called the boy and took a step forward towards him. Suddenly before Mahei appeared a white spot of which he was afraid. The old man stood right in front of the boy and asked him what the world looks like if you look at it through Choyi-ken, a mirror that shows the true essence of things. The boy stood confused and silently looked at the old man in front of him. The master smiled at the boy and looked at Togo with interest. Suddenly the old man realized that he had not introduced himself, and said that his name was So Yi-jiao from the Wasan clan, and asked what the boy's name was. The surprised boy said that his name was Soman Muvi while Jiang Ban was approaching the master. The master thought that after he had fully comprehended Huajian, he had not yet met among the masters who had also mastered it, people who could penetrate into the areas of his extrasensory perception. But the confused boy in front of him was able to easily cope with this task. He called his eyes like those that see the world as a picture. The old man became interested in how this child saw the world while the boy spoke to him. He hesitantly asked if the old man was a celestial being by chance. The old man smiled, saying that no celestial being would come out of him, which is why he decided so. The boy explained that he sees bright pink clouds enveloping him, and does not understand what they mean. The master looked at his hand and was surprised that the boy saw it as pink clouds. I concluded that it is quite possible that the boy sees pink clouds as something that usually cannot be seen or touched, invisible chi energy. He was surprised that the boy was able to touch her, and thought that perhaps his eyes were even more unique than he had originally thought. The old man asked the boy how old he was, to which Mahei asked why he was asking about this. Standing nearby, Zhang Bang became angry at the way the boy was talking to His Holiness. The old man looked at Zhang Bang disapprovingly and asked him to be quieter. A voice was heard from the side that said that he would like to first receive a guest who arrived by special invitation, and if a meeting is scheduled, then the old man must yield. She appeared in front of the boy Sen accompanied by servants. The golden beetle asked if he was wrong in his reasoning. Zhang Bang rushed to the merchant, explaining that His Holiness just wanted to get to know him, so they looked into the estate. So Yijia looked at the merchant and realized that he was the richest man in the world. He thought that he would be sorry to let this child go so easily. The old man decided that he couldn't let him go so easily and asked if he remembered the boy's name correctly, to which he answered in the affirmative. He handed the boy a dagger, saying that his name was Red Plum Branch, and he was giving this weapon to him. The boy took the dagger in surprise and asked why the old man was giving such a valuable thing to him. So Yijia replied that he simply ties the boy to himself with this thing. The old man held the dagger in his outstretched hand and said that he was giving it to the boy. He was very surprised and asked why the master was giving such a valuable thing to him. The old man, to the boy's surprise, replied that he was tying him to himself with this thing. The boy took the dagger tighter and looked at the old man with embarrassment, fear and distrust. He laughed when he saw the boy's reaction and replied that perhaps he had misunderstood him. The old man explained that he wanted the boy to become his student. At this statement, the merchant and Zhang Bang turned around in shock. The boy was surprised by this statement and asked if he had heard correctly. The silence in the estate was broken by the exclamation of Zhang Bang, who dissuaded the master from this venture. He explained that in their clan there was a huge line of children who would like to study with the master. The old man said that he simply liked this boy, to which Zhang Bang reacted sharply, asking what kind of nonsense the master was talking about now. Xiao Yijia noted to himself that this child had unique abilities and therefore attracted his attention. Zhang Bang still couldn't calm down, and asked what would happen if this boy became the master's student. The boy asked for forgiveness, and said that he could not accept this dagger. Zhang Bang was shocked by this statement, and the old man was very surprised. Mohei explained that the master is certainly a great man, but the teacher for him is essentially a second father, and he cannot follow the person whom he first saw. Zhang Bang, getting angry, began to scold the boy that even when he saw the branch of a red plum, he did not understand who was standing in front of him and began to list the titles of the master, where he stopped him. The master told Zhang Bang that it was enough to disgrace him here in front of people. So Yijia answered the boy that he reasoned correctly, and was right in that you need to be careful about the choice of the master. But he had something else to say to the child, and he took a step forward. The master put his hand on the dagger that the boy was holding and said that he still hoped that he would take care of this thing. Mohei he replied that he didn't think what would ever happen to his students, and wondered why he was still giving him the dagger. The master replied that he would not give it away, but would leave the weapon with him, because in this case, one day the boy would have to come to him to return this thing, and before that moment the boy would have time to think everything over well. The boy said that perhaps he would really come to him just to return the dagger, to which the master agreed and decided that if by that moment the boy's opinion did not change, then simply returning the thing would be enough. The old man turned around and left saying that there are some things that cannot be solved by force. He added that the monks say that those whom we meet today could have been important people for us in a past life, and today he learned this truth, and this is already worth the fact that he came down from the mountain. To the surprise of everyone present, the elder began to disappear into thin air. He said that he hoped for understanding and they would not be offended if he cleared his head a little and ordered Zhang Bang to miss the boy in his absence. The master advised the boy not to get close to the old man who is next to him as he smells a very strong smell of blood, which is not a good sign. Mahei turned towards the gray-haired man whom no one could see before. He thought about the identity of So Yijia so far as the only person who has color in his black and white world. The boy looked into the void in which the master had disappeared and wondered if there was at least one more person like him in the world. Meanwhile, the golden beetle carefully examined the guy, analyzing the situation that had developed. He thought that he considered the boy as a toy that could temporarily attract attention to Prince Yongqin, but to his surprise the Wasen clan and their strongest master became interested in the boy and gave him a branch of a red plum. The red plum branch has been a symbol of the Wasen clan's strength since in the past. Teacher Xiao Yiji killed an evil spirit and took his weapon to make this legendary dagger. The golden beetle thought whether this boy would become a student of the clan or not. In any case, we must use this child to the maximum. He smiled contentedly looking at the standing boy, thinking that he would be of great benefit. The boy approached the merchant, saying that he had been told that he wanted to see him, to which the man replied that this was not an urgent matter and asked if the boy was hungry. Mohei was delighted by such hospitality, and said that he was really pretty hungry. The merchant said that at his age you need to eat well, but he doesn't know what the boy preferred, so he prepared everything he could and invited Togo to have breakfast. John Bong still couldn't calm down and shouted after the boy that the red plum branch was a very valuable thing. Frustrated, he was left alone, regretting the master's action. The afternoon sun illuminated the Murinwan estate, Mahay's home from which he had left. An old man sitting in the estate who coughed loudly. It was the head of the Seomun family Janchen. He asked how Mahay's work was going and heard that he was with Prince Yongchin. Seomun Gil-jae, the second son of the family, sat in front of his grandfather. You answered that you didn't know why he was being called to the prince and was very worried, although it turned out to be a very affectionate reception and the prince praised the work of his younger brother. The old man was surprised by what he heard, but the second son confirmed that Prince Yongchin even took out his brother's painting and personally showed it to him. Gil-jae he said that he himself was very surprised because in such a short time his younger brother's skill had improved greatly. In addition, he noted that he even drew eyes, which the old man was very happy about. He thought that the boy constantly stubbornly refused to draw eyes despite his young age and announced that since everything was going well, he could now calmly vacate the position of head of the family. The old man noted that since Hangel died, it is necessary to bring Mahay back home, because in order to draw portraits of the emperor, he needs to practice a lot, and the second brother must help the younger one. Gil-jae thought that the deceased older brother was outstanding and the younger brother was also like that. They are people who are very difficult for an ordinary guy like him to follow. The guy also shared with his grandfather a story that the prince told him, namely the reason why his younger brother does not draw eyes in his paintings. He reported that the boy told the prince that the person whose eyes he drew would die. The old man was surprised and asked if this was the reason why the boy left the house, thinking that his older brother died because of him, when he finished the painting with him. Gil-jae replied that it seems the younger brother believes that there is some kind of curse on him. In addition, the guy added that, strange as it may sound, immediately upon returning home he learned that the prince had been executed for treason. The guy thought that an attempt had been made on the imperial life, and the killer was discovered in the prince's residence. The old man replied that, nevertheless, this was just an assumption, and in any case he must return his younger brother home. Gil-jae nodded confidently and said that they would carry out his grandfather's instructions. Leaving the room, the guy closed the door behind him. Standing in the corridor, he thought that for the sake of their family he had to bring his brother home. Gil-jae recalled the prince's words about the boy explaining to him that the person whose eyes he draws will certainly die. And now the second son of the Soman family was wondering whether this was really causeless anxiety. The busy daytime streets of the city were filled with the hum of citizens' conversations. At the food tables, people talked about how the plum blossom sword asked the Phoenix Lord to become his disciple and also gave this child a red plum branch. People gossiped that the master left the blade to the boy in memory of himself, since he seemed to be terribly talented, but they were surprised why the master was rejected. Muhei, sitting at the table, listened to the conversations of people who believed that he did not like the attention of such a great man and that the boy seemed to lack courage. He put his chopsticks down next to the untouched bowl of noodles with meat. The boy got up from the table, thinking that this only happened in the morning and rumors had already spread so much. He was wondering if he really missed such a significant chance since Elder Soyija is such a famous person. A long-haired, gray-haired old man was sitting on the roof when he heard a boy asking if he knew Elder Soyija. From the roof, the old man asked what the boy meant. He explained that the elder was one of the 15 chosen by God and the strongest master of the clan. Ma Ryan replied that of course he knew all this, and the boy asked why he never mentioned him. The master jumped off the roof and climbed inside closer to the boy. He asked Mahei what would have happened if he had told him in advance and made that different choice. The boy realized that even if he had known about him in advance, he still would not have been able to immediately become his student. He realized that the decision he made then was correct. Ma Ryan reminded the boy to be careful even in his thoughts, and in any case, according to the master, he should always think only about the good. The boy agreed, saying that it all depends on how determined you are. The carriage moved quickly through the sunny streets of the bustling city. Ma Ryan noted that they would soon be there, and when the old man returned, he would introduce one person to the boy. Muhei asked what kind of person would be brought to him, to which Ma Ryan replied that this would be his personal bodyguard. The boy was a little upset remembering the situation when they were attacked. The carriage stopped while the boy was still thinking about his new bodyguard. It was quiet in the small abandoned hut in the middle of the city. The man inside pulled his shirt off his shoulder about his fresh wounds. Reaper Ion cursed looking at the abrasions and tried to move his hand. He thought about how he dealt with the guys from the Wasan clan a few hours ago. But suddenly a man in a black bandage appeared on his horse on his way and disrupted all his plans. Upon meeting, a man wearing a black patch over one eye looked angrily at the Reaper. He assessed the situation by looking at the lying people from the Wasan clan. The man in the bandage asked Jonah if he was the Reaper. He declared that he could not turn a blind eye to the murder that he had committed here. Jumping off his horse, the man announced that the Reaper should follow them. Throwing his clenched fist forward, the man prepared to strike the Reaper. Ion was alarmed and angry at this outcome of events and cursed loudly. Sitting in the hut, he recalled that because the fight with this man dragged on, there was a fuss and in the end he had to escape. And now he was hiding in a hut like a rat, surrounded on all sides by people from the Wasan clan. But at the same time he wanted to kill that scoundrel who ruined all his plans. The Reaper loudly slammed the door, cursing the boy and blaming him for all the troubles. He looked at his standing sword in the corner and approached it. Ion took the sword in his hands, thinking that now even the people of Murim are paying attention to the boy. But he understood that the world still did not understand who he really was and that he needed to get the boy by any means. The bodies of murdered people from the Wasan clan lay in the street. Zhang Bong looked at them while they reported to him that, according to eyewitnesses, it was the Reaper who did it. The elder was surprised that there were eyewitnesses, to which his student replied that it was the one-eyed iron fist of Mbek Ho that other students saw. Zhang Bong was shocked that even though the Reaper faced the one-eyed iron fist, he still managed to escape. The student replied that it's hard to believe. The knife knocked Mbek Ho off his feet and ran away. Zhang Bong wondered how much the Reaper's skills had improved since he was able to knock down the one-eyed iron fist. The elder turned to the master saying that resolving the problem with the Reaper is now more important than searching for the creator of the drawings on the wall. The master, looking at the bodies of the students, agreed with the elder and said that they would do so. In addition, the master looked at the marks of the sword on the bodies and concluded that he had already seen them somewhere. He remembered that it was a very unpleasant incident a long time ago, and wondered if it was a ghost sword ma. The master, realizing this, ordered to immediately send a message to the people from the Mutung clan so that they notify everyone. To the surprise of the elder and the student, he announced that he seemed to have found traces of the occultists ma. The master thought that the occultists had not appeared for 50 years and the peace between them had been too long, and it seemed that this was the calm before the storm. Daylight entered the room filled with beautiful jugs through the windows. The man at the table unrolled the scroll, reading the words magic flow there. The man concluded that it looked like they wanted to appoint him as a leader. For 50 years, in order to gain knowledge and experience, new masters were secretly sent into the world under the leadership of the Supreme Master. The training of gods and demons is an event called magical flow. The man, looking at the scroll, said that he would not be bored on the way. He heard about the creator of the great work, the one who was able to flawlessly steal a martial art. At first he didn't believe it, but after checking everything he realized that it was true. The man turned to the student standing next to him, asking if he had heard correctly that snotty boy became the ruler of the Union of Death Reapers. The student asked that perhaps he meant his student whom he mentioned, to which the man replied that he simply taught him several techniques and could not call Togo a student, but still, nevertheless, Ion Gukrin achieved an excellent rise. The man, smiling evilly, noted that lately everything seemed to be going too well for Ion and this was terribly infuriating him. He noted that this time he needed to meet him in person and break at least his arm or leg. Night fell and the city fell into sleep. Meanwhile, conversations continued in one of the estates. In front of a stranger, leader of an artists' organization, Li Chunhong was indignant at the increased price of 11 once in just one night. The man pointed out that Chunhong could cancel the request if he was not satisfied with the price, but he tried to bargain for half. The stranger firmly said that the price for the order was 300 silver coins. The half of his face was hidden by his collar, but this did not prevent him from seeing his smile when he said that he could not give up a penny of the stated amount. Li Chunhong reproached the man for the fact that his order was the death of only one artist, and for such an honorable organization as the Black Moon, this matter should have been resolved with a snap of the fingers. The man answered the leader of the artists' organization that such a thing was really simple for them. But at the same time, he said that it took a lot of effort and time to take a person's life with a snap of his fingers, and he must take this into account. Lee Chun-hong winced at the man's assertiveness when he said that if killing a person is not worthy of spending his money, then this conversation needs to end. The leader of the artists nevertheless agreed to the deal and said that he would pay as much as they demanded. In the man's hand was a bag of silver coins. He thought that he had asked too much for this matter, and was able to take advantage of the old man's ignorance of the prices. He stopped in the middle of the estate with a bag of money in his hands and asked out loud if Sam Ho was nearby. He called himself, confirming his presence to the leader but not coming into the light. The manager said that he had received the money, and this time Sam Ho would be perfect to fulfill the order in the best possible way. Ho himself replied that he would take on the assignment, hiding his personality in the shadows. Mohei's legs quickly ran along the ground, carrying him forward. He ran down the street next to the man who accompanied him. Mohei breathed heavily and thought that a problem had recently arisen with his first attempts at learning martial arts. He recalled how he practiced the ghostly wanderer technique with Master Ma Ryan. The boy ran with all his might but suddenly fell to his knees straight to the ground. It turned out that 6 steps using this technique was his limit. Master Ma Ryan looked sternly at the boy when he fell and expressed his opinion. Unfortunately, it turned out that Mohei lacked physical strength, and that's why he had such a result. Since then, the boy has been running around the city several times a day to increase his endurance. He stopped and asked his bodyguard Ban for forgiveness for causing him trouble. Ban Yang was hired by Old Man Wu to guard the boy. The young guy said that it was even fun for him to remember what it was like to run using chi energy. The boy was grateful to him for his advice on running and suggested that they think about what they should eat for dinner. Together they decided that they would eat lamb for dinner, and, to Ban Yang's surprise, the boy offered to run them home. Mohei explained this to the bodyguard by saying that he did not want to forget what he had learned from him. Ban Yang looked at the boy running forward and considered him a sincere person, was alarmed by something, and he stopped, looking around questioningly. He examined the area and realized that where they were running was quite deserted. Suddenly, the only merchant who stood on the side of the street stuck out a dagger from under his cape. Ban Yang quickly reacted upon noticing the danger, and reached for his sword. He shouted to the boy running ahead to run away. Mohei turned around in surprise to see that his bodyguard was about to attack the merchant. The bodyguard was already approaching the shop with a sword and ready to fight. To his surprise, the man pretending to be a merchant overturned the table. The mercenary jumped over the barriers and landed on the ground right in front of the bodyguard. The table flew straight at Ban Yen, but he managed to close it, throwing it back. The mercenary, meanwhile, took out the dagger completely and rushed with it at the boy. Mohei, despite Ban Yang's instructions, stood and watched the fight without intending to run away. The bodyguard noticed this and shouted a warning to the boy. 2 men dressed in black with their faces covered and holding weapons appeared behind Ban Yang. The mercenary was getting closer and closer to Mohei, who was standing motionless. The boy assessed the situation and realized that he was in great danger. Shackled by fear and shock, he thought about how to deal with this situation. Thoughts were spinning in his head. Despite the fear, he had to make a quick decision. The boy turned around and decided to run as quickly as possible from the attacker. He ran down the street and hoped to get as far as possible. The mercenary followed him, thinking that it was useless for the boy to fuss like that. He concluded that for a guy who knows nothing about martial arts, he has good speed, but he has nothing else to show. The mercenary hoped that at the moment when the guy turned the corner, Togo's balance would be disrupted and the killer would be able to catch up with him. Suddenly chasing the boy, the mercenary was surprised by what he saw. Mohei lowered one hand directly to the ground and slid his palm along it. He slowed down slightly, squinting from the pain in his palm that the slip caused. The mercenary noted that the boy touched the ground with his bare hand to reduce his speed. He noted that this was a good tactic, but still the boy could not escape from him. The mercenary emerged from around the corner in full confidence that the boy would now be in his hands. Shocked, he froze in place, peering ahead. In front of him was an empty street where he could not find the boy who had simply disappeared. The mercenary stood and looked at the empty alley into which the boy turned. He did not understand how the artist could escape from him. The killer thought that he had looked around this alley many times and could not find a single crack there to hide, and guessed that perhaps the guy had mastered martial arts and was able to speed up. The bodyguard's feet walked heavily on the ground and blood dripped from him. He approached the killer from behind, catching him by surprise. Ban Yen struck the killer with his sword and he blocked the blade with his dagger. The bodyguard continued to angrily and confidently press on the enemy's blade. The mercenary resisted, but in his thoughts he understood that the mission had already been failed. He slid the blade of his dagger against the sword, pushing it away. Chongbong's hand, along with the sword, fell back down, and the enemy's dagger hung menacingly in the air. The mercenary firmly decided to deal with the bodyguard and leave. The blade of his dagger quickly flashed right next to the eyes of the dodging Chongbong. The bodyguard, with the last of his strength, dodged the enemy's blows. The mercenary, determined to kill Chongbong, continued to try to strike. Suddenly, he was still able to kick the bodyguard in the stomach. Chongbong twisted from sharp pain and was surprised by this blow. The mercenary took advantage of the enemy's weakness and rushed forward with a dagger. The bodyguard, standing on one knee and holding his hand to the wound on his stomach, gathered his last strength. Suddenly he made a sharp thrust with his sword towards the mercenary. A wound appeared on the wrist of the mercenary struck by the blow, from which blood immediately spurted out. Angered by the precise hit of the enemy, the mercenary threw a dagger at him. Chongbong knocked the dagger aside, shielding himself with the blade of his sword. This hesitation distracted the bodyguard while the mercenary disappeared behind the wall of the alley. The bodyguard did not want to give up, and confidently held the sword in his hand, but quickly realized that the enemy had disappeared. Muhei's voice was heard next to Chongbong, asking if everything was okay with the bodyguard. To the surprise of the bodyguard, a tired and breathing heavily boy stood in the alley. Chongbong was happy to see that his master was okay and said that he seemed to be hiding in a safe place. The bodyguard quickly noticed that the boy's palm was stripped to the point of bleeding and said that it needed to be treated quickly. Muhei noted that compared to him, Chongbong's wound was much more serious, but he replied that he was used to this and asked to give him his wounded hand. Muhei extended his palm and the bodyguard poured alcohol from the bottle he had on him onto the wound. Chongbong told the boy to endure it, even though it hurts, but the wound will not fester. He noted that it looked like the boy was in more pain than he could have thought, and noted that he was enduring the pain. The bodyguard reassuringly said that even if he burst into tears, there will be nothing strange. The boy replied that he hated the feeling of shame more than the feeling of pain. Muhei's surprise, laughed very loudly and cheerfully. The boy's bodyguard said that he thought he had a weak master, but he turned out to be a real man. Muhei looked with incomprehension at the bodyguard's hand, which was showing a thumbs up in a clenched fist. The boy decided that it was better to return home and invited the bodyguard to lean on him. The bodyguard, meanwhile, was upset that they could not eat the lamb. The boy thought that apparently this was the so-called bravado of people from Mirim. At night, on the estate where the conspiracy took place, conversations took place with the artist. The commander who sent the assassins after the boy could not believe that his mercenary had failed. He was on his knees and asked for forgiveness for missing the boy just at the moment when he was about to catch him. The commander was angry with him, saying that this was just one artist and besides, the mercenary had partners, to which he replied that he would atone for his guilt by death. The commander replied that he would make a decision about his fate later, since a lot of money goes into raising one such mercenary, and now he will not allow him to just die and he will have to atone for his guilt. The doors closed behind the mercenary, leaving the commander to ponder what had happened in the room. He was thinking about the fact that he had sent a reliable subordinate, but nevertheless everything went according to my plan. The commander suggested that most likely the target had improved its defenses and that at least 10 of his best mercenaries would be needed to break through to it. He crossed his arms and silently contemplated his next steps. The commander turned to his hiding assistant to send a message to the community. He leaned back on his chair, exhaling heavily and thinking about how many people they would send from the community. During the day, on the estate, the boy trained with a wooden stick, trying to master martial arts. With one hand he held a stick and made a sharp lunge forward, keeping his wounded palm to himself. The boy thought that he should jump back from this position and quickly raise his hand to make a swing, but it didn't work out at all and he lost his balance. With noise, Muhei fell painfully to the ground as his stick rolled to the side. Realized with annoyance that he did not have enough strength, and first he needed to pump himself up. The boy turned over on his back and had fun on the ground, thinking about what would happen if people came to kill him again. He recalled recent events when, having turned the corner, he managed to use the ghostly wanderer technique that saved his life. Muhei, dissatisfied with himself, peered into the sky while lying on the ground. Deciding that he needed to try again, he stood up, intending to continue his training. The boy understood that he should not allow this to happen again, and therefore took the stick in his hands. He closed his eyes, ready to continue his training. Muhei confidently took a fighting position, ready to learn to defend himself. They say that except for the invincible sword Pan Wu Gang, no one could survive the attack from the Black Moon Assassin Organization. Muhei thought about Ban's bodyguard's words that he was the target of the Black Moon Organization. During the attack, he realized that even if he was familiar with martial arts, if their use was not practiced, then they were useless. The boy understood that he did not have enough time, but at the same time he still did not want to sit idly by. He decided to move forward and try to master martial arts in order to survive. He decided to start his training with the martial art of the Reaper. Muhei gave preference to it because he thought and imagined this art most of all. He couldn't forget the power he felt when he saw it for the first time. The boy did not know the name of the tactics, so he gave them his name. He noticed that one tactic continues to be repeated among them. You are under the dragon. Muhei imagined the martial art of the Reaper in his head and saw the man standing in a fighting stance. Afterwards, in his mind he substituted his figure so as to correspond to the position of the Reaper. Suddenly Muhei froze, struck by an unknown feeling. He screamed loudly so that the echo rang throughout the entire estate. Ban came running at his scream, frightened and asking what happened to his master. He ran out into the yard watching the boy lying on the ground scratching in pain. Muhei did not understand what had happened and looked at his hands with tears in his eyes. He realized that all his muscles were twisted when he pictured the technique in his imagination. Zhang Ban laughed and asked what exercise the boy was doing, joking that he looked like an earthworm. Muhei got up from the ground and explained that he had been practicing moves related to martial arts but had failed. Bodyguard Ban was surprised at this answer, looking at the boy who was rising from the ground. He thought that it looked like his owner had seen these movements somewhere on the street and tried to repeat them. Bodyguard Ban suggested that the boy show once the movements that he was trying to do. Muhei shyly warned that it would look sloppy, so after looking he would laugh. The bodyguard assured the staff that if he needed help, he was ready to provide it. Bodyguard Ban boasted that he had become an advanced master, for which the boy congratulated him. He said that after the attack that day, enlightenment came to him, so as a sign of gratitude he would help the boy with the exercises. Muhei decided not to refuse and agreed to show the bodyguard the movement again. He took a stance, holding his wooden weapon tightly in his hand. Bodyguard Ban noted to himself that the boy had a pretty good stance. He followed the movements, noting that first, from a frontal attack, the boy inflicted an oblique cut on the stomach. Then he saw how the boy leaned sharply down from a straight position. Bodyguard Ban was surprised by the movement he saw and did not understand what to expect. He noted that the boy's center of gravity had become unstable and it would be impossible to use him. But nevertheless, the boy struck right in front of the surprised Bodyguard Ban. Muhei confidently held the wooden sword and lunged upward. Then the Ban bodyguard realized that the cut to the stomach was not the first attack. He remembered the movements and realized that it was a deception. According to his observations, a real attack is a direct blow from the bottom up, and if the boy uses this technique in a fight, then his opponent will be able to repel the first blow, but the second attack would certainly be successful. Bodyguard Ban realized that this art of fencing cannot just be seen on the street. While the bodyguard was thinking about professional fencing, the boy suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Sitting, Muhei shyly asked if Chong Ban saw the technique he was showing. Bodyguard Ban asked the boy what kind of fencing technical school he showed him since he was seeing it for the first time. Muhei hesitated, thinking about what to answer since he couldn't say that this was a Reaper technique. Bodyguard Ban noticed this and said that there was no need to answer if it was a difficult question. However, he thought it was a good technique to learn. Muhei was glad to hear this but replied that even if the technique was good to learn, he did not have enough strength to master it. Zhang Bang said that the reason he fell was due to lack of internal qi energy. He asked the boy if he knew the difference between internal and external energy qi, to which he replied that he knew very little. Bodyguard Ban explained that external energy fills the muscles to the limit and allows one to use physical strength to the limit. He looked around trying to find the right conditions to demonstrate an example. The bodyguard asked the boy what would happen if he hit the steps with his fist, to which the boy suggested that most likely they would not crack since they were strong. Zhang Bang knelt closer to the step, intending to check the boy's assumptions. He swung his fist over the steps with confidence and force, intending to strike. The bodyguard hit the step hard with his fist, but it didn't crack. The boy asked if everything was okay with Zhang. He awkwardly replied that yes, and in any case, he showed the limit of the external energy of qi. The bodyguard raised his damaged fist again for another demonstration. The boy was very surprised by what bodyguard Ban showed him next. Zhang Bang explained that what the boy sees now is the power of internal energy qi. In front of him was a step broken by one fist. The bodyguard said that the limit of physical strength is clear, which is why masters try to accumulate energy in their bodies. Zhang Bang explained that if a boy wants to use enormous power, he simply needs internal qi energy. While the bodyguard was examining the damaged step, regretting his rash actions, the boy was thinking about the difference in strength when adding internal qi energy. He came to the conclusion that the internal qi energy was truly grandiose. But he worriedly asked what if he did not have the internal qi energy. Bodyguard Ban, sitting on the ground, was going to tell the boy about the 3 talents breathing method, which allows him to accumulate internal qi energy. He explained to the boy that the accumulation of energy would be insignificant, but this method was stable and there would be no side effects, to which the boy asked whether there were any initially. Bodyguard Ban replied that there could be side effects, but if the boy learns some other way of accumulating qi energy, then the 3 talents already learned earlier will not hinder him in any way. Zhang Bang assumed a lotus position on the ground and called the boy to sit in the same position as him. He further advised to close your eyes, take a deep breath and, as much as possible, concentrate your consciousness. Do not lower your stomach and exhale slowly. Mohei obeyed and, sitting in the lotus position, closed his eyes. He then moved on to the next instructions, focusing on breathing in the lower abdomen. Bodyguard Ban noted that the boy's ability to concentrate was impeccable. He stood up telling the boy to continue, and in the meantime he needed to go describe the appearance of the killers to Mr. Wu. Bodyguard Ban finally said that if Mahei can put his qi energy into the fencing technique and master it correctly, then the martial art that he practiced will have real power. The boy thought about the bodyguard's words about the invested qi energy in fencing techniques while he was leaving. He came up with the idea of combining qi energy and his imagination. In his imagination, the boy performed the steps according to the technique he had seen from the Reaper. He made confident and strong swings with his imaginary sword, but still, the boy's shoulders and arms began to tremble little by little when he stopped for a minute. Next, he made a cutting movement with his sword that was supposed to hit the enemy. Muhei he continued to sit in the lotus position, and his hands were shaking more and more every minute. But in his imagination the boy continued the fight and struck with his sword. He realized that after connecting with qi energy, the technique unfolds more naturally. His muscles and ligaments in his arms were filled with strength. But the boy felt that the breathing method was becoming more and more difficult, and he began to get tired. Muhei tensed as he felt pain as if his whole body was being torn apart. At some point, the pain became so severe and he realized that he could no longer continue. Zhang Ban had already returned from the mediator to the boy and was surprised that he was already resting. He gave him his hand, helping him get up, and said that he shouldn't have overexerted himself so much from the very beginning and that he needed to be more patient. Bodyguard Ban said that he had brought the boy a gift for his efforts. Holding the scroll in his hand, Bodyguard Ban cleared his throat and prepared to say something. He began by saying that the lower abdomen is the sea and he will become a rock bird swimming in it. The boy imagined the strong and huge wings of the rock bird in the sea. She moved like a shadow in the azure waves on the surface where the rays of the sun penetrated. The bodyguard finished the sentence that no one in the world would be against the flapping of the wings of the rock bird in the sea. The boy was surprised and asked what Chong Bang had just said. He replied that this verse wanders around the world and all the masters we tried to comprehend the depth contained in them but failed. He suggested that perhaps the boy would be more fortunate and would understand the truth hidden in them. Having puzzled Mahei, the bodyguard suggested going to Mr. Wu and having a snack on the way since he was very hungry. The boy happily agreed because he was also hungry. Bodyguard Ban shocked Mahei with the news that he must repeat this training every day. After hearing this, the boy began to think that martial arts were not suitable for him at all. He took a step and almost fell. Zhang Bang, noticing this, laughed and asked what his master was doing. He hurried Mahei so that they quickly went to eat, since if his body was weakened, there was nothing better for recovery than lamb. The boy followed the bodyguard and found nothing strange in the movement of his body. He realized that his body was very light, as if he weighed nothing at all. The boy thought that if he was not careful, he might fly into the sky. Ion Guk Rin wrote a letter to his teacher, saying that recently his life had been so difficult that it was difficult for him to contact him and perhaps this letter could be his last. He said that he is now writing this letter while in ambush, surrounded by people from the Wasan clan, to survive somehow, but nothing in life comes easy. The Reaper's teacher read a letter from him while in a carriage that was moving slowly. Ion Gukrin said that he found the unusual guy he talked about last time. He noted that the sword of the blossoming plum So Yi Jiao was the first to see him, but No is still going to take the boy and raise him. The Reaper also added that he could do this if only he survived and was able to get out of the trap. Then he would definitely contact him again with his teacher. The Reaper's teacher was a gray-haired old man with a strong build. He was not alone in the cart, and his companions were interested in the letter that came to him. Iron Fist Jion Cha, who was a young guy. I noted that it was a great honor to become the disciple of such a great man, so he was always jealous of the Reaper. He told the teacher that he had heard that his student had become the Lord of the Death Reaper Union and asked what his abilities were, to which the old man replied 100 that he was definitely on the same level as the masters from the sect. However, he noted that the higher a Reaper rises, the higher his level will be valued, and it is not so easy to see the martial arts of Zhongwen. Jade Sword Yong Riha also asked the young guy if he understood correctly that the martial arts of the sect and Zhongwen were on the same level. The old man looked seriously at the young guys and thought that they were two serious kids. He smiled slyly and said that they are always interested in something from him, but this time he also wants to ask something. The old man looked at Yong Riha and Cheon Cha, who asking what will happen if the two of them fight and who will win. The guys began to argue about the limitations in the use of chi energy, and that until they fight, no one can know who will win. The Iron Fist replied that he would not be a fool and would not start a fight, while the Jade Sword said that if he was given a chance, he would not refuse. Yong Riha replied that without any fights, it's clear what Ma Du's family is like. To this statement Cheon Cha who got angry and suggested that perhaps he was afraid of defeat, and Yun Riha replied that if he was as capable as he scratched his tongue well, then he would have no price. At that time, the old man was sitting and making fun of the fact that he had created such fun. Ice Witch Pan Yuha called on the guys to stop arguing because in the eyes of the leader they look simply ridiculous, and besides, they have a lot of work because they need to find the creator of the great work and see with their own eyes the power of Zhongwen. The guys stopped the argument, recognizing that the girl was right, and asked to forgive them for their rudeness. The leader got angry and thought how she could get involved in someone else's business, and that he would let her get away with it only because she was the right hand of the spiritual leader. The old man grinned evilly and asked the Ice Witch if he heard correctly what she said, that you need to see the power of Zhongwen. The girl answered in confusion that that's exactly what she said. The leader, planning something evil, announced that he could help her with this since he had come up with a good way. He ordered that they would have to change the route a little, and the carts, one after another, changed their direction. The sun illuminated the residence of the Union of Justice, which was an association consisting of 9 clans of Chongpa, which was called the Righteous Side. The elder sat at his desk and read a letter announcing that after a long time something interesting happened to the Wasen clan. He got angry when he heard that the occultist Ma showed her tail again. Supreme Elder of the Mutong clan Tailgene asked if it was necessary to convene a meeting of the Supreme Elders, to which the old man replied that it was not necessary. He replied that the occultists were dangerous because previously the Alliance of Justice was fragmented, but now that the clans have united there is no reason to fear. The old man noted that while he is the head of the alliance of 10 clans, the great imperial sword Yongchak Ha is with them, then they have nothing to fear. Yongchak Ha replied that their plum blossom sword personally wrote and sent a letter filled with love that if they did not show their sincerity, he would certainly be upset. The elder replied that after so much time he would go there himself, to which Tailgene was very surprised. Yongchak Ha smiled and said that little Xiao Yi Jiao was doing nothing but pretending to be God and training in the mountains, so he should go there personally to annoy him a little. Tailgene asked how many students needed to be presented to the elder, to which the great imperial sword replied that the matter was urgent, and if students followed him, it would slow down the progress. Tailgene still proposed the candidacy of John Zhou, saying that he will most likely be useful along the way. The elder replied that he agreed, and while he was away, he left Tailgene in charge. The elder asked what about the martial arts thief and received the answer that the Wasan clan was now looking for him, but he had not yet been captured. Yong Chak Ha replied that the Hwasang clan is not what it used to be, so the elder brother should come and take care of everything. Tail Jin was surprised and asked if the elder really had a way to find the creator of the great work, and he replied that there was a special trick. Yong Chak Ha said that the best thing to do is that they don't look for him, but he himself begins to look for them, so they must create a good bait, which Tail Jin was very surprised by. The elder straightened his fans and confirmed once again the words he had spoken. He announced that if they want to catch the big-time thief, they should put great martial arts on the line. The elder laughed and said that it was impossible to find better bait than martial arts, and especially his impeccable fencing techniques. Tail sighed heavily, covering his face with his hand and thinking that His Holiness should not be sent alone, because he knew that although the elder was strong in martial arts, his vanity and narcissism were uncontrollable. In the city where Mahei lived, evening gradually fell on the streets. The boy's bodyguard asked where his master was going to go. Mahei, getting up from the table, announced that he needed to go to the restroom, to which bodyguard Zhang Bang offered to go together. The boy protested, asking him to just sit down and eat since it would be a little uncomfortable for him if he went to the restroom with him. Bodyguard Ban noted that the killer could be waiting for Togo in the restroom, so going there alone is dangerous. The bodyguard realized that it was unlikely that the boy would be in danger and agreed to stay. He noted that even if he falls into a cesspool, he will thoroughly wash his body, to which the boy laughed and said that even his words sounded reliable. Mahei left the building into the rays of the already setting sun and headed to the restroom. He walked slowly forward and then turned the corner. The boy looked at his hand and thought that lately he had been feeling an unknown force throughout his body. A certain idea came to him, and he thought that now he would succeed. He made smooth waves of his arms, intending to realize his plans. The boy took a position and decided that he had to check something. In his imagination, Mahei's feet left the ground and quickly carried him forward. He quickly and decisively repeated the movements and attacks. The boy clenched his fists and bent at the waist, preparing to lunge. Then he felt that the very moment had come when he needed to move on to action. Having prepared himself, Mahei rushed from below, jumping straight forward. He looked at his fist in front with confidence and complete determination. Energy spread throughout the yard in which the boy was located. Suddenly his legs hovered for a brief moment above the ground. The boy slowly sank to the ground as the air around him scattered. He was surprised and shocked that it seemed to work out as he had planned. The joyful boy screamed because he was successful. Suddenly his joy dissipated, replaced by a bad feeling. The boy grabbed his head as it was spinning and realizing that he was sick. He also felt that every time he coughed, the energy accumulated in his body disappeared. He bent at the waist and leaned closer to the ground, holding onto the wall with his hand. A voice came from behind the boy asking what was happening to him. It was bodyguard Ban who found out if everything was okay with his master. Mahei lied that he had an upset stomach, to which the bodyguard said that the boy probably ate too quickly. The bodyguard also asked if the boy had seen anyone nearby. Zhang Bang explained that there was a very large surge of energy here, and it seemed like some very good master was using martial art, so he rushed here immediately. The bodyguard noted that looking at the residual energy, he could assume that it was a master of the same level as him. Mahei, I was surprised to hear these words and realized that I had not noticed how someone had been here just recently. The bodyguard, meanwhile, was still worried about the gentleman, and said that he was too pale and therefore needed to be examined. Trying to help, he asked the boy to give him a hand. Mahei agreed and extended his hand to the bodyguard, who took it and closed his eyes. To the surprise of Ban's bodyguard, he discovered something suspicious for himself. He turned to the boy, to which he responded in surprise and quietly. Bodyguard Ban asked if the gentleman was hiding something from him. Bodyguard Ban was amazed at what he felt. He thought it was nonsense that a person could break through the pulse meridians, which are responsible for managing the internal energy of qi, in half a day. He thought that even with developed meridians he could not completely break through his own and did not understand how the boy could do this. Bodyguard Ban did not calm down, and said that this is impossible even if you have learned an incredible number of qi deflection techniques, and again asked what the boy was hiding. Mohei replied that he had not done anything outstanding except that he had done everything in his head with his imagination. At first the bodyguard did not understand what he was talking about, but soon the realization overtook him. He understood that the boy was talking about the technique he was repeating. The bodyguard thought silently, and tried to draw his own conclusions. Soon he told the boy to listen to him carefully. Bodyguard Ban asked if the boy felt pulsations in his head and if Togo had dizziness, to which he agreed. His guesses were confirmed and he announced that then this was a deviation of qi. The boy got nervous and asked if there were any side effects, and the bodyguard explained that there could be side effects that he didn't know about. Muhei was shocked by this answer and looked at Ban's bodyguard with fear and horror. He asked not to make such a facial expression because he was more excited than the boy and replied that there was definitely an explanation for this. He also asked if the boy had used any special technique. Muhei replied that he was only repeating what the bodyguard had shown him earlier. The bodyguard came to the conclusion that the boy himself didn't seem to know anything and suggested looking at the side effects. He put both hands on the boy's back trying to understand what happened. Bodyguard Ban and the boy sat on the ground and tried to figure out the side effects. The bodyguard said that if the boys make even a sound, there is a chance that his organs will explode, so he needs to hold back even if it hurts. Energy passed through Zhang Bang's hands and began to smoothly flow into the boy through a touch on his back. Suddenly Muhei felt a very sharp pain so that he flinched but did not scream. The bodyguard replied that he needed to use the breathing technique, and if he did not use it, he would explode. The boy clenched his shaking hands tightly and tried to put himself in order. Of sweat were running down his face, and his shoulders were shaking. The bodyguard did not stop letting energy through his hands while the boy thought that it was too painful. Chong Bang, without stopping his research, found something strange. He was sure that the force that tore the meridians would immediately leave its carrier if his life was in danger. But later he realized that this is a common breathing technique that the boy uses. The bodyguard regretted doubting him because he assumed that he was hiding a special technique and hoped to learn it on his own. Zhang Ban, accepting his mistakes, leaned closer to the boy, trying to help him further. He said that he would try to go through the strand of infinity, while the boy tried to control himself. The bodyguard called it endless breathing and said that he would use the core technique. His palms glowed brightly with energy, and he realized that he had not expected such a reaction from his technique. The bodyguard decided that help would be retribution for the misunderstanding and was going to try to move the qi very slowly and remember the path. His palms continued to touch the boy and filled Togo with qi energy. Muhei kept trying to hold on and controlled his breathing when he suddenly noticed something. The energy that moved along it was directed through a path at the end of which the sword technique was revealed. The boy realized that what he called muscle memory turned out to be a flow of qi. Suddenly, the smoothly moving qi energy began to pulsate and tremble, twisting into a spiral. Bodyguard Ban immediately noticed this and at first did not understand what was happening. He suddenly felt pain and did not understand what had gone wrong. Bodyguard Ban was scared and surprised that the energy was pouring out so much. He didn't understand how the boy's body could be in absolute order when so much qi flowed through him. At some point, Zhang Bang realized that he could not pull out his palms and his qi was being sucked out. He thought with regret that perhaps this was his price for doubting someone and his punishment for greed. Zhang Bang kept trying to stretch out his palms and thought that he was wrong. The guy's strength was leaving him. He asked for it to stop and for someone to come to the rescue. Suddenly his arms were detached from his back and he flew back. His consciousness became clouded, and he realized that his strength was leaving him. Muhei did not hear and continued his breathing technique when his bodyguard fell to the ground nearby. The boy concentrated on his breathing technique and sat more calmly and confidently. He was not bothered by what was happening, and qi energy flowed throughout his body. Zhang Ban lay powerless on the ground and tiredly looked up at the boy. Near Muhei's head, Bodyguard Ban immediately realized that these glows were 5 multicolored rings. With the last of his strength, he looked at the peak stage of qi development, when the 3 basic principles become one with the sky. He understood that only a true master could achieve something like this. The bodyguard was surprised that such a young guy could do this. The man's consciousness left him and he fell helplessly onto the step. Muhei continued to sit, practicing his breathing technique. He soon finished and exhaled deeply. His eyes slowly opened as he finished. The qi energy was still swirling over him when he came to his senses. Muhei sat in the lotus position, not noticing anything around him while the bodyguard lay behind him. He opened his eyes and felt a refreshing sensation. He had felt bad before, but now he felt like he was flying. Having come to his senses, Muhei raised his head and at first did not understand what had happened. Immediately a realization came to him that shocked him to the core. The black and white world that Muhei had seen since childhood dissolved and now he could see colors. Tears poured down his cheeks from what he could see in front of him. He cried, thinking that this was the true beauty of color that he had only read about. The boy realized that he was naive until this moment, when he listened to people calling him the best artist in the world, and thought that he could express everything that existed through his art. Suddenly, looking at the colors around him, he realized that he was mistaken. I realized that before that I had only painted a small part of what this world really was. He decided that even if this moment lasted only a moment, he would remember it. The boy saw Bond's bodyguard lying next to him on the ground. He ran up to him and asked if everything was okay with him, and why he was sleeping there. I thought that it was most likely very tiring to help him with treatment. He decided to lift the tired bodyguard off the ground and lifted the man up with little effort. The boy was very surprised to realize that he had become physically stronger. He began to raise and lower the bodyguard, feeling something was wrong, and you think that perhaps this is all due to the treatment. Suddenly the boy realized his mistake and realized that he needed to help the bodyguard come to his senses. He quickly rushed forward, holding his bodyguard in his arms. It was already evening when the boy brought the bodyguard to the estate, and they were met by Master Ma Ryan _. Arms crossed over Ma's chest, Ryan looked at the boy and asked what was happening. Excited Mihei announced that the bodyguard was feeling bad, to which the master replied that he could tell that just by looking. Without waiting for an explanation, the master let the boy inside, opening the door for him. Mihei, holding a bodyguard in his arms, quickly walked inside the estate. Ma Ryan, looking at the moving boy, noticed something was wrong. He looked after him and wondered what happened to the boy. The master understood that even with his level, he would never be able to hide his presence the way Mihei did. He realized that he couldn't even hear the rustle of the boy's clothes as he ran. It turned out that the Bond bodyguard lying in front of the boy had lost all his chi. The doctor said that he checked his pulse and the man's internal energy had suffered significant damage, and in this state it would take him a whole year to fully recover. Mihei was worried about Zhang Bang and asked the doctor how this could happen if he was fine. He replied that looking at his current condition, the most likely cause was overconsumption chi. The doctor announced that perhaps the man was having an internal energy battle with someone. He added that he couldn't help with anything else, and the rest depended only on the man, and began to walk away while the boy thanked him for his help. Mihei wondered what happened while he was unconscious. They turned to the boy and said that it was clear from the doctor's face that he could not change anything. Ma were in the room with the boy. Ryan _. Old Man Wu said that he was sorry that such a misfortune happened to the boy's bodyguard, but nevertheless he congratulated him for reaching the master stage. Unexpectedly surprised by such words, the master grabbed Mihei by the hand. Ma Ryan took the boy's hand and closed his eyes, concentrating. He explained that in the afterlife, the realm of 5 rings is also known as the Pentachrome rings. The boy did not understand what he was talking about, and the master decided to explain it more simply. Ma Ryan announced to the boy that he had mastered the masterful realm of transformation, which is the penultimate realm after which comes only immortality. Mihei was very surprised and said that he had done nothing for this. The master explained that he himself did not know the reason, but the boy's presence had disappeared and his physical form was in better condition, but at the same time he did not feel much energy. He threw back his head and admitted that talent is an unfair thing and the difference is too harsh. Old Man was said to stop torturing himself and give the boy some useful advice, to which the master replied that he had trained for 60 years and had almost reached the peak stage of zenith, and that he could not advise this boy anything. Old Man Wu yelled at the master, and explained that it was his training experience that was why it was so important. The intermediary said that the guy has a sharp sword in his hands, but he does not know how to use it, and therefore can harm not only others but also himself. He was surprised that the master still thought that his instructions made no sense. The old man explained that the winding path that Ma took Ryan, despite all the obstacles, only confirms how much experience he has, and the results earned through time and effort should never be underestimated. Ma Ryan smiled and understood what Old Man W wanted to tell him. He turned and told the boy that he would teach Togo to use the power that he possessed. The master turned around and called Mihei to follow him outside. In the courtyard, he explained that they would start by fighting with their bare hands. Ma Ryan announced that he was starting first, and rushed forward. He punched the boy hard in the face. The master was surprised looking at the boy writhing in pain. He asked why he didn't dodge because the attack could not have been more obvious, and the boy, wiping the blood from his nose, did not understand how he was supposed to dodge this blow. Ma Ryan replied that he could easily dodge just by leaning forward. The master asked if the boy had ever fought. He replied that he had never had the need to do something like that. Ma Ryan was surprised and asked if the boy had ever been beaten, to which he said that of course not. The master had an idea for the first lesson, and the boy asked what he had prepared for him. The master explained that receiving blows hurts by hitting his hand with his fist. He explained that the boy should remember how painful it was for him and from now on do everything he can to avoid pain. Mohei, confused and with tears in his eyes, wiped the blood from his nose while looking at the master. Night fell on the estate where Mohei lived, and the stars lit up in the sky. On the roof opposite the estate stood an old man and his subordinate, who reported that all preparations had been completed. The elder said that if the boy tried to escape, his subordinates would have to take care of him no matter what, and it would be okay if they even revealed themselves. The subordinate was surprised by the appearance of this elder on his mission. He knelt before the special assassin Baekya, who was the strongest person after the Lord. The elder reminded that although this is unlikely, he does not tolerate repeating mistakes. The killer's subordinate to him replied that he would keep this in mind. The elder replied that then he would leave this matter to him. The elder looked at the rooftop estate of a nearby building. He smiled evilly, planning something bad. The old man said that he would no longer turn a blind eye to Ma's existence. Mohei, sitting on the bed and writhing in pain, thought about how hard Master Ma had beaten him. Ryan _ He realized that even the thought of him gave him goosebumps. But I still understood that even such an experience is more useful than any training. The boy remembered the words from the training said by the master that no matter what he went through before reaching the workshop, the realm of transformation, but it is most like the resurrection technique. Mohei asked about the resurrection technique, surprised by his words, to which the master replied that the boy's technique was quite unusual. The master explained that even the most trained of the students could not draw mental pictures as clearly as he did, and that another amazing boy could completely assimilate himself with a sour cream card. He said that this is why the boy can learn techniques from memories. But at the same time Ma Ryan warned the boy that he could harm himself using this method. He explained that if a boy imagines losing a limb, it will have a corresponding effect on his body. Mohei was confused and asked in fear what he should do in this case. Ma Ryan confidently and simply answered that he needed to remain calm. He explained that the boy should not plunge into problems so easily and should remain calm and focus only on himself. The master said that at the moment this is the most important task for the boy. Sitting on her bed in her room, Mohei thought about calmness and that it would be quite difficult to maintain it during training. Nevertheless, the boy was glad that if he had not received advice, it would have been much harder, and decided that the master was really a good person. He recalled a conversation with Ma Ryan and thought that he was a very good teacher. Suddenly he felt something wrong with his whole body. The boy jumped up in bed and looked out the window next to him. He peered into the night and saw movement in the yard. Mohei realized that some person was in the estate. The elder walked with a confident step and smiled, exuding chi energy. Mohei immediately realized that this assassin was using a presence masking technique. Suddenly the man stopped and a second man joined him opposite. Ma stood in front of the assassin. Ryan is blocking his way. The assassin started the conversation by saying that they had not seen Ma for a long time. Ryan, to which he asked why he was here. The elder replied that 2 years ago he heard that he survived, although he should have finished him off then, but he listened to the Lord who asked him to wait. Ma Ryan was surprised that the Lord knew that he was alive. The assassin continued to say that he managed to survive, but a simple agent was able to convince him, and this is incredible. Ma Ryan replied to the elder that one should not underestimate the intermediary Wu Liwa. The elder assassin was surprised that Ma Ryan learned to make a menacing expression on his face, and noted that he had really changed. Then he grinned and maliciously asked if he had become weaker during this time while energy was pouring out of him. Ma Ryan immediately recognized the pinnacle of the Zenith Kingdom, and realized that the elder had long surpassed him in skill. The assassin, smiling evilly, said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. He thought that in society for a very long time he was compared to Ma Ryan, and now he will finally be able to repay all the dishonor. Ma Ryan, in turn, thought that he was ready for the fact that someone from the New Moon Society would come for his head, and this would be his last day. Out of frustration and excitement, he clenched his fist tightly. Ma Ryan understood that he had something that needed to be protected, namely Old Man Yu and the boy. Although he also thought that the boy needs protection because if he is at the stage of the masterful realm of transformation, he will not give up so easily. Suddenly to Ma an idea occurred to Ryan, and he thought about the boy's talents, namely the art of repeating techniques and the excellent level of drawing. He recalled the boy's nickname among the people and how he repeated the techniques. Ma Ryan smiled, realizing that it was very difficult not to notice things right under his nose. He looked at Beckia, realizing the boy's true identity, and realized that the old man resembled a firefly in front of a huge sun. The assassin asked if he had lost his mind while on the verge of death, and why he was laughing. Ma Ryan jokingly replied that maybe he had lost his mind and asked if he was going to say something else. For example, he was interested in the assassin's dying wish, to which he looked at Ma with feigned pity Ryan and replied that apparently he was so scared that he was completely lost. Suddenly the elder took out his sword and prepared to fight. Chi energy coiled around him like a snake and he offered Ma Ryan will ask his questions in the next world. He took off from the ground with lightning speed and moved forward. Ma stood motionless in front of him Ryan and he continued to advance on him. Suddenly, a subordinate's cry was heard warning Beckia about the danger behind him. The elder spun around sharply and parried the attack with his sword. He was surprised at such an attack and wondered what kind of idiot raised a sword at him. Ma Ryan looked dumbfounded at the situation unfolding in front of him. Mahei stood next to the elder, crossing a dagger and sword with him. Using the presence masking technique, Mahei left his room and hid around the corner to observe the situation. He realized that Master Ma Ryan and the person who entered the estate know each other. The boy could not understand everything that they said even from a close distance, but still realized that this thing with internal energy was simply amazing. He thought that usually his presence was very vague, but when he needed to use his powers, he felt as if he was borrowing money and as if there was a divine being sitting inside. The boy thought that there seemed to be a little dragon sitting inside him. Suddenly, Mahei felt a powerful surge of energy that surprised him. He saw that chi energy was gushing out of the assassin and understood that nothing good would follow from this. The boy interpreted the situation so that the killer was here precisely because of him. He decided to deal with this matter himself since he cannot constantly depend on outsiders. The boy took a step forward, thinking that it was for this moment that he began to engage in cultivation. Approaching the killer from behind, he decided that he would become strong so as not to be weak. However, his tightly clenched fists still trembled. He couldn't understand why his fists didn't rise even a centimeter. The boy decided that no matter how bad the situation was, everything needed to change now. Sweat was running down his face, and he wondered if he could do it. The dagger that had been given to him earlier appeared in it. He looked at his hand in surprise, not understanding how he got the dagger. A man's cry was heard warning the assassin of both dangers. A sharp swing of the sword and they are already standing with crossed blades opposite each other. Mohei had lost his camouflage technique, and now stood confused in front of the killer. The elder, surprised by the attack, asked who this boy was. Ma Ryan, frightened by what he saw, shouted at the boy to run away. Suddenly in Ma a knife flew at Ryan, which he managed to dodge. He looked around and saw another killer on the roof. The elder, meanwhile, recognized the boy, calling Togo by name. He concluded that he was right judging by Ma's reaction Rihanna. Without hesitation, the old man replied that the boy must die. His sword quickly slid away from the boy's dagger. The elder swung his sword and lunged towards Mihei. The boy noticed with horror the tip of the sword blade approaching his throat. To the elder's surprise, he dodged the blow. The assassin could not understand how this could happen and was very angry. In a second, Mihei analyzed the situation, looking carefully at the killer. He realized that the man opened himself at that moment by mistake. The boy was surprised to realize that his body was moving on its own. He lunged forward and the blade of his dagger pointed towards the enemy. The boy realized that this was the bloody fire sword technique. Realized with horror what he was doing and protested. His body stopped, and he froze in the position of pressing the dagger into the elder's stomach. The blade of the dagger stopped short of piercing the killer's body. Suddenly the boy felt unwell because he was coughing up blood. Ma Ryan, although he fought, continued to monitor the boy's actions. He realized that he was injured due to the cessation of internal energy. Ma Ryan thought that the boy didn't even understand how to use his own power. The master was shocked to see the boy bend over and cover his mouth with his hand. He realized that Mihei was in danger and rushed forward to help. The assassin looked down at the boy and did not understand what had happened. He thought that even if the force of the blow was negligible, when the boy flew at him, he could already imagine how he would pierce him right through. He was terribly angry that the boy did not kill him. He looked at the guy sitting on his lap and expressed that perhaps he had decided to play with him. The angry elder asked how the boy dared to do such a thing. He jumped high into the air, towering over the boy. The assassin moved his hands forward, exposing his wrists, which had previously been hidden by clothing. The angry killer shouted at the boy to die, and pipe-like devices were visible on his hands. The boy, surprised and frightened, leaned back, covering himself with his hand. Something flew out of the devices on the killer's hands with an explosion. A heap of dust blew across the yard as the killer laughed. He thought that no matter what the boy did, he would not be able to escape from an explosive barrel filled with spikes. Metal spikes dug tightly into his arms and shoulders as the smoke dissipated around him. Locking the boy with Ma, Ryan stood between him and the thorns. Seeing what Ma did, Ryan the assassin called him an idiot. The boy fearfully turned to Ma standing above him. The master responded by saying that when he tries to kill an enemy, he must do it without hesitation, and that the boy must remember this moment as the result of his indecision. Smiling and confidently looking at the boy, he said that now he simply must remember this. Suddenly, the master's blood sprayed out onto the shocked boy. Ma Ryan screamed in pain as the sword pierced his chest from the back. Assassin pushed Ma Ryan in the back, freeing the sword. Ma Ryan, already exhausted from the thorns on his body and wounded by the sword, fell to the ground. Mohei looked at the falling master with horror and could not believe his eyes. Ma Ryan fell powerlessly into the shocked boy's arms. Mohei tried in horror to comprehend what was happening. He looked at the unconscious body of the master which lay in his arms. The boy was ready to cry, realizing his stupidity. He realized that he hesitated to attack the enemy, and then even tried to protect him. The boy burst into tears, admitting to the master that he was a stupid loser. He remembered their last evening training session in the yard. Then the master announced to the boy lying on the ground that that was all for today. The boy thanked the master for training with him. Ma Ryan asked not to call him a master because he is not worthy to be called that. The boy asked how to contact Ma then. Ma Ryan, he said that he didn't care and that he could call him whatever he wanted. Now hold your body. Ma Ryan's boy remembered his words that he could call him whatever he wanted. He decided that he would forever remain his master. The boy understood that he had learned a lot of things thanks to the master, and that he was so kind because he taught him secret techniques and gave excellent advice, training him absolutely free. Tears flowed down his cheeks, and he thanked his master for everything. The boy heard the master trying to tell him something with his last strength. He heard from the word master that his opponent was not dead yet. Realizing this, Mohei angrily tore his gaze away from the master and looked forward. An assassin stood in front of the boy with a bloody sword. The killer reached into his clothes and pulled out a black ball. Wishing the boy to burn in hell, he swung his hand trying to throw the ball. The next second he quickly and sharply threw the ball forward. The black ball flew straight towards the boy, who was still holding the master in his arms. From the exploded ball, flames spread and engulfed everything around. Dying Ma Ryan cringed from the pain that the flame next to him caused him. Mohei panicked and began to extinguish the flames that reached the master with his hands. He moved his palms over the flames that were still enveloping his hands. Suddenly, Mohei saw glowing chi energy around his hands. He concentrated and calmed down, closing his eyes. The chi energy gradually enveloped the boy and the master lying in his arms. The boy called his master with hope, thinking that he would be able to answer. The next minute, Mohei, still shrouded in chi energy, realized that his master had died. He screamed exhaustedly and cried, looking at Ma's motionless body. Rihanna. Meanwhile, the killer, holding his sword, approached the boy from behind. He thought that the white phosphorus bomb did not work on the boy, and now he would have to deal with him himself. He considered him helpless and raised his sword, preparing to strike. Suddenly the assassin felt threatened and jumped back in shock. In the place where he stood before, a sword stuck into the ground. Taking the weapon out of the ground, the man breathed out a sigh of relief, saying that it almost ended in disaster. Looking at the man angrily, the assassin asked who he was. The next second, he recognized the man as the killer Ion Gukrin and asked what he was doing here. The Reaper, smiling, thought that this exit was quite spectacular. He told the old man that if he retreated now, he would spare his life, to which the killer replied that, as they said about him, the Reaper is a man of big words, but as a person, he speaks too much crap. And he smiled and asked why not try to attack him in that case. The angry elder rushed forward, preparing to attack the Reaper. Ion Guk Rin parried the blow with force and their swords crossed. The elder did not calm down and, with lightning speed, continued to strike blow after blow, from which the Reaper successfully fought off. Suddenly, the elder threw his sword at the enemy. The Reaper, with difficulty, nevertheless fought off the sword flying at him. The first was followed by 2 more daggers flying straight at Jonah. He quickly dodged the attack, surprised by this action. The Reaper took a stance and told the elder not to cheat like that again. He rushed forward straight at the killer, swinging his sword. The next minute, the Reaper cut off one of the elder's hands. The palm landed behind the killer standing and screaming in pain. Suddenly, behind the Ion, energy began to disperse everywhere. The frightened Reaper and the wounded killer turned their heads in horror to the place where the energy came from. The ground was cracking everywhere and streams of air were coming out of it. Behind the Reaper and the assassin stood a boy from whom chi energy emanated in streams. The boy's face darkened and uncontrollable energy rushed around him. He took the first step forward and the ground opened up under him. He walked towards the men while energy spread around him and the earth cracked under his every step. The Reaper immediately realized that he urgently needed to escape. The distraught elder shouted that there was no need to think that he was so simple. With a dagger in his hand, he rushed towards the boy. Mohei, being in a distraught state, raised his darkened gaze. Suddenly, the elder's second hand was torn off before he could get close to the boy. Mohei stood with his hand outstretched and watched as the assassin coughed up blood. The killer looked at the boy angrily, planning a new attack. Not wanting to give up, the elder, even without 2 hands, rushed forward at the boy. He raised his leg trying to hit the boy right in the head. Mohei parried this blow and the elder flew to the ground, splashing blood. Mohei looked at the old man's body lying on the ground and approached him. The boy slowly knelt down right in front of the assassin. Without understanding what he was doing, he raised his fist. The boy, without stopping, began to strike strongly at the elder's body. The Reaper watched from the side with surprise and horror what Mohei was doing. Soon the boy, covered in the assassin's blood, stopped. He was in a distraught state and looked at what he had done. In front of him was the lifeless body of an elder right on the ground. A boy looking at the corpse of an old man screams in despair. He grabbed his head with bloody hands, regretting what he had done. The Reaper continued to look at what the boy was doing. He understood how he felt when he killed a man with his own hands. But still, he thought that the boy should be a little more cheerful after revenge. But he looked very pathetic. In addition, the Reaper was worried about the glowing energy around the boy's body that was spreading everywhere. Suddenly, the energy picked up the boy and his feet left the ground. Reaper watched in shock as Mohei flew into the air and hovered there. He thought that the boy was clearly out of control due to chi deviation. To the Reaper's surprise, the boy suddenly began coughing up blood. Ion decided that he urgently needed to get away from the epicenter of energy. The courtyard of the estate was illuminated by a bright glow of chi energy that emanated from the boy. Morning came to the estate where murders had taken place during the night. On the ground in front of dead Ma, old man W was sitting next to him. He apologized to the bloodied Ma Ryan for being late. The old man asked Togo why, when danger approached the master, he always stayed and did not run away, and also why this happened now. Old man Wu held the palm of the deceased with trembling hands and asked why he did not answer him. He bowed his head and said that for everything he did for him, he will always be grateful. The old man bent over the lifeless body and sadly tried to accept the truth. But still he was interested in where the boy had run away. He understood that Mohei's corpse was not here, which meant he must still be alive and hoped that everything was okay with him. People from the mountain sect slowly approached the old man. Behind old man Wu, a voice was heard that said that terrible things happened here last night. So Yi Jia stood in front of the old man along with his students. He turned his head towards the place where the battle was taking place. Seo Yi Jia realized that he felt signs of the Reaper's presence here. He knew that there was definitely a connection between this and the phantom sword. But he still wondered why the executioner took the boy and so risked showing him up in the estate, knowing that the students of the sect were pursuing him. So Yi Jia examined the ground and noticed that the marks on it were clearly due to an explosion of chi energy. He reasoned about who could use his power so sloppily and that a normal master would never do this. And looking at his footwork, this man is a student at best. Seo Yi Jia realized that even though he is at the stage of the masterful realm of transformation, his movement is like that of a beginner who has no knowledge of martial arts. Suddenly a realization came to the master, and he was shocked by this thought. He smiled and called the disciple of the Il Bang sect to him. He came up and asked what the elder needed. So Yi-ja replied that he needed to go call his master now. He announced to the student that it seemed he had just found the legendary artist. The elder said that he seems to have learned a little martial arts and his movements are not bad for a monkey repeating every movement. He reasoned that this artist would not be able to hide for long, and began to examine the footprints on the ground. Suddenly he saw that the artist's footprints were now placed with the Reaper's footprints. The elder concluded that they had united and apparently they knew each other well. He was interested in why the remnants of the legendary artist's traces were cut off and only a few remained. An intermediary approached the elder and asked how long it would take to find Soman Mahia, to which the elder replied that he was busy and would tell him a little later. The elder suddenly came to a realization after asking Mediator Wu. He was shocked and couldn't believe that Soman Mahei, whom he knew, is a legendary artist. Mahei saw the thicket of the forest in front of him and realized that all the colors had disappeared. He realized with bitterness that he had returned to a world in which there was no color. The boy lay tiredly on the back of the bearer and his reaper. Not far from the walking travelers, a small bird was sitting on a tree. The boy noticed the bird and tiredly raised his hand and slowly began to move his finger through the air. In the air, Mahei drew the image of a bird sitting on a branch. Half conscious, the boy continued to move his finger until he finished the drawing and put a small dot indicating the bird's eye. Suddenly, the eye of the painted bird began to glow with blue energy. The living bird that was sitting on the tree turned its head towards the boy. She sat motionless while glowing energy appeared around her body. This energy was connected with the boy and went from him to the bird through the thread that formed between them. Ion, carrying the boy on his back, told him about internal forces that are not particularly needed in everyday life and that even if he lost them, it would not affect everyday life, and also explained that that young guy had intact limbs and there was nothing to worry about. The boy was quietly silent to all the words of the Reaper, which greatly upset Togo. The Reaper recalled that everything was fine when he took this boy with him and avoided the situation that had developed. But ever since they left the estate, the boy has been in such a depressed state. The Reaper understood that the boy's body was completely irreparable and his body would not be able to study martial arts again. But if he continued to be in this state, it would become a serious problem. He wondered if this guy could make him invincible by paying attention to the fact that he was drawing in the air again. The Reaper reasoned that at least the boys had learned to draw, where in life such a thing could be useful. In addition, we did not let John go because of the strange actions of the Wasan clan, and that it seems that they noticed his movement, and will soon be nearby. He decided that first he needed to return to Kim-suk's son at any cost. Suddenly, a huge boar jumped out of the bushes right next to them. This animal was unfriendly towards travelers and blocked their path. The Reaper was surprised that now even such small creatures would bother him. He easily jumped over the boar despite the fact that he was carrying a boy on his back. Mahei began to draw this boar with his finger in the air. A connection was formed between the boar and the boy, just as it had happened with the bird before. Mahei thought that this was a completely different type of energy compared to internal forces. He was interested in what it was and how he could use it. He tried to move this energy using the method of the 3 principles of spirituality. The boy clutched the drawing of a boar in his hand. A loud roar was heard and the Reaper turned toward the sound. Behind him, a boar lay on the ground, shuddering from convulsions. The Reaper turned around, not understanding what happened to the animal. At this time, the boy thought that he definitely felt something. He was wondering what kind of energy this was. The travelers continued through the forest without stopping for a minute. Suddenly the Reaper saw something in front of him that surprised him. He cursed and stood still, not daring to go further. The Reaper saw people in white in front of him. He realized that these 24 plum blossoms were the best of the Wasan clan. Each of the 3 men standing in front of him individually was weaker than him. But if he had to fight all of them at once, he was not sure of victory. One of the men said that the moment of reckoning had come because all this time the Reaper had been running away like a rat. But now this is over. The Reaper threw the boy onto the ground, and he flew to the side. He pulled out his sword and said that if they are so confident in themselves, who should go out to fight one by one, and that the masters of the Wasan clan should be fair. One of the men replied that there is nothing good in being right when dealing with evil. The Reaper realized that they would all fight together, and it was not so easy for him. He agreed to the challenge, calling the people from the sect old men and called on them to attack him since today is perfect weather to die. The Reaper decided that he would take at least 2 people with him, and rushed forward. He confidently walked towards one of the old men. He, without wasting a minute, armed himself with a sword and lunged towards the Reaper. The blade of his sword gradually approached the head of Ion Gukrin. The Reaper waited until the tip of the sword moved very close to his eye. He leaned back sharply, quickly dodging the blow of his opponent's sword. Reaper pushed off the ground with his free hand and was able to lift his body up. He suddenly grabbed the old man by the belt, trying to throw him to the ground. The two remaining members of the Wasang clan rushed to the old man's aid. He hit the Reaper painfully with his elbow right in the muscle on his shoulder. The Reaper parried the blows of the swords of two other opponents by shaking the old man, and thereby placing his sword in the desired position. At that same moment, the two attacking men flew away from the Reaper. He still kept his grip on the belt of the old man from the clan. Tom was tired of being a hostage to the situation, and was still able to free himself by throwing away the Reaper. Ion, without falling, slid his feet along the ground while maintaining his balance. He came to the realization that in the near future he would not be able to use his left hand. But still, he was pleased with this balance of power, since he had already managed to wound one enemy. Kneeling next to him was the master of the Wasan clan, wounded in the stomach. The old man who fought off Jonah's attack did not understand at what time he managed to attack the others. The Reaper picked up the sword that had been knocked out of the enemy's hands earlier, and said that he would use it well. Meanwhile, Mahei, sitting on the ground near the bushes, watched the battle. He was suddenly interested in what he saw and perked up. In the forest, in broad daylight, there was a battle between the Reaper and members of the Wasan clan. Clan member attacked us, but missed because he easily dodged the blow. He laughed and said that if he had tried better, perhaps he would have been on the verge of death and he should try again. Muhei watched the battle and realized that the Reaper was truly an amazing person. He recalled the battles and how, with the movements of his shoulders, he spun the sword and stopped the attack, and when he was forced back, he attacked the second enemy with an inverted sword. But still, the boy understood that if this continues, he will die, although the imagination from time to time the image of the picture changes quite a bit, but the scenes drawn in his head show the death of the Reaper. The boy was not satisfied with this turn of events because he considered the Reaper his savior. He looked like a man who fought alone against three and wondered if he could help him. The boy looked at his hand and remembered how he crushed the drawn picture of a boar. He raised his hand with one finger extended to begin drawing. Looking at the Reaper's opponent, he wondered whether this force would affect a person. Meanwhile, a clan member shouted at the Reaper and asked how he dared to fight them using someone else's sword. The man furiously pointed his sword at the Reaper and said that he would pay for this with his life. Taking a stance, the clan member began to strike with his sword. Multiple attacks rushed towards the Reaper standing in position, cursed with annoyance. But from his expression it was clear that he was not going to give up. His body was stiff and his arms and legs did not move, and in such a state with internal damage, this was his limit. He gripped his sword tightly and decided that he had come all this way and could not give up so easily. The Reaper rushed into battle towards a member of the Wasan clan. I decide that at least I can take one of his arms and legs. Suddenly, the man attacking the Reaper suddenly froze, holding the sword in his hands. The Reaper's sword immediately pierced the man's chest, and blood sprayed out. The Reaper was very surprised at this turn, since the enemy was running with a murderous spirit, but suddenly froze. Surprised, Ion looked at his enemy when he addressed him. The man asked what kind of magic he used, and the Reaper asked what kind of nonsense the old man was talking about. With the last of his strength, the man replied that this reverse flow magic is contrary to reason. The Reaper did not understand what happened when a wounded man fell to his knees in front of him. Suddenly a yellow firecracker flew up and exploded in the sky. Ion Gukrin, surprised by such a surprise, looked at the explosions in the clouds. He turned his gaze and saw the last old man with a signal fire in his hand. The old man shouted that he would never allow the Reaper to leave this mountain alive. The Reaper swore because he did not expect that the old men were now even using signal volleys against him. Rushing towards the boy who was sitting nearby, he pulled him by the hand to lift him up. Throwing Togo on his back, he quickly ran away from the place where the collision occurred. Without stopping for a second, he quickly ran, carrying the boy on his back and swearing loudly out loud. He understood that if these old men knew what his route would be and waited, that meant there must be others nearby. The Reaper's plans initially included crossing the mountains and passing through the checkpoint Kam Suk Sun. But now plans had changed and he realized that first, for the sake of safety, he needed to circle around a little before entering Kam Suk Sun. The boy lay silently on the Reaper's back and thought about what had happened. He recalled that the moment he completed the painting, a faint red frame appeared around the man's entire body. The boy saw it, he just easily grabbed it, and pulled it, as if caught on a picture, and the man immediately stopped. In his imagination, the man froze as if he were in the hand of a giant. The boy recalled that the man gathered his strength and tried to jump out, but he was very surprised and unconsciously squeezed his hand harder. At that moment, he was shocked by the sensations that washed over him after this action. He felt like something was breaking in his hand and it was still fresh in his memory. The boy looked at the hand in horror and understood that he just wanted to suppress the man and end everything, but in the end it turned out completely wrong. He suddenly remembered Master Ma's words Ryan who said that a boy should always be vigilant. The boy shook his fist and realized that it seemed like he hadn't fully understood it yet. He thought that he was now living the life that he had acquired at the cost of Master Ma's life. This reason made him think that now he could never lose his life in vain due to wrong decisions. The boy realized that first of all, in order to survive, he must understand exactly what kind of power this is. He recalled that when he was drawing a Taoist from the Wasan clan, he felt a huge flow of energy flow into him, which was completely different in size compared to what he had received before. Muhei firmly decided that he must learn to control this power more accurately. The bright sun illuminated the scene from where the Reaper escaped. Elder Soyija looked at the killed clan members and realized that they had missed the Reaper again. He turned to Yung Bongjin asking if there was any news from the students guarding Nung Hall Gok received a negative answer. The elder understood that if they could not catch the Reaper in the mountains, it would be tantamount to the fact that they had completely missed him. He thought that Kemsuk's sun is completely closed, so they cannot influence them in any way. Chong Bongjin turned to the master saying that he did not know what to do now, but the elder replied that he needed to go to the Kondong clan and contact them on his behalf. Chong Bongjin was surprised by this decision since this clan, although Taoists, takes on any business if they can earn money. The elder replied that his friend's disciple is the head there, so they may listen to his request. Even though it is Kemsuk's song, the Kondong clan will be able to operate there. Zhang Bongjin was moved by such sacrifices of the master, to which the elder replied that it was not good for the old man to make such a pitiful face, and he was really interested in learning something, so he took up this matter. He was thinking that he needed to find out if Soman was true. Mahei is a legendary artist, so he needs to track down the Reaper. But at the same time, other thoughts filled him. He looked at the killed clan member, and wondered why he approached the ball and allowed himself to be pierced. The elder carefully and seriously peered at the body of the Taoist lying on the ground. He came to the conclusion that before the man was pierced by the sword, the internal organs had already been torn apart, as if they had been crushed, and this was impossible unless something very strong was pressed on him. The elder thought about the legend and the Reaper and did not understand what was happening. The Reaper with the boy on his shoulders continued to walk through the forest among the mountains. The tired Reaper sat down on a stone, lowering the boy next to him. He thought that most likely this distance was enough and now the opponents would probably not be able to keep up with them. The Reaper decided that he would first go to Nanju where the Black Dragon Gate is located and then straight to the desert, then the Wasan clan would not be able to follow him. He thought that he spent his entire childhood in Kemsuk's Sun and understood that there was no better place to hide, and it was also there that he met his master. Sitting down on the ground, the Reaper thought that first he needed to take care of his inner strength. He sat comfortably, closing his eyes and trying to tune in to recovery. Muhei looked in surprise at the man who suddenly sat down on the ground and disconnected from the outside world. Sitting idle, the boy peered at the sky and mountains in front of him. He sat on a stone and wondered where they were now. The boy did not interfere with the Reaper's concentration and quietly thought about his life. He wondered what he should do now in this situation. Muhei, I understood that I had fully paid the debt to the Reaper for saving his life and whether it was worth leaving in this case and if so, where. The boy understood that after what happened to the master, he would not dare to return to Mr. Wu, and even more so he could not return home. He stated the fact that he could go anywhere but could not go anywhere. Muhei looked at the Reaper, and he was wondering why he took him with him. Because if he had been alone he would have been able to escape immediately, but he did not abandon the boy until the very end. The boy looked at the Reaper calmly sitting on the ground and concentrating. He thought that later, even if he left, he needed to at least find out the reason for the man's actions. The boy, sitting on a stone, still wondered about his strength. He looked at his hand and thought that this strength was different from ordinary internal strength. He decided to call this force the Force of Ma Ryan is in honor of the master's name, and there is still much that he cannot understand about her. The boy thought that just by drawing he could absorb the energy of the target. Besides, after that incident with the clan, he began to see a red frame around the mountain animals. He decided that he would avoid using this power until he knew exactly what it meant. However, compared to what it was before, using Ma's power, Ryan made it even easier for him to use the ghostly wanderer technique. The boy thought that in addition to all this, power could be used limitlessly. But he remembered the incident when he accidentally squeezed the drawn man in his hand, and I came to the conclusion that this is too dangerous and an unstable force at the moment. The boy decided that for now he would use this power only for self-defense, and that for some time he would need to keep it secret from other people and explore it. The boy stood up from the stone and walked closer to the Reaper sitting on the ground. He remembered that he and the Reaper had the same agreement. He wondered if the person was the kind of Reaper who kept his word. Slowly, the Reaper came out of concentration and opened his eyes. Suddenly he saw something in front of him that surprised him. A boy was sitting in front of him, and he asked if he had come to his senses. The Reaper smiled and said that it was a difficult road and asked if the boy remembered who he was, to which he nodded. Ion Gukrin replied that he was glad but asked why the boy did not say anything and only nodded his head, receiving only silence from the boy in response. The Reaper called him a funny brat and began to knead his sore shoulder. He decided to support the boy and said that he regretted that he had lost his strength and in the future, if he encounters something difficult, he can tell him and the older brother will sort it out. Mohei smiled and asked why he calls himself his elder brother. The Reaper replied that he said that because he had seen a lot in life, but the boy noted that if he said that, it meant he didn't remember the promise he made to him. The Reaper was surprised because he did not understand what kind of promises he was talking about. The boy, strangling himself with his hands, said that there must be a limit to dishonesty and asked whether he really wanted him to check that the Reaper had forgotten about the promise. Ion looked at the boy in surprise, not understanding what he was doing. A realization came to him and he laughed, thinking that the boy had gone crazy. A picture appeared before his eyes when he held the boy by the chest and said that if he was telling the truth then from today the Reaper would be his son. Mohei smiled and realized that the Reaper had finally remembered the promise, adding that a real man would not throw words to the wind and asked if everything was as he said, calling the Reaper his son. The Reaper was confused and shocked by the boy's behavior, and he didn't even have the words to respond. He cursed, asking what this strange situation he found himself in was. The cart in which the Master Reaper moved further through the forest. Suddenly the Master felt something and froze, pondering his next actions. He ordered them to go in a different direction, even though his companions pointed out that this road did not lead to Shaanxi province. The Master replied that a similar snotty boy was going to run away into the desert, and if he moved at the same speed, they would have time to grab him before he got there. Yong Riha asked the Master if he meant the Reaper. The Master smiled and confirmed that he meant him. He recalled that long ago he forced the Reaper to take with him a specially prepared medicine from the resin plant, and you should try to run away to end up in the palm of the Buddha. The old man told his companions that as they wanted, they would soon find out what level of power the Reaper had. The guys, meanwhile, were thinking that if the Master was going to go after the Reaper, he would face the Wasan clan in a frontal attack. They thought that the old man was crazy and if something went wrong, an inhumane battle would happen. Pen Yuha thought that it seemed like the old man was originally such a crazy person. She didn't understand why she would even send a person like him to the center of events. The old man smiled and thought that it seemed that young people did not understand what the heads of Newton wanted. He understood that if you think about it and turn the situation around, you can understand why they entrusted it to him because the peace had been too long. The founder, Yep Chan Chan, is a very ambitious person and he probably doesn't like such a peaceful environment, but the size of the occultist's Matani has become too big. The old man reasoned that families with great strength did not get into the center of events because this would require sacrifices and they think that the occultists will have no other choice except to willfully start a war, and for this they need a good reason. But the Master understood that he was the most suitable candidate to create such a viscous reason, also realizing that it would be difficult for young people. He looked at the guys and girl, realizing what they would have to go through. The old man was sure that along the way they would have to make some sacrifices. The Master smiled, thinking about his further actions and their consequences. He was satisfied and decided that he would gladly accept this challenge. The boy stood in front of the Reaper and said that parents should be infinitely kind to their children and children should show respect to their parents and take care of them. He stood confidently and calmly, saying that he read out an excerpt from the 5 norms of Mingzi. The Reaper was surprised and asked why he was suddenly saying this in front of him, to which the boy replied that he just wanted to show his son that such great speeches exist. Ion was furious and surprised by this behavior of the boy. I don't understand what to do with this brat, especially since he is twice his age. The Reaper realized that he had only misspoke a little one day, but he still made a promise. Mohei looked at the man and thought that he would pretend that he did not remember this promise, but he realized that it seemed that he was mistaken about him. The boy carefully watched the internal torment of the Reaper and wondered what to do with him next. He said that in Egypt Yunfin is an expression of the wealth of sons of respect. This meant that parents love their children and children are respectful to their parents. The Reaper gloomily asked if it turned out that the boy wanted him to call him father. Ion got furious and shouted that he would be 40 years old the day after tomorrow and the boy was almost like a newborn brat, to which the boy smiled at such a reaction, laughing at the fact that he thought at one moment that the Reaper was really a trustworthy person. The Reaper still did not calm down and shouted that in Kanho the words of the one who is stronger are true, and the boy responded by asking whether this means that he is going to cowardly, with the help of violence, pretend that there was no promise. The boy laughed and said that he thought that the Reaper knew that it was immoral for a son to raise his hand against his father. The Reaper, enraged by the boy's words, called Togo a brat and raised his fist. In a quiet forest among the mountains, a strong blow was heard, from which the birds flew up into the air. The Reaper, to the boy's surprise, hit his fist straight into the ground, which split under him from such pressure. The man said what would happen to the boy's son as this was not something impossible. At the same time, his father should not wait for the address, no slay of any courtesy. The boy was surprised that the man was really going to keep his promise. Mohei asked if the man was really not yet 40 because he thought that he was older and apparently had been through a lot. Listen, the Reaper was thinking about not giving a damn about the promise and tearing this little guy in half. The boy understood that he was able to hurt the Reaper's pride and was having fun because of it. He asked if there was anything that the Reaper would like from him, and if he honestly said he would do it. The man asked if his young father remembered the Chuya Mountains. Then the boy asked if these were the same mountains where his old son received treatment. The Reaper replied that then does the boy remember how he left inscriptions in the backyard when they remained in the mountains. The man looked angrily at the boy and thought that he should just try to say that he doesn't remember. The boy was surprised by this question and asked if the Reaper had seen it. Ion suddenly shouted out, asking if it was true that he had drawn those drawings, to which the boy answered in the affirmative. Suddenly the Reaper rushed towards the boy and took his hands in his hands. He burst into a smile in front of him, and said that the worthless son was late with his greeting. The Reaper added that recently the boy said that a father should treat his son with fatherly love and that the most important platform between parents and children is a close relationship. And now this is a great chance for them to get closer. Ion fell to the ground and bowed, asking the boy to accept the bow of his old son. Mohei did not understand what the Reaper was doing and reasoned that he only said this because he was worthy of praise for keeping his promises, and he was sorry that he had the wrong preconception about the Reaper. The boy asked what he wanted if he behaved like this. The Reaper took his sword firmly in his hands and knelt in front of the boy. He asked his father to look at his son's unworthy use of the sword. The Reaper took a stance and cut the air in front of him with his sword. He thought that the reason why the fame of this style of Kanho immediately rose was quite clear because the illustrations were simple and sufficiently clear that even a beginner unfamiliar with martial arts could easily follow them. But the Reaper knew that a simple explanation would not be enough. Every time a blow is struck, all the muscles that apply force are different, and the breathing technique is different for each situation. And even if we assume that it is possible to steal the martial art technique of other people, then it is impossible to steal the theory of blows. But this boy's illustrations were even able to depict the theory of impacts. He understood that those who know in advance where and how power will be used no longer need to be afraid. The Reaper performed the first half of the killer blood spray and realized that he had a problem with the second half. Because in that drawing, the boy in the second half did not properly indicate the theory of strokes. The Reaper, however, although he understood half of it, was able to come close to Huang Yan and thought about what would happen when he could fully understand the second half. He understood that in this case the Huang Yan gates would open in front of him. The boy carefully watched the movements and blows of the Reaper. He noticed that, strangely enough, in the second half the power at the edge of the sword weakens, as if the Reaper was possessed by some abstract form and was inept. The boy understood that he needed to straighten his back a little more, and if he focused only on the tip of the sword everything would work out, so he did not understand what the Reaper was doing. A red frame appeared around the moving Reaper, which the boy had already seen before. He was shocked by what he saw and thought that he hadn't even drawn anything and didn't understand why the red frame appeared in this case. The Reaper, concentrated on his movements, suddenly stopped. He was frightened by the sensations he felt. The Reaper turned to the boy, calling him father, and told him to quickly climb on him as they needed to escape. The boy was surprised and asked if the Wasan clan was pursuing them, but the Reaper replied that it was who was stronger. The Reaper quickly rushed forward carrying the boy. Meanwhile, Mohei sat silently on the Reaper's back and reflected on his strength. He thought that it seemed like you didn't have to draw to see the red frame, but you just had to concentrate. Despite his thoughts, the boy noticed something that surprised him. He asked the Reaper if this was the path along which the Wasan clan was pursuing them, to which the man replied that there is an expression for pushing enemies together, and he is going to use it. The boy did not understand what this meant, but the Reaper explained that there is one old man who has been brazenly pursuing him for several years, and he wants the old man to collide with the Wasan clan. The Reaper hoped that an outstanding master would come from the Wasan clan, and if they collected Plum Blossom masters themselves, they would even gain them some time. The man, carrying the boy on his shoulders, jumped over new obstacles and moved forward. The boy sat on the Reaper's back without asking any more questions. He tried closing his eyes to feel the energy of the people ahead. The boy realized that although he was very far away, he could see two bright colors. One pink one belonging to Master So Yi Zhao was in front, but another color followed on their heels. This color was a very bright indigo blue. Behind this color was a mysterious old man, and the boy couldn't wait to find out who he was. The boy understood that the color was as rich as that of Master So Yi Zhao, which meant that that person was just as strong a master. Mohei noticed that the speed of that unknown old man suddenly decreased. Ahead, the boy saw a huge pink cloud of energy. The energy rushed forward and it was definitely Master So Yi Zhao. Unexpectedly for himself, the boy noticed something in these energies. He realized that they had discovered each other's presence. Wasan clan members all moved forward through the forest. Suddenly, Master So Yi Zhao announced that the others should follow him, and he should go first. Without listening to Zhang Bangjin's answer, Master So Yi Zhao rushed ahead of his students. He wondered who the person was who could throw out such an amount of energy. The master continued to move through the trees at high speed. The energy around him grew and moved forward. Suddenly he realized that the second man had stepped back, sensing his presence. He was surprised by this, wondering why he did this and whether he was not interested in who he was. But unlike the second person, Master So Yi Zhao was eager to find out who he was. Moving at a height through the trees, the master saw the Reaper below. So Yi Zhao thought that he would leave the Reaper to the disciples next behind him. Mohei sitting on the Reaper's back. He thought that he wanted to run up to this kid now, but still the first in line was the mysterious master ahead. The boy and the Reaper watched as the elder flew over them and retreated into the forest. The Reaper was surprised that he was being pursued by the supreme elder of the Wasan clan. Ion smiled, realizing 100. The old man slowly ran back because it seemed he was also afraid of So Yi Zhao. He laughed loudly, shouting that who would have thought that he would run away with his tail between his legs. The idea came to him that the old man and Supreme Elder Wasan would fight in a duel, and he wanted to see the old man who would be kicked by So Yi Zhao. He abruptly changed his direction and ran towards the potential fight. The boy asked why he turned back, why not, and answered that there was something to see there. Mohei he asked whether the Reaper would die if Master So Yi Zhao caught him, but he laughed and replied that the elder had no time for him now. The Reaper Master was angry with him standing in the middle of the forest. He realized that while chasing the guy, he had unknowingly become too separated from the little girl who was with him. The Master thought that if everything was as usual, he would simply leave the younger ones to fight the Wasan clan. But now everything is different due to the presence of So Yi Zhao. He thought that So Yi Zhao was as curious as before, and he wouldn't live like this for long. The old man grinned evilly, asking the elder whether he knew who the master was to be so obsessed. Meanwhile, the young guys who were traveling with the old man tried to catch up with him in the forest. The Ice Witch was unhappy with the current situation because she thought that by joining the guys she could become a representative of the Ma clan, and everything was fine until Weakling appeared. She knew that even though he has the absolute power called the Six Great Heavens, this crazy old man does whatever he wants and listens to no one except the founder. This time he suddenly ran and told everyone to follow him. Pen Yuha was terribly angry at such selfishness, and could not believe that this was done to them. She firmly decided that as soon as they returned, she would make Master Weakling pay for this. Suddenly a group of guys stopped in the middle of the forest. They could not continue their journey because they saw something in front of them. The guys saw Master Weakling running through the forest. They also noticed that another person was chasing him. The young guys recognized him as So Yijia's plum sword and realized that he was also chasing the Reaper. At some point, Weakling and So Yijia stopped opposite each other. So Yijia asked if the people in front of him were members of the Ma clan, to which he received an affirmative answer. He assumed that the old man had lured him here on purpose and asked if he should be afraid. At that moment Weakling laughed and said that these kids couldn't even handle the breath of a plum sword and they should be thought of as spectators. The elder remarked that this would indeed be a good spectacle to broaden the horizons of young people. So Yijia found it strange that the man in front of him seemed surprisingly familiar to him, especially his smile. He pressed his lips together, realizing who was in front of him, and asked how the old man was doing all this time. So Yijia explained that the man's appearance had changed, so he was a little confused at first, but later realized that they were old acquaintances. Weakling realized that now there is no need to hide. Rubbing his beard and smiling, he said that he was glad to meet him again. So Yijia realized that his assumptions were correct, and in front of him was the ghostly sword of Ma, a dead man who was supposed to die 40 years ago returned from hell. The elder took up his sword and said that this time he would definitely send it to the king of Yama. Weakling replied that since they collided like this, it makes him think about the past and whether he can cope alone because he doesn't have a long friend with him. The old man also noted that now So Yijia's long friend who attacked from behind in the past is now called Taegyuk's sword, to which the elder replied that there is no need to show kindness to those who entered the Ma sect. The master laughed and replied that this is a very advantageous excuse, because in the Ma clan there are good members like him and that So Yijia is not too cruel. So Yijia replied that for him, good members of the Ma sect are dead members of the Ma sect, and began to form pink energy around himself. Meanwhile Weakling, smiling, took hold of the sword and in turn formed a blue cloud around himself. From the bushes nearby, the Reaper boys watched the approaching battle. The boy nervously but with interest peered at the men in front of him. The North Sea Ice Palace was illuminated by the afternoon sun. Two men were talking at the table when one of them said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he was surprised that he suddenly offered to meet. Founder of the Ma clan Yep Chancheon said that they had not seen each other since the death of his interlocutor's father. In front of him sat the prince of the North Sea Ice Palace, the master of the Great Binbek, who explained to the founder that due to circumstances he could not convey the news to him, and hoped for understanding. The founder of the clan laughed, saying that the man was probably busy putting his house in order, while the prince of the Ice Palace was thinking about the strength of the Ma clan, since the old man said that he knew about everything that was happening in the palace. He thought that 20 years had already passed since his father died, and he rose to his present place by sowing enmity between the brothers and forcing them to kill each other. However, he understood that the strength of the North Sea Ice Palace when compared to the Ma clan was only 1/10. Therefore, the prince said that he asked the founder to meet because he had a request. The prince held out the badges of the Nam-Man Gate of the Beast, and the albino sword as proof that they were at one with him. The founder noticed that it looks like they are together to wreak havoc on the world. The prince replied that the founder was as astute as he expected and that they also had other plans. But this was the first goal, namely, they wanted to create a system for dividing the world into 3 parts. The founder thought and rubbed his gray beard. He said that each of the extraterritorial forces has sufficient power to plan the subjugation of the entire world and asked why they did not unite earlier, to which the prince replied that it was because of greed. The founder realized that the prince was right, and no one wants to share such a tasty thing as domination over the whole world with someone else. The prince noted that it is enough for everyone to satisfy their greed a little by receiving a piece, and the common enemy will disappear and the owner of the whole world will finally change after hundreds of years. He explained that their union would become common owners of the world. The founder thought about how long the union of these four would last, because on one mountain there is no need for four tigers. And first they will join forces in order to drive away the current main tiger, but no one knows what will happen then. He thought that in this case they would only have to expel the remaining three. The founder understood that each of them, of course, thought this way. He replied that he would think carefully about this when he returned, to which the prince replied that this was not a proposal that could be decided upon immediately, and that it would be correct to consider everything carefully. The prince asked whether the founder had chosen a successor, and he replied that there was no one worthy yet. The man noted that it is necessary to make this decision as quickly as possible, since looking at his situation, the founder must surely understand how important the successor is. The founder thought that these were the right words and he would think about it when he returned to his place, and said that he would soon notify the prince. The carriage with the founder set off from the ice castle. The founder was reflecting on recent events and the conversation that had just taken place. He realized that the prince is not so simple, and at his young age he already wants to take over the world and is cruelly cunning. The founder thought the prince was outstanding enough to go far, but he didn't understand what this viper was hoping for, that he was getting so involved in such a thing, and that even if these three joined forces, they would not be able to resist the current main clan, and wondered if they were going to create a secret alliance. The founder noted that this was very unexpected for him. He thought that if everything went according to plan with Weakling, but it would be nice to agree to this proposal, and he understood that then it would no longer matter what this viper hoped for. All he had to do was destroy everything, and Weakling should handle everything well. So Yijia raised his sword, preparing to strike a decisive blow. He cut the air with his sword and a deafening roar followed. Weakling noted that while they had not seen each other, he had grown a lot, although the elder's height remained the same. Seo Yijia said that then and now the ghost sword Ma has no manners. The master replied that he had a bad habit, but nothing could be done about his innate character. The elder said that for animals that do not understand words, the best medicine is a club. So Yijia called the old man a kalanka and said that he would now correct his eye level. So Yijia shone with a pink cloud, illuminating the entire area in which they were located. Even the young fighters behind the sword were closed off from the flow of this energy. He got excited and said that it was fate that they met like this and today one of them will die. The energies of the master and the elder came into contact with each other, forming a lightning bolt between them. Wasang clan appeared behind the elder. He immediately ordered them not to come closer, and they all stopped. The clan members asked who was in front of him, to which the elder replied that this was the one he had been looking for 40 years. The master smiled, noting how the elder spoke beautifully, asking if they had met by chance, while the elder replied that evil enemies always meet on a narrow bridge, and the heavens have set today as the day of his death. Weakling grinned very evilly when he heard such a statement. He took a step forward, explaining that everyone says that before they die. The earth shook in anticipation of the upcoming battle between the masters. Violent waves disturbed the calm sea with their movement, and the strong surf crashed against the coastal rocks. Two masters, armed with balls, walked towards each other. Seo Yijia realized that his opponent had become even stronger. He looked at Weakling did not find any weak points in him, while the ghostly sword Ma felt an exciting feeling of tension, and realized how good it felt. Previously, he planned to let his kids fight, but he decided that it would be better if he did not step back on this great stage. The master understood that the stage was very good, and there were so many spectators. He decided that he would start with the colorful blood stain and lunged forward. His blow met the elder's blow and an explosion occurred. To the elder's surprise, the master dived down trying to hit him. Ma's ghost sword cut the air right in front of the elder, who quickly dodged. He noted that the master's movements were too sweeping. Seo Yijia released the energy of his fingers and waved his hand. Blows of pink energy flew into the master's barrier. The elder realized that with this blow he had reduced the pressure. He took a stance and concluded that the journey was over. Weakling looked at the pink glow emanating from the elder and was tense. Meanwhile, Seo Yijia took a position and showed with all his appearance that he was determined to fight. So Yijia held a sword in front of him from which multicolored energy emanated. Phantom Sword Ma was surprised by what he saw and fell into a stupor. The sword in the elder's hands quickly rushed forward. Suddenly the master was hit in the side and blood began to flow. Warak Yung Ma tensed up after receiving a serious blow. He held his side and realized that this was the art of fencing. In front of him stood Xiao Yizha confidently, above which hung a sword absorbed in a pink cloud of energy. The phantom sword threw Togo his weapon. So Yizha, without moving from his place, thought that the master attacking him was a fool. In his opinion, the winner and loser were already predetermined. Omsk residents, meanwhile, were fighting in the air. Suddenly the swords bounced off each other, flying in different directions. So Yizha lifted himself off the ground and rushed forward at the enemy with his bare hands. He was determined and promised an end to the ghost sword Ma. At the same time, Master Ma was heading to the elder who was not going to give up. A powerful hand-to-hand fight began in which two energies intertwined. Ma's phantom sword dodged the elder's attacks and vice versa. Suddenly So Yizha felt that the moment had come, and reached out with his hand to Master Ma. He, in turn, quickly and decisively blocked the elder's blow. Xiao Yizha managed to dodge his opponent's retaliatory strike. Two swords were floating in the sky, fighting each other, and underneath them, their owners were fighting hand to hand. The Reaper looked at these two and thought that they were crazy idiots, and not even human anymore. And yet, he noted that now So Yizha is winning, since in a battle between masters a small mistake gives a huge chance of victory, and the old man is strong, like a monster, and cannot do anything about it. Mohei watched the battle intently next to the smiling Reaper. At one point, he realized that Master So Yizha was in danger. Ma's ghost sword struck the elder hard. He blocked him but realized that something bad was happening. He paid attention to his sword and realized that the technique was lagging behind and therefore he must grab the weapon in any way. The swords above the opponents bounced in different directions. Master Ma realized that Xiao Yizha was hesitating and wondering what to do. He thought that although he did not expect him to use this fencing art, this impromptu response gave him an advantage. Master Ma reasoned that if the swordsman pulled the sword out of his hand, it would be used, and that the elder was in vain in believing that he only had one sword. He decided to slowly end the battle by forming a black cloud around his palm. The young followers who came after him were surprised by what they saw. One of the guys asked how the old man knew the technology that had disappeared from his family. The Ice Switch thought that the old man was a completely unpredictable person, remembering the words of Togo that from the moment the battle began, one must properly observe without missing a single second. She thought that even among the most excellent techniques of the Ma clan, the old man chooses to use only those that have long disappeared and thus teaches the youth. Pen Yuha decided that whatever the old man's motive, he would rather kill So Yizha. Suddenly she saw something nearby that surprised her. The girl turned her head and peered at two people standing not far from her. She recognized the Reaper and paid attention to the boy sitting next to him. The girl looked closely at the boy. I didn't understand what kind of movement he was describing in his hand. She lost interest in the Reaper and the boy and turned to watch the battle. At this moment, the ghostly sword Ma rushed towards the elder, preparing to strike. He smiled evilly and raised his palm covered with a black cloud. Zhang Bongjin, fearful for the fate of the elder, rushed forward. Ma's palm kept getting closer to So Yizha. The elder was unable to block this blow and Master Ma's palm hit him in the stomach. Xiao Yizha bent double and coughed up blood. Yung Bongjin ran up to him, holding the elder by the arms. Phantom Sword Ma grinned maliciously. He looked at his hand and thought that what happened was quite unusual. The old man turned towards the Reaper near whom the boy was sitting. Muhei continuously coughed up blood while holding his stomach. The Reaper was surprised by what happened and asked what suddenly happened to the boy. The boy looked at his hand and thought that he had only moved the old man to the side 3 centimeters. Then, in battle, he felt the old man completely in his hands. But somehow he pushed him out with force. Mohei looked at the ghostly sword exhausted and angry Ma. The master said that he would quickly finish the battle and they needed to wait for him on the spot. The boy held his chest, breathing heavily and looking at what was happening around him. He wanted to help Master So Yizha, but he didn't know how exactly and couldn't believe that this was the end. Suddenly he felt something strange, something that surprised him. Someone was quickly approaching them through the forest. The boy looked up in surprise, expecting to see something. Master Ma raised his head up and noticed a sparkling ray of light in the sky. He looked thoughtfully at the approaching point in the sky. Something cool with light from energy approached the battlefield. Extending his hand, Master Ma repelled the attack with one blow. The young people who came with him were shocked by what was happening and did not understand what had happened. Near the master, logs fell into 2 pieces and fell. He clenched his teeth in displeasure and thought to himself what to do next. Master Ma, he said that it looks like they will end there, and the youth need to get ready to retreat. The guys asked what this meant, to which the old man replied that someone was moving here with whom he did not particularly want to meet, and that he did not come to his liking. He turned around and looked at the Reaper who was holding the boy sitting on the log. The Reaper held the guy and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, a strong blow landed on the back of Jonah's head. Master Ma threw the Reaper over his shoulder and took the boy under his other arm, saying that even if he has to leave, he will take this idiot with him. The old man said goodbye to the shocked members of the Wasang clan who fled to their elder. The young guys turned to the master who was leaving the battlefield. They asked why he was behaving this way and wasn't this an excellent chance to kill So Yi-jiao. Master Ma replied that, of course, he could kill this baby, but in exchange he would have to part with at least one hand. He told the youth to turn back and look carefully at what was happening. The old man hurried to the battlefield holding his assistant in his hand. Master Ma explained that this sword of primordial chaos is from a clan of shamans. Yong Riha realized that this man is the best of the best, and he can only compare with the master. He looked at Yen Chak Ha as the sword of primordial chaos that was approaching them. Master Ma added that, of course, this would be a great opportunity to fight him in a duel, but the members of the Wasan clan would not let the youth go so easily after everything. He said that now the old man has more important things to do, so they can leave, and if not for this, while he was fighting with him, they would all have been destroyed long ago. Master Ma, running away, thought that it was a pity that the battle ended this way, but at least they did not suffer losses. He thought that Rock Ma is a technique that devours a person's life, and so Yi-jia is now definitely moving towards death, and in the near future it will be possible, and for the rest of his life it will be difficult for him to completely restore the original energy. Master Ma Cunning smiled looking at the one he was carrying with his other hand. He understood that he seemed to have captured an interesting toy while looking at the boy, and therefore he even had a small gain. Yong Chak Ha-nes was in So Yi-jiao's arms and asked Togo not to die. He apologized to him that he should have come a little earlier. He remembered Master Ma's words that he would not die in vain. Yong Chak Ha clenched his teeth in anger and continued to move forward. He swore that he would definitely cut off the head of the ghostly sword Ma with his own hands. Little Muhei was sitting in the garden where his grandfather said that the boy's talent was truly amazing and that he used the art of drawing that even he had not seen. The old man noted that this is a simple drawing, but it makes the body shiver. Muhei asked if this was bad, to which the old man replied that it was not, and perhaps it was even too good, which was the problem. The old man said that the boy's talent was definitely a gift from heaven, but he explained that he received this power separately from his own powers and it wouldn't be strange if at one moment it suddenly disappeared, and that's why he was worried. The old man said that heaven does not give anything for nothing. Muhei took his grandfather's hand and asked him not to worry so much because from now on he will do his best and begin to learn to draw even harder, and then everything should be fine. The old man, to the boy's surprise, laughed loudly while holding the drawing in his hands. He patted the boy on the head and said that everything was right, as there is a saying, do everything in your power and trust in heaven. The old man said that if everything is as the boy says, then if he completely devotes himself to learning, someday these powers will become what he acquired himself, and then the whole world can be concentrated in him. Muhei gradually came to his senses after sleep, opening his eyes. He lay on the bed thinking about his grandfather that he had just dreamed about. He stood up and thought about the fact that he left home for the sake of his family. But in such a situation, when the elder brother died and the youngest disappeared without a word, probably the grandfather was very worried. Suddenly the boy regained full consciousness and looked around in shock. He didn't understand where he was and he was wondering what happened to Master So Yi-jiao. The boy hoped that he was okay and turned around at the cry that demanded that someone be released. Muhei recognized the Reaper's voice and went to the door, opening it. In the courtyard, he saw a Reaper fighting against Master Ma. The boy watched as the old man threw his knee at the Reaper. The Reaper cursed, calling the man a damn old man, to which he replied that his manner of speech remained the same. Master Ma examined the Reaper and came to the conclusion that the guy had grown during the time they had not seen each other, that he could not even compare. The Reaper got wound up and wanted to take revenge on the master for the blows. He jumped up and rushed forward, intending to use his technique. The Reaper leaned forward, emitting crimson streams of energy everywhere. Master Ma was surprised that this technique was not used. He didn't understand how this guy knew how to use the second part. The Reaper peered into the barking fog in Russia, asking if the old man had died. A hand suddenly stuck out of the fog and grabbed the Reaper's sword by the blade, breaking it in half. The next minute there was a strong blow to the Reaper's stomach. His broken sword fell to the ground. Master Ma asked the Reaper how he was able to use this technique. The Reaper made an evil grin on his face and growled. To such a reaction, Master Ma replied that he had been accustomed since childhood not to open his mouth when people spoke to him in a friendly manner. The Reaper got angry, wondering what kind of power it was that he couldn't even hurt this crazy old man. Suddenly, a powerful explosion of energy occurred near the Reaper. The Reaper turned his head in surprise, not believing his eyes. He saw a boy come out of the estate, and called him father. When a strong blow hit the Reaper in the stomach, Mahei had already gone outside. He saw the Reaper's sword falling broken to the ground. The boy decided that the Reaper might soon die at the hands of the old man. He firmly decided that he had to help him. Mahei wondered how to resist the old man, and whether there really was no way. He remembered his grandfather's words that if he completely devotes himself to learning, someday these powers will become what he acquired himself, and then the whole world can be concentrated in him. Also, the words came into the boy's head that Danjan is the sea and he should become the great bird flying above it. The boy repeated the words dungeon and bird, realizing something to himself. He realized that the power was in the dungeon, and a cloud of glowing energy appeared around him. The boy decided that he would become a great bird to help the Reaper. He waved his hand, thinking that there would be a great bird that would cover the whole world. Energy came out of his hands, turning into a whirlwind that headed towards Master Ma. He saw the threat, but the struck one could not dodge the attack. He was blown away by the force of the shock wave. The Reaper watched what was happening in surprise and did not understand what had happened. Master Ma flew off but still did not lose his balance by breaking with his feet. All he could think about was that he was waiting for this. The old man raised his fist around which energy was already beginning to swirl. He waved his hand forcefully, preparing to strike. The next second, a blue whirlwind swept across the estate's courtyard. A powerful explosion followed, causing everything to fly apart. The ice witch and the iron fist ran out of the estate, surprised by the explosion. The girl thought that Warak Yung Ma just talked to her student. She did not understand what was happening in the courtyard of the estate. Meanwhile, Master Ma was approaching the boy with an evil smile. He asked if this was a talent that Mahei had. The boy was not at a loss and understood that he had to overcome this border, and he needed a sword to use power. Suddenly he remembered the weapon he had with him. He took out the red plum branch dagger that Mr. Seo Yijia gave him. He clutched the dagger tightly in his hand, looking at him confidently. Energy spread across the yard from the boy, illuminating everything around him. The ice witch was surprised by this energy, realizing that this was not an internal force. Looking at the boy with the dagger, she wondered what it was. In the estate where the members of the Waseng clan were located, Waseng clan member slammed his fist on the table. He was terribly angry at the fact that even after catching up with the Reaper, they could do nothing but watch. He wondered if the Supreme Elder was okay and was saddened by the fact that such a strong person had lost his strength. He was surprised and ran to the window trying to figure out what was happening there. From one estate, a pillar of blue energy rose towards the sky. He realized that this was a place where members of the Ma clan rested, and did not understand how such bright and pure energy could come from there. The man wondered who could do something like this. A column of light, bright energy pierced the sky. It illuminated everything around as it fell through the clouds. The primary source of this energy was a boy standing on the ground and holding a dagger above his head. Master Ma took out his sword because he found the boy interesting. Smiling, he invited the baby to try to attack him. Muhei confidently and calmly looked at the old man while pure energy emanated from him. He pointed his dagger towards the old man who wanted to fight. Energy flowed in a strong stream, preparing to defeat the old man who stood ready with a sword. Master Ma forecast all back, dodging the energy strike. A powerful explosion sounded, echoing throughout the entire estate. After the dust settled, the place where the energy struck was visible, causing the earth to crack. Master Ma stood over the exhausted boy and held him. He admitted that the boy's action was just some kind of chaos. The old man reasoned that if he had not squeezed the boy's throat, this little boy would have been completely drawn into the whirlpool of forces and would have torn his body to shreds. At the very last moment, doubts appeared in the boy's eyes, which the master noticed. He didn't know what would have happened if the sword's power hadn't become much weaker at that moment. The sword in the master's hands at that moment broke in half. Master Ma realized that most likely he would have died at that moment. Holding the boy, the master called Gukrin, who was hiding behind a stone. He asked him to come closer, to which the Reaper replied that he could hear everything perfectly well from there, and he could speak. The next second, something rushed towards the Reaper. The master grabbed the man by the collar and threw him to the ground. The old man pressed the student to the floor with his foot, still holding the hay by the neck. He asked the Reaper if he really wanted to die and if he really needed to be killed. The old man said that from now on he must answer all his questions directly, and if he lies he will cut off his limbs one by one, and the Reaper realized that if he lies even a little, the truth will die. The old man asked who this guy was and ordered me to talk this nonsense about the fact that this is his student. The Reaper began his story. The old man realized that this boy was Lord Phoenix. Master Ma came to the conclusion that the Reaper had the courage to study martial arts with the help of the boy, and it is possible that the fact that this idiot was able to use the second part of the technique was the merit of the Phoenix Lord. The old man realized that even though they had done a lot of business, the founder would be delighted because he was interested in finding out who Lord Phoenix was. Master Max, as usual, grinned evilly, thinking about further actions. He looked at the boy's weakened body and realized that this was a really big catch. Xiao Yijia sat on the bed while Yun Rokha was nearby, animatedly asking him if this situation was bringing back memories of the past when he saved him just like now. Yun Rokha tried to console his friend and told him not to be sad because he would find the enemy's head and bring it to him. While the old man was speaking, Xiao Yijia was quietly trying to say something, but Yun Rokha couldn't understand his speech and asked him to repeat it. Angry, Xiao Yijia shouted that he had a headache and asked the old man to shut up for a moment. Yun Rokha happily noted that he seemed to have come to his senses, to which Xiao Yijia said that instead of listening to his bragging, it would be 100 times better to die there. Yun Rokha did not take his friend's words seriously and was sure that he was not saying what he meant, and in fact he was very grateful to him, while Xiao Yijia was thinking about the fact that he did not expect that he would have to go through this bullying again. Ma's phantom sword and how he ended up not being able to finish it off. Moreover, this time it was he who almost died at the hands of the ghost sword Ma. The elder remembered the situation in the forest and felt that although he does not know the details, the one who saved him then was probably the boy called Lord Phoenix. So Yijia realized that he stole the clan's equipment and was seriously injured. Besides, he was his savior and clearly liked him. Yun Rokha carefully watched his friend who was absorbed in thoughts. He said that time passes, but what then is that now he has too many unnecessary thoughts, and he does not change at all. And the old man advised his youngest to focus only on what he can handle at the moment, and explore the path along which his heart wants to move. Xiao Yijia was surprised to hear such words and noted that he didn't think that the day would come when the old man would console him, and it looks like the time has really come to die. To which Yun Rokha cheerfully beams that he will save the younger at least 100 or 1,000 times. Xiao Yijia decided to discard unnecessary thoughts and silently smiled, having made a decision. He decided that he would not tell the boy's secret to others, although he does not know whether he will regret it in the future. Now he needs to move along the path to which his heart leads. Yun Rokha rose from his chair and announced that it was time for him to go, which surprised the elder and asked where he was going. Yun Rokha replied that he must finish off the one who harmed his youngest and that the enemy is probably on the way to the Ma sect, so he needs to take the chance and destroy them all. Xiao Yijia replied that he did not need to go anywhere since it was his own business, to which the old man replied that that is why he was taking on this task. Xiao Yijia, dissatisfied with this turn of events, worriedly and angrily thought about what was happening. Yun Rokha asked the younger if he thought he would cause a major battle. The elder asked if he read thoughts, and Yun Rokha replied that all his thoughts were in the palm of his hand and asked if he didn't remember the words that their teachers told them since they learned to hold a sword. Taking out his sword, he repeated the teachings that when faced with the injustice of this world, they must be able to seek justice. Xiao Yijia looked at the elder's sword and remembered the teachings of justice. Yun Rokha noted that he met with evil and was defeated while fighting for justice, and this is not only revenge but also a manifestation of justice, to which Xiao Yijia worriedly stated that if the battle really breaks out, many will die. Yun Rokha resolutely replied that even if they all die, they must achieve justice, and it is impossible to reunite a broken sword with which nothing can be done. So Yijia realized that there was no point in persuading the elder since he was going to do what he wanted anyway. He called the old man a crazy idiot, and noted that in fact he just wants to fight and that's why he's so excited, to which Young Rakha laughed and replied that he knew him better than anyone. Under the dissatisfied exclamations of So Yi-ja, his elder left, promising that he would solve everything for him. The doors to the restroom where Seo Yi-ja was closed, and only Yun Rakha remained in the corridor. He stood with a serious and gloomy look, realizing that now he had to make difficult decisions. Mahei jumped up on the bed in shock, waking up from his sleep. He looked at the ceiling which was illuminated by the rays of the sun. The boy lay down on the pillow and covered his voices with his hand. You realized that he seemed to have lost consciousness again. He remembered the battle in the courtyard and how he dealt the final blow. Mohei thought that if Warak Chung-ma had not unconsciously lowered his hand, he would definitely have died and perhaps other people, including the Reaper, would have turned to dust and something irreparable would have happened. He looked around the room he was in and wondered where he was this time. A voice nearby noted that the boy seemed to have come to his senses. Mohei asked who the two beautiful girls in front of him were, to which the ice which introduced herself as Pan Yuha, and called her companion Ep Siakan. She noted that they did a good job caring for the boy while he was unconscious and he should thank them, which the boys did in the next second. Ep Sokian cheerfully bent over the boy and asked if he was hungry since he had been lying there for 7 whole days, to which the boy was very surprised. Pen Yuha asked how he was feeling because according to the doctor, the bleeding was clearly not noticeable, but there was bruising and the organs were damaged as if they were exposed to heat. The boy looked at his hand, noticing that the bandage had disappeared from it, and replied that everything was fine, only feeling a little powerless and heaviness. The girl replied that in this case it would be better to hurry up and practice, since the way back to Ma's school would not be easy. The boy asked what the way back to Ma's school meant. Pan Yuha replied that they are from the Ma clan and they need to return since they initially left due to certain events, but unforeseen circumstances influenced the fact that they returned earlier than planned. The girl asked if the boy knew that he was being pursued by the Wasen clan, and said that initially they left to get to them. The boy explained that he understood what they meant, and asked how he had anything to do with the fact that they needed to go back. Pen Yuha she replied that it was because he was now also a member of the Ma clan. Ep Siakan explained that his master Reaper is one of them, so it is natural that he, his student, is a member of the Ma clan. The boy was shocked by such news and did not understand when they managed to become a student and a master. Pen Yuha asked if the boy wanted to go with them, to which he was surprised that he had a choice. The Ice Witch, to the surprise of her sister, replied that if he suddenly runs away, she can pretend that she didn't see anything. She explained that if they forcibly took him with them, it would be unpleasant both for them and for him, and if he wanted to leave, he could do so now. Mohei asked about Warak Chung-ma, worried about his reaction if he left, to which the girl said that the old man is always like this and he is not the reason for this, so there is no reason to worry. Pan Yuha she said that this is an action that is not so easy to decide on, so you need to think carefully, because once he enters this clan, he will never be able to leave it. Mohei had a task. He was alarmed by how events were unfolding and the need to make difficult decisions. Both girls left the boy's room and walked along the corridor of the estate. Ep Soki and I asked my sister why and told the boy that he could run away. I was worried that this was against the rules. The girl replied that she specifically said that because if they bring him against his will, it will be inconvenient for both parties, and he must decide to join the clan himself. Ep Siakan believed her sister's words because she didn't know that well. Pan Yuha, meanwhile, was thinking that if everything goes like this, then all 5 of them, including the Wasen clan and Young Du Man, will rub the candidates for succession. She remembered the situation in the forest and understood that Warak Yung Ma didn't even think about it, although she was immediately struck by the thought that most likely he had been waiting for their death from the very beginning. The girl was angry with the old man's behavior, and was unhappy with this turn of events. She was decisive and understood that nothing would come of the old man's words. Pan Yuha remembered Soman Muhi who has the power and thanks to He can defeat Warak Chung-ma. The girl carefully considered the following actions in order to improve the situation, and at the same time, she understood that a boy was the best chance to resolve all this. Having rested a little, Mohei went out into the garden of the estate, and was now breathing fresh air. He sat on a stone next to an artificial pond and drew something in the air with his finger. The boy decided that he had to give up on martial arts. He understood that he only accidentally began to study martial arts for his own protection. The boy recalled how he trained his body trying to become a Wangyong master, but at the same time, a picture came to his mind when he was hovering over the killer, preparing to hit Togo. I can see how controlled he became, and he understood perfectly well that that appearance in the end was not at all what he wanted to see. The boy understood that martial arts was just one way for him to become strong. He inserted his finger through the air, forming a connection between the animals near the pond. Mohei firmly decided that he could become strong using drawing. He didn't know if this was the right choice, but given recent events, he understood that it was not so unlikely, although the main problem was different. The boy was told that the doctor's report was not very good, and besides, he still felt anemic, and if the decision was wrong, a large amount of blood would be consumed. He understood that there were still many things that he needed to comprehend, but he would not rush into it. The wind in the garden blew the leaves of the trees, quietly carrying them towards the boy. He sat enjoying the weather and thinking about the Ma clan. The boy recalled the girl's words that if they forcibly took him with them, it would be unpleasant for both parties, and that if he wanted to leave, he needed to do it now. Mohei once heard that if a connection is formed with the Ma clan, then for the rest of your life you will not be able to get out of it. He understood that most likely not all people in their clan are the same as Warak Chungma. A voice was heard from behind the boy saying that for several days he was on the verge of life and death, but now he looks better. Turning around, the guy saw Warak Chungma and the Reaper coming towards him. The boy saw an old man smiling at him with whom he had recently fought. He was surprised by this manifestation of Warak Chungma and was slightly alarmed by what would happen next. The old man approached the boy and said that he wanted to talk to him a lot, but there was still no chance. The boy tensed, realizing that the time had finally come to deal with everything that was happening. He thought that because of his connections with the Reaper, he and the old man suddenly became related. The old man, meanwhile, announced that he had never thought of the Reaper as his student. The boy was very surprised at this statement, and did not know what to say. Warak Chungma pointed at the Reaper and said that such an unworthy fool could not be his student, to which the Reaper replied in the affirmative, saying that he could never become a suitable candidate for training as a teacher. The old man got angry when he heard this and asked why the shameless brat agreed with his words and at the same moment called him a teacher. The Reaper smiled, saying that he was calling him that because he still hoped that someday his feelings might change and he was looking forward to the honor of serving the great master. The boy watched the skirmish in surprise and thought that such shamelessness to some extent could be called an ability. Warak Yungma stated that he was aware that the boy was not a student of this brat, and had heard that by status he was his father. Mohei asked the Reaper in surprise whether he really told everything, to which the Reaper explained that he really had no other choice, and if he had lied, the old man would have happily beaten him again. Warak Chungma assured that in any case, he and the Reaper are not related to each other. More importantly, the old man wanted confirmation that the boys were Lord Phoenix, which the boy was surprised since he only remembered the rumors that circulated throughout Kanho about that man. The old man took a decisive step towards the boy, saying that he didn't have to pretend because it was useless. He came closer and abruptly put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Warak Chungma sat the surprised boy on a stone, and announced that he had come here to verify this information. He looked down at the boy, holding Togo by the shoulders, preparing for interrogation. The old man ordered the boy to look directly at him, releasing energy. The boy didn't understand what was happening, but he still guessed that it was dangerous. He could not move and his eyelids grew heavier, and he was in a trance. The Reaper, meanwhile, was surprised that the old man mastered the technique of interrogating 15 chosen gods with the skills of calling the spirits of the witch. The old man bent over the boy and ordered him to answer honestly the question of whether he was Lord Phoenix, and he was infuriated by the boy's negative answer to his question. The Reaper laughed quietly. I think the old man is stupid since this guy doesn't even know that he is Lord Phoenix. Suddenly the Reaper was thrown painfully aside by a stream of energy. The old man dealt with the Reaper with one wave of his hand and continued his interrogation. He angrily asked if the boy had drawn the Waseng clan's secret technique on the wall. Mahei replied that it was he, the historian, who was delighted with his guess. Warak Yungma admitted that the boy was incredible since it was just an imitation of the skills of calling the spirit of a witch, which should still be quite difficult for the boy, but he still held on. The old man put his palm to the boy's head, wondering whether he could withstand his next pressure. He told the boy that if he really was Lord Phoenix, then he should draw his killer blood splatter technique on the ground. The boy, meanwhile, was trembling all over while blood flowed from his nose. The old man had no intention of stopping and understood that he needed a little more time. He was thinking that if he could now create a connection with the guy's soul, he would finally complete the interrogation technique that had remained unfinished all this time. Suddenly the old man froze in surprise at what was happening. The boy looked up at him blankly and folded his hands in prayer. Monkey's eyes turned white and blood flowed from both nostrils while he continued to keep his palms closed. Suddenly the boy bowed his head and opened his mouth, taking a deep breath. He screamed, forming a protective field of energy that was thrown away from the old man. The old man realized that this was opposition from the boy when blood poured from his mouth. Ion Gukrin stood smiling, realizing that the guy had done something unusual again, and he was happy, so the old man deserved it. Lying on the ground, Warak Chung Ma was convinced that it was a technique called the Dragon Spear of the Shaolin Temple, and he did not understand where the boy managed to copy it. Pen Yuha ran out into the street along with the rest of the sect's disciples, asking what happened and whether they had been attacked. She approached the Reaper and asked what happened here, to which the man replied that everything was as she saw. The girl noticed that the master had a serious internal wound and asked if he needed help at this moment, to which the Reaper replied that if they touched him now, then they would get it from him later because of his character. The Reaper also added that now he is more worried not about the master but about the boy. Mehei, in front of whom the old man was lying on the ground, was sitting calmly on a stone. His eyes were closed, and his hands were folded in prayer, and he was in an unconscious state. The boy found himself in the depths of his consciousness where there was only black emptiness. Ahead of him, he saw a little boy and a monk standing in front of him on one knee. Muhei took a closer look at the boy and realized that this was him only in childhood. And the person next to him is the monk Konya from the temple. Muhei looked at the boy and the monk who stood opposite each other not far from him. He remembered that this vision was his childhood memories. That day, monk Konya told him something important, but he could not remember the words. In command, the monk touched his staff to the head of the boy who stood in front of him. The little boy staggered as he began to slowly lose consciousness. Before his eyes closed, he heard the words of the monk that at first life and death are unchanged, so he should not hold on to this place too much, and if he worries too much about difficulties, he can meet the afterlife. So even if the boy faces something difficult, people don't need to be sad and torment themselves. The monk also added that if it is still difficult for the boy to overcome troubles, he can find a monk and his name is Konya. Muhei standing in front of memories, I understood that I remembered everything only up to that moment, but there was something else important that the monk said after. The monk, meanwhile, touched the baby and said that now he was only transmitting thoughts to him, since he could not say it in words, so he would write directly in his memory. He put his hand to the boy's head and said that someday the moment will come when others will experience his Buddha essence, and then this retribution will protect him. The monk explained that the boy only needed to develop his own Buddha nature. Mehei didn't remember what happened in the garden with the old man, but it seemed to him that then he did something by throwing the old man aside. Looking at the monk, he guessed that this was the reward he was talking about. With a smile and gratitude, the boy looked at the monk and mentally said thanks to him too. Suddenly what he saw surprised the boy and he froze. The monk turned his head towards Mehei, who was standing nearby. The boy was alarmed, realizing that these were supposed to be only memories of the past. He did not understand how a monk from knowledge could look straight in his direction. The monk, looking at the boy, folded his palms and greeted Togo. He turned to the boy, saying that it seemed that he had already crossed the field and appeared face to face in front of the gates to the afterlife. But the power is that he reached his place through efforts, so it belongs entirely to the boy. The monk stood up, explaining to the boy that the path of the Arhat was still far away. He told the boy that he would be tested endlessly to find out where his limit was, but at the same time, the monk insisted that he should not doubt but only develop his own Buddha nature. The boy listened carefully to the monk. He was worried about the old man's words. Muhei, confused, asked what the Arhat path is for him after all. The monk smiled and a bright light shone behind him, illuminating everything around him. He replied that the boy already knew the answer to this question better than anyone. The monk explained that he was walking along this road faster than anyone else, and now he just had to believe in himself a little more and act. The boy covered himself with his hand from the bright light when the monk said the last words that he would wait for the day when they meet again. Mahei was still sitting motionless with his hands folded on a stone in the middle of the garden. Suddenly a man who came into the garden with Pan Yuhu rushed forward. The Reaper, while talking with the Ice Witch, noticed his movement towards the boy. He ran to the sitting and defenseless Mahei, preparing to act. He forcefully pushed the boy to the ground with one hand. The man saw him fall and laughed loudly and contentedly. A strong blow hit his back, causing him to lose his balance. Pressing him to the ground, the Reaper held the man, asking what this fool was doing. Meanwhile, Pan Yuha ran up to the boy lying on the ground and tried to help him. She opened his clothes and saw a wound on his stomach from the igneous rock of the Wasan volcano, which was also of a very poisonous class. The girl was angry with herself, realizing that she should have been more vigilant, and understood that the followers of the Wasan clan would want to attack the boy after that fight with Warakyum Ma. Suddenly the girl froze looking at the boy and noticing changes in him. Pan Yuha called the Reaper, to which he, without looking up from the man, replied that she should not stop him, and if she dared to touch him, he would kill her. The girl did not intend to dissuade the Reaper from fighting with the man, she just wanted to tell him something. The Reaper was shocked by the girl's statement that the boy was not breathing. He immediately left the fight with the man and ran up to the boy in confusion. Ion Guk Rin put his palm to the guy's body, realizing that his heart was very weak but beating, although he still couldn't breathe, so the Reaper needed to somehow open his airways. The Reaper decided to take a risk for the boy. His chi energy vibrated throughout his body. He raised his index finger from which light poured out, forming a thin line. The Reaper raised his hand, preparing to hit the boy with the energy generated in his finger. He planted a decisive blow right into Mahei's chest, trying to force Togo to breathe. However, there were no changes and the Reaper understood that this was not enough. Tired from the technique he used, but still decided to try again. The witch watched his actions and understood that he was using a key discharge from which he was spending a lot of energy. Surprised that even though a man was a Reaper, it was still amazing that he could control ki so subtly. Suddenly, she stopped the Reaper before he used another bolt. The girl took out a box containing the medicine of the Ma clan, and she offered it to the Reaper. The Reaper doubted and asked the witch how he should know that she did not slip him poison, to which the girl replied that it was his choice whether to trust her or not. The Guk Rin thought that he would never eat someone else's medicine under normal circumstances. But in front of him on the ground lay a dying boy. He had to make a difficult choice. Still, the Reaper made a decision of which he was not sure. The man took the medicine and decided that if something went wrong, they would both go to the next world together. After eating the medicine, the Reaper anxiously focused on the sensations in his body. Suddenly the realization came to him that this was indeed a medicine that restored ki. With newfound strength, he raised his hand filled with energy over the boy. The next second, he delivered a discharge directly to the guy's chest. This time the guy shuddered, took a breath and blood sprayed out of his mouth. The Reaper straightened up with relief and closed his eyes, realizing that everything worked out. Warak Chung Ma, meanwhile, had already come to his senses and said that the boy really had an indestructible thread of life. The Reaper was very amazed that his teacher could already stand in front of him. The old man threw the boy's hand over his shoulders, lifting Togo and saying that now the Reaper really behaves as if his real teacher. He added that if the Reaper does not want the boy to die, he needs to go after him. Guk Rin, alarmed by what was happening, looked at the old man who was taking the boy with him. In the estate, Mahei lay motionless in an unconscious state. Ma leaned over him saying that he is an extraordinary guy. He turned to the Reaper and asked if it was he who taught the boy this breathing, to which he received a negative answer and thought that rather the Reaper was the one who was taught. The Reaper thought that when he first met the boy, he definitely did not know martial arts. And based on this, it turns out that in such a short time the boy learned martial arts and overcame Wajen, a state in which not only the body but also the mind must completely break free from the limitations and limits of human strength. He recalled that back then, the power that escaped from the boy's body was definitely incredible, but it was impossible to achieve Wagen just with the help of this. The old man put his fingers to the boy's neck, explaining that breathing is the basis of all martial arts, but the boy learned a stupid way somewhere. He said that the guy's breathing technique is erratic and he is not full of the spirit of battle, wondering how with all this he was able to overcome the Wajen wall. I note that this is strange, with which the Reaper completely agreed. The old man rolled up his sleeves and said that in this case they need to check it out. He was going to use full body recovery training. The Reaper was surprised and disappointed by this answer from his teacher. He recalled that training for full body recovery is simply beating, telling you to keep quiet and obey, and it sounds beautiful only in words. Warak Chungma laughed and said that the boy is different from the Reaper, and he is the one who is worthy of training, and the Reaper asked if this means that the master wants to take him as his student. The old man replied that it was so, to which the Reaper made a disappointed face and took pity on the poor guy. The Reaper awkwardly replied that this phrase accidentally came out when the old man looked at him angrily. Warak Chungma decided to let the Reaper's words slip this time by turning away and calling Togo a pathetic brat. The old man concentrated on the boy and placed his fingers with vibrating energy on the boy's forehead. After a few seconds, the boy made a sound and began to come to his senses. He slowly opened his eyes looking at Warak Chungma. He, excited, announced that he would tell the boy a way to restore his lost abilities and make him the strongest master of all time if he became his student. Mahei, waking up, silently listened to the old man who hung over him. The boy gathered his strength and began to say something indistinctly. The men listened to his words when the boy asked for water. The Reaper quietly laughed at the boy's request in response to the old man's persuasion to become his student. He noted that, of course, Mahei is most likely thirsty now, and he helps him get up, pours water from the kettle and gives it to the boy. Mahei, having drunk some water, exhaled with relief and satisfaction. He turned to the old man asking what he had just told him, to which the old man explained that he had asked to become his student. Mahei looked suspiciously at Warak Chungma and noted that this man looked like Master Mariana. But still, he understood that this old man was missing something a little in his soul, and if Master Marian, with the same deficiency, still tried to make up for it, but this man seemed to be dodging more and more and trying to compensate for it in some other way. The boy was sorry to see the old man like this, but still he announced that he was refusing. For a moment there was silence in the room, but still the master raised his voice, making sure that he had heard everything correctly. He asked the boy if he was confident in such a decision even despite the fact that he had a way to restore his strength, to which Mahei replied that it did not matter to him whether he had strength or not. He was no longer going to teach martial arts. The old man was surprised by what he heard. I couldn't believe that the boy would no longer study. Mahei explained that he decided to become stronger in a different way than what others use. Master Ma asked if he understood correctly that the boy had another way to become stronger besides martial art, to which he received a positive answer. The old man told the boy to prove it, and show him the possibility of becoming stronger by giving up martial arts. The boy expected such a reaction and understood that this man had created a martial arts school, so it would be even more difficult to convince him. He remembered the monk's words that he already knew the answer to his question, and just had to believe in himself a little more and act. The boy understood that he was on the right path, and thanks to the monk he understood this for sure, so he uses the chance to prove it to everyone. Mahei asked what to show him so that the old man would believe him, to which the old man answered with mockery that there was really nothing that the boy could show him. The guy replied that he could show anything, and the old man smiled confidently and impudently. He replied that the boy could use anything but he would have to convince him. Mahei looked around, deciding that he could show everything in his own way. He sat down on the floor next to the bed without hesitation. Warak Chungma carefully watched every action of the boy, waiting to see confirmation of his words. He saw the boy putting glasses and paper on the floor in front of him, and didn't understand what he was going to do with it. The old man decided that if the boy suddenly lied to him, he would make him pay for it properly. Mahei dipped his finger into the bowl of green mixture, and ran it across the paper in front of him. The Reaper and the Master carefully watched the movements of the boy who was drawing on paper while sitting on the floor. Having finished with the drawing, Mahei brought the card to his hand and bit his thumb until it bled. He raised his hand over the drawing and sprinkled blood on the green mountain that was drawn on the paper. The boy confirmed that everything was ready, but the old man did not understand what he was talking about. He was looking forward to what the boy would show, but he thought that he was starting some kind of children's game, and now decided to show him the games of adults. The old man clenched his fist and took the first step as the room around him floated. Suddenly, to his surprise, he found himself in some kind of illusion. The old man smashed a stone flying straight at him with his hand. He looked in surprise at the boulder that flew away from his blow. Warak Chungma did not understand what was happening and thought that the roof had collapsed. He looked up when he realized that he was in front of a huge stone mountain. The old man was shocked by what he saw and did not understand where he was. The stone mountain in front of him was so high that it pierced the sky. Suddenly, boulders began to fall from this mountain one by one. These stones fell from the mountain and flew straight towards Warak Chungma. The old man did not understand where he was and what was happening in this place. Warak Chungma smashed the boulders flying at him, thinking that it was simply impossible that a mountain suddenly appeared right in front of his eyes. Having stopped fighting off the stones, he focused on his internal energy and closed his eyes. The old man felt that somewhere in the depths of the mountain a boy was sitting with a leaf. He clearly discovered its location and was now beginning to understand what was happening. The old man suggested that this was some kind of witchcraft, and the boy deceived his senses into seeing something that was not there, finding it amazing. But he was not at a loss and decided to show how easy it is to destroy the actions of the boy's technique by allowing just one of his senses to come to his senses. The old man sharply clasped his hands together, forming a force field around himself. Light immediately poured out from him, and all the stones that were heading towards him flew away. The old man was confident in himself because he had completely turned off his hearing. He was sure that the boy's technique would crumble like a sand castle thanks to his technique. Nevertheless, the stones did not stop and continued to fly towards the old man, striking him. When all the boulders had already fallen to the ground, the dust around began to dissipate. The old man who dodged the attack stepped on the boulders. He was surprised to see that the stones did not dissipate, and thought that this was simply impossible. Meanwhile, stones from the top of the mountain continued to fall on the old man. He fought back in defense, and thought that this technique works in such a way that the more time passes, the more it seems that everything is for real. And he was angry at the hopeless situation, and he clenched his teeth in anger. The old man forcefully smashed a huge boulder flying straight at him. Having repulsed the next attack, he concentrated and decided to take action. The old man, avoiding the danger, rushed forward full of determination. He quickly used energy to gallop along the mountain, aiming for its top. Warak Yungma recognized the boy's outstanding talent but decided that he would destroy everything even though he would have to use it for it. He reached a small stone protective hill, thinking that the world of martial arts is truly endless. The old man decided to teach the boy because he would never be able to lock Master Wajen with such a technique. Meanwhile, Mihei dipped his finger in the paint and continued to draw something on the sheet. The stone hill in front of the old man was covered with light, and you were filled with energy. Suddenly there was a sound of a strong blow to the stone. The old man still stood looking at the boulders. I was not going to give up. He was angry but at the same time pleased with the boy's determination to compete with him in strength. He is not going to stop. He raised his fist and is going to strike again at the mountain. The huge stone mountain shook from strong blows to the stone. At some point, the stones could not resist the old man and collapsed, forming a hole. He penetrated this gap and shouted that he would show the boy today what enormous fortitude is. Without giving up, the old man made a tunnel for himself in the stone with his hands. Despite the fact that he diligently continued to hit and destroy, there was still a wall ahead. He smiled because he was amused by this situation, which inflamed his interest. The old man clenched his fist, asking the boy how he dared to play with him, and whether he was really so strong that he could be so impudent. The next second, lightning began to emanate from the master's hand, shining with energy. He decided to check whether the boy could withstand his next technique. The old man struck the wall in front of him with lightning. A hole appeared ahead, but behind it there was still a stone wall. Master Mai realized that this is a wall that has no end, and if this was a normal situation, he would simply use both hands. But there is something that he has not yet used. The old man's pride was hurt, but still he decided to use witchcraft. I think now is not the time to worry about such things. He cut his finger on a stone and drew a line on his palm with blood. By placing his hand on the wall, he formed a glowing pattern of flame. The old man thought that there was nothing more suitable than a spark to burn everything. Muhei's stone mountain drawing began to burst into flames. The boy bent over the piece of paper in bewilderment, trying to understand what had happened. Suddenly he was grabbed by the throat by the strong hand of an old man. He attacked the boy, holding him by the throat and laughingly noting that he was talented. The old man understood that the boy was able to lock the master with the power of his level. Besides, he had never heard of such strange witchcraft before, and he must admit that he was lucky to get out. He asked the boy for the last time if this was really enough for him, noting that if he learned martial arts from him, he could become strong much faster, to which the boy, rubbing his throat, replied that this was enough for him. The old man examined the guy and said that if he suddenly changes his mind, he can come to him at any time. Mahei thought that he did not expect that the master would be able to get out like this, which means he would not be able to suppress Master Wajen with a drawing of this level. He recalled a situation that happened when from time to time the drawing was torn and he had to complement everything several times. In addition, the boy noted that the old man's movements were not ordinary, and what would have happened if the old man had used all his strength, then probably not only the drawing but also the boy's neck would have been broken. He was deep in thought that he still had a lot to work out when a hand fell on his shoulder. Ion Guk Rin turned to his pig father to explain what happened since he did not see anything. Warak Yung Mai realized that only he saw these illusions, and it turns out that even the witch does not know about such magic, and this guy may have taken part of some technique and developed it. The old man did not understand from what area this interesting talent came from and wanted to study the guy's technique, wondering what excuse for this find. Meanwhile, the Reaper apologized on his knees to his father for daring not to recognize his technique and making a huge mistake. Muhei laughed and asked his son to stand up and offered to continue what they did not have time to finish earlier, which the Reaper was very happy about. The boy looked askance at the old man, noting that it was better for them to do this outside. The old man realized that they were hiding something and considered it impudence that he would let them get away with for now. He turned around, saying that it would come out, and so they could sort everything out here, to which the flies excitedly tried to convince him to rest in this room. Warak Chung Ma got angry at the boy's stubborn guest, and said that he was already leaving. The Reaper, who did not want to anger the old man, stopped the boy with a motion inviting him to stay here. The old man turned around as he left, and thought that the boy apparently thought that he couldn't steal his equipment. Although the old man understood that even if he was not around, he would constantly watch and would definitely master the boy's unusual technique. Pen Yuha and her sister Yep were walking in the garden of the estate on a sunny day. Ep Siakon asked her sister if she thought Mahei was quite handsome, to which Pen Yuha asked in surprise if she really thought so. Siakon confirmed what she had said earlier and told her sister to think about it carefully. Pen Yuha thought about Mohei, remembering his clear skin and clear facial features that create a handsome appearance, and she also noted that he had long eyelashes. Suddenly she stopped the flow of thoughts, afraid of what she was thinking about. Meanwhile, Siakon was telling her sister that the guy was her type because he looked weak and that was her type, and she thought that she had met her ideal. The girl turned to her sister and asked what she should do to become closer to Mahei, to which Pan Yuha was surprised and did not understand how such an awkward thing could be told so directly. But the girl remembered that her sister was always like this, even in front of their master. She smiled and invited Sokian to give her something that he might like, and the girl thought about it, asking what their Mahei might like. Pen Yuha was surprised that sister called them Mahei. Siakon asked what would happen if she gave him something like a snack since she knew a good sweet shop nearby, and Pan Yuha supported this idea. Siakon hugged her sister and asked what to do now because she was trembling all over. Her heart was beating wildly and her cheeks were burning. She sought support from her sister and said that she was scared. Pen Yuha decided to support her sister by returning her hug and placing her hand on her head. The girl said that she was jealous that she had met someone she liked so much. She convinced her sister that she should not be afraid and be confident in herself. Siakon laughed joyfully, asking her sister if she thought she was super cute, to which Pan Yuha replied that she was really cute since she was her sister. Pen Yuha thought that she was really jealous that her sister was so honest with her emotions and freely expressing them, and this may seem simple but in fact requires a lot of confidence. She took her sister's beetles in her palm and said that she would support her, hoping that she was happy now. But still, the girl warned Sokian not to confess so harshly because the guy should be surprised and they will go step by step. Sokian thought about her sister's words about gradual action. Still, she found it logical and happily agreed with her sister's neighbors. The girl thanked her sister for the wishes of good luck and said that she was leaving. Pen Yuha was left standing alone, wondering what it would be like to love someone since she trained in martial arts to become stronger and lived a hopeless life to achieve a higher position. Until that moment, the girl thought that loving someone was a luxury that she could not afford. But nevertheless, she now thought about Mahei and her heart began to beat quickly. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl wondered if she felt so strange because of Siakon. Ep came to the yard where the Reaper was training along with the guy Siakon. She happily handed the caramelized fruit to Mahei, asking Togo to try it because she knew it was really delicious. Mohei refused thanks to her, and explained that he didn't like sweets, which the girl was very unhappy about, and asked how he could ignore her kindness like that. The guy replied that in that case he would gratefully accept this, which the girl was happy about and told him to enjoy, calling the guy by name. Mohei was surprised by such familiarity, and thought that the girl had no manners at all. Siakon wished good luck to the guy with his training and, turning to the Reaper, ordered him not to force Mohei to overwork, to which the man jokingly replied that how could he refuse her and make her feel bad for Mohei. Mohei told her to take care of herself, and she happily left him saying goodbye. The Reaper looked at the guy playfully and said that it looked like his father would be getting married soon. The guy replied so that he would not misunderstand her actions since she is a person with a kind heart who cares about everyone who surrounds her, to which the Reaper noticed that at the same time she does not care about him, but only does it for Mohei. Mohei was annoyed by this conversation and asked if they should finish their morning training since his son was not so concentrated, to which the Reaper asked for forgiveness for his jokes. Suddenly, the Reaper and the boy heard a sound behind them and turned around. In front of them stood Pan Yuha, who came to say that they had contacted their group and were leaving tomorrow. The girl did not forget about her words to the guy in the room and asked him whether he had made a decision regarding Togo to leave or stay. She explained that as he could see, they didn't have much time left, and it would be better if a decision was made soon, to which Mohei said that he would give an answer as quickly as possible. The girl said that she hoped for a quick answer, but now she thinks that he should go with them, and her gaze fell on the basket in the guy's hands. She asked Mohei if the sweets her sister brought were tasty. The guy replied that he really liked it, which Pan Yuha was not happy about. Mohei asked if she could tell EP Siakon that he liked the sweets. The girl got angry, saying that she was not sending messages, and left. Mohei thought about what he said wrong, but then he realized that she was the princess of the Kyanma cult, and he must have behaved uncivilly in front of a high-ranking person. He was not happy about his mistake and thought about how he could apologize to the girl. Mohei still went with the Ma clan and was now riding in one of the carts with the Reaper. The Reaper was annoyed that the technique was difficult for him since the old man created it in such a way that he must be in the Wajen state to reveal the steps of the second half. Mohei replied that, as he had already said, if the Reaper can make a thieves' share of the killer blood splashes, then he can reveal the rest somehow. The boy explained that if he can correctly guess the beginning, then there will be no further risk. But the Reaper noted that it sounds simple, but in reality it is not so. The very first step was pyrotechnics, that is, flames and lightning, which increase the potential of the body to the limit, and in order to correctly enter the state of the god of fire, the body goes into a state of apnea when breathing stops, forcing internal forces to make a sudden movement. The Reaper was angry that this was pointless because under normal conditions it would break out, but if it remained inside it would be tantamount to suicide. The guy explained that it was difficult to understand, but he had to overcome it. The Reaper explained that they almost died trying to overcome this, which is why he was wounded and ended up like this. The guy remembered that then he was in a hurry, and his named son was vomiting blood, and then the guy went to look for help, but Pan Yuha refused him, saying that she was not a doctor. Nevertheless, EP helped him. Siakon saved the Reaper's life. But still, the girl scolded the guy for not even knowing the basics of blood transfusion, and said that the Reaper could die because what he experienced was terrible. Mohei felt depressed and confused but understood why EP Siakon was so angry with him. Sitting in the cart, he thought about the fact that his incompetence remained the same. Ivan should think about how to save people. Suddenly the carriage stopped, and there was a knock on its door. The Reaper and the boy were surprised by the stop and looked at the door opening. Cha stood at the door of the cart, who said that they needed to go out for a minute. Chan Cha explained to the boy that he had better get out of the cart. Mohei asked what was going on, to which I received the answer that, unfortunately, they had encountered an important person and from the government. The guy got a little scared and asked if everything was okay, to which Cha replied that he should not worry because they are not on good terms with the government, but if they do not attack first, the clan will also not do anything. He nodded towards the broken camp and said that they were calling them there so they needed to go. Mohei followed the guy as he passed the royal guards. The boy thought that a person from the government must be someone really important if he was protected by so many guards. Approaching closer to the destination, the boy was surprised by what he saw. Ma clan members stood in front of the tent on one knee with their heads bowed. He joined them, thinking that this man could make Warak Yung Ma a little more polite. One of the guards approached the tent and said that, as requested, they had called everyone except the wounded, addressing the person behind the curtain as a princess. The girl is about to go out, inspired by the fact that she will now see all the famous warriors of the Mo religion. Mahei, meanwhile, on his knee, began to guess who would appear before them. A beautiful princess came into the world asking to see the faces of the famous warriors. She walked forward looking at the Jianghu warriors and saying that Ryu told her that a warrior in the Mo religion grows horns. Her advisor leaned over to the princess, telling her not to come so close to them because they knew nothing about the etiquette of the empire. These words made Warak Chung Ma terribly angry, and he held on with all his might, while Pan Yuha, meanwhile, was worried whether a fight would happen here. The princess began to scold her advisor, saying that this very harshly says that people do not know about etiquette in their presence. The advisor apologized for his words to the princess when she ordered him to be more careful next time. Warak Chung Ma raised his head looking at this, and you think that maybe the princess is not so stupid. Meanwhile, the girl broke into a smile, calling the warriors cute and asking if they had eaten yet. The old man immediately took back his words about the fact that the princess was not stupid. Suddenly, the princess saw something interesting for herself, and covered her mouth with her hand in delight. She leaned towards Pan Yuhi, saying that she was very beautiful, even more beautiful than her sister, and introduced herself as Qinghe. The princess thought about it, and soon announced that she had made a decision. She said that she would like to go with the clan only to the access point. Her guards and advisor were very surprised by the princess's decision, and Mahei, bowing his head, felt awkward. When Mahei was little, he visited the imperial secretariat at Makam Palace. His grandfather was talking to a man near whom little Qinghe was standing, and they discussed that the children were the same age. Mahei then felt awkward, unlike the little princess. She said that she wanted this boy to be given to her as soon as he finished his work, to which the adults agreed. The girl looked playfully at Mahei from behind the fan, inviting him to have fun. Already an adult Mahei, I sat holding my head, thinking that since then I had been seeing her again. He recalled the terrible moments of his childhood, how she forced him to eat dirt, and drowned the boy in the river. The reaper asked what happened to his father since he had been thrashing around like this since the very morning, to which the guy apologized because he was too loud. The man asked where the guy goes when soldiers are everywhere, and Mahei explained that he would just go outside to breathe. Warak Yung Ma came into the tent telling the boy that his body looked healthier. Mahei immediately tensed up, sensing something was wrong due to the old man's presence. The boy felt a pure energy different from before, which means that the old man did not give his all in the battle with him, and he still has something to hide. He wondered if he could win if they suddenly fought. The same old man noticed that the guy was nervous in his presence. He said something that he was nervous was a good sign because he could survive longer, and he should keep that in his head. The old man was more interested in what was happening between the guy and the princess. Mohei replied that there was nothing special between them and the princess. But the old man did not give up, saying that he felt that he was embarrassed at the moment when she entered and asked whether it seemed that it was better for the old man to know about this in advance. He explained that if the guy told him what was happening, he could help him before it ended in a big fight, and the boy decided to listen to his words. To the old man's surprise, he explained that he had once been friends with the princess. Warak Chung Ma smiled predatorily, saying that this was very interesting. The guy immediately regretted telling the old man the secret. Coming out of the tent, he thought about the fact that he should have run away as soon as he saw her, then everything would not have been so difficult, and now he does not know what will happen after Warak Yung Ma found out everything. The guy was thinking whether he should run away right now when they turned to him to make sure whether he was Soman Mahei. Mahei turned around wondering why the soldiers from the palace were looking for him. The question was repeated and the guy answered in the affirmative. One of the soldiers approached the confused boy and apologized in his ear for disturbing him. The soldier explained that there was someone who would like to see him in person, which the guy already knew. In the princess's tent, only she, her advisor, and Pan Yuha were present. The princess asked about what she had heard earlier, that the masters of the Mo religion eat human liver to train their inner self, to which the witch replied that this is not true. Qinghe, she was upset when she heard this, and said that she had to punish Ryu for deceiving her. Her advisor replied that the people of Mo's religion are very cunning and there is no need to trust them. The princess said that she already knows his relationship, so he should stop saying bad things. He wanted to contradict her, but she stopped him, asking if he doubted her words. The advisor knelt down and asked the princess for forgiveness as she turned to the witch, apologizing and saying that he must have scared her. Manhwa replied that this man was not so scary, which greatly angered the advisor because he believed that a nonentity from Mo's religion could not say such things about him. Behind the walls of the tent, the voice of a soldier was heard who announced to the princess that they had brought her old friend as she asked from the table excitedly, ordering him to come in. Manhwa was surprised by the princess's behavior, and wondered what kind of old friend it was who made her behave this way. The girl was very surprised to see the guy who entered the tent. An excited and slightly confused Soman stood in front of her. The events took place the day before the meeting of the Amo religion with members of the imperial family. In a high tent among the mountains, a concentrated man sat at a table. Announced to him that a certain Ji Jong-suk had arrived and was ready to talk. This man at the table was Liao Taizong, is the second son of the Northern Yellow family, and he ordered the guest to enter. Ji Jong-suk from the North Sea Ice Palace knelt and bowed before him and said that it was a great honor for him to meet him today. Liao Taizong explained that Ji Jong-suk had to do something for him, to which the newcomer immediately agreed, saying that he could order anything. Liao Taizong looked down at his guest and thought that he was good at persuasive speeches. He looked at the old man and thought that he had always felt from the very beginning that the guys from the North Sea Ice Palace were involuntary. The second son remembered Prince Ning Baigu, who had great ambitions that made him dangerous, and he always bowed to the Yellow family, but this was not his true face. Although he understood that for his father they were extremely necessary to become the emperor of the continent beyond the plains, Liao Taizong realized that he had to keep them close to him as long as possible, and he began to explain to his guests that more than a month ago Princess Qinghe promised to come here. He wondered what he should do since the decision was made to marry Yelu Mu's brother, but oversleeping and being late here was a clear disregard for his family, and he no longer wanted to tolerate this on her part. Ji Jong-suk immediately announced that he would take the initiative to solve the inconvenience they were experiencing. Liao Taizong, he said that he was trying to evaluate his abilities with this chance, and asked whether he could live up to his beliefs. Ji Jong-suk, without looking up from the ground and bowing, said that he would make every effort not to disappoint him. Later, the old man was walking in the forest when a warrior landed on the ground in front of him. Ji Jong-suk said to tell the lord that the fish was finally hooked. A few days after those events, Soman Mahe came to the princess's tent. He knelt down and greeted the princess, introducing himself to her, and saying that he was glad to see her. She was surprised and asked if he was really Soman Mahe, to which the guy replied in the affirmative. She allowed him to raise his head, for which he thanked her. The guy looked up at the princess, and was surprised at what he saw. The beautiful princess glowed with happiness and greeted Togo. They said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mohei agreed with her, answering that it had been 8 years since they last saw each other. She remembered how they had fun as children, sitting in the royal garden. Small Qinghe asked if the boy liked to draw so much, and if he wanted to go play because he thought that adults were forcing him to draw. Little Mohei was surprised by such thoughts. The princesses say that they call this game, and you can't force someone to draw if he doesn't like it. It's immediately obvious from the drawings. The princess said she was jealous because it was hard to be able to do what you liked. The boy was surprised and asked if the princess doesn't do what she wants, to which she replied that a child like him cannot understand the complex adult world. Mahei noted that they were the same age as her, to which the girl said that she was almost sure that he simply had nothing to do except draw. The boy did not deny and said that he couldn't do anything except how to draw, which the girl was surprised at, saying that she shouldn't be so proud. The boy explained that his grandfather told him that he was very good at drawing, and this should be his strong point. The princess responded to these words that he made her jealous. She got angry with the boy and said that she would force him to play mother's daughter with her if he continued. Remembering all this, the adult Qinghe laughed, realizing that the more she thinks about it, the more sweet memories emerge. She looked at the adult guy and thought that the child from the past had already grown up and become an adult. Qinghe was glad that she got the chance to meet him one last time. She became emotional because she didn't have much time left. Muhei noticed the princess thinking about something and called out to her. The guy asked if the girl was okay, to which she replied that she was just glad that she was able to see Soman Mahia. The princess asked why he was traveling with people of Mo's religion. The guy was thinking about what to answer when he suddenly noticed Pan Yuha sitting at the table. Screams were heard outside the tent on the street, and the boy turned around. The guards entered the tent telling the princess about the problems that had arisen. To the surprise of everyone present, they announced that there was a fire on the street. The princess was very surprised by the fire, and Pan Yuha turned to her. She explained that she had to go because people on her side should take care of this, and the princess gave her permission. Pan Yuha resolutely walked towards the exit in front of which Mahei was sitting. She said that he should also go outside because this time the fire was suspicious. Mahei thought about the witch's words while the guards informed the princess that they should leave now. The princess asked if the fire was so serious, to which she received the answer that they should hurry up as everything was very serious. The guards opened the curtain of the tent from which a bright light streamed. Mahei was shocked by what he saw as the fire was everywhere. Huge flames, an eclipse, a white day, and he realized that the sky was burning. The guy was thinking about how no one noticed that the fire could have gotten so bad. He soon realized that it was not a natural fire that seemed to be surrounded on all sides, and he remembered Pan Yuha's words that the fire was suspicious. The suddenly thoughtful guy was called out from the side. Yuha stood there. They say that they are going to leave here and he should go with them. Mahei was surprised by this statement, and wondered what would happen to the princess in this case. Watching the flames engulf the tents, Ji Jong-suk announced that they had nowhere to go even if they tried to run away like rats. He understood that the only ones who could get out of this fire were the Wajen masters, but in the company of the princess there were no such people. Although at the same time, people from the Mo religion who joined the princess bothered him, and he understood that he had to get rid of them. The old man turned to his subordinates, telling them to wait for him, adding fuel to the fire, since it should not weaken until everything is over. Covering his mouth and nose with a bandage, he thought that he had nothing against Princess Chingha, but he had to kill her. And the old man rushed forward into the fire, thinking that he was doing all this for the future of their empire. Shortly before the fire, a man stood and watched the camp where the princess and members of the Mo religion were located. This was Chong Jiahong, who is within the demonic power a member of the Qianma religion. He noticed that the members of the Mo religion were threatened by something, so he hurriedly brought elite soldiers and wondered why he saw the flag of the Imperial Guard. A voice was heard from the side that announced that it was glad to see him. Rak Young-ma stood in front of Chung Jiahong with his arms crossed over his chest. He repeated his question, to which the old man replied that they were very lucky to meet the princess yesterday. Chung Ki-hong asked what happened to the other clan members, and Rak Young-ma convinced him that everything was fine even after difficult events. Chgan Jiahong asked the old man if his grandson was injured. Rak Chung-ma thought about it and asked who his grandson was, to which the man got very angry, saying that his grandson was Chong Cha-hu. To the relief of the man, the old man remembered the guy and said that he was fine and healthy. Rak Young-ma announced that now they would go with the princess, which made Chong Ki-hong very surprised and asked when they were going to return in that case. He asked if the gentleman knew that they would now move like this, and added that the 8th generation elite and the armed detachment were already ready to go to Zhongyuan, and they should have already moved out. The old man thought about his conquest of Zhongyuan, a war that had been awaited for a long time and which should begin soon. He thought about how much blood would spill on the ground, and the more he realized it, the more it fascinated him. However, he told Chung Jia-hian that they couldn't leave right now. The old man explained that the princess is too prejudiced, and he does not think that she is aware of the best relations between the people from the palace and them. Chgan Jiahong, well, the princess is stupid because she is trying to get the cheese from the mousetrap. To which the old man agreed and said that if he still has questions, then he should find him and again, or he will visit Togo more often. Chgan Jiahong agreed with the old man's proposal, realizing that the conversation was already ending. Suddenly a bright light poured from the side and the men turned towards it. A bright, strong fire shot up from the forest and sky. The men looked at the uncontrollable element that was swallowing everything around. In the broken camp the fire became stronger, and there was less and less air. The guards around Mahei coughed heavily and fell, suffocating from lack of air and the smell of burning. I held on with all my strength, gasping for the last air and coughing heavily. At some point, his consciousness became clouded and he began to lose his balance. Someone approached him asking if everything was okay with him and offered him a small ball to eat. The guy, thinking poorly, ate what they gave him and closed his eyes. Suddenly he felt much better and full of energy. He looked up and saw the princess standing next to him, asking if he was feeling better. Mohei asked what he had just tasted, and the princess explained that it was bosimdin, which she also ate since she is a person who does not understand martial arts and cannot breathe in this atmosphere. The boy was shocked by her words since bosimdin is a rare elixir from the royal treasury, and he asked the princess how she could let him eat such a valuable thing. She smiled and asked what he meant by that, and asked if it was different from the rice ball cakes he ate as a child. Mohei was surprised by the princess's recklessness but still accepted it. He joked that probably the cakes from his childhood were tastier, noting that the princess had not changed at all. Penyuha approached the princess and asked if she could borrow Mohei for a while. Qinghe agreed, and the witch thanked her for this by bowing. Penyuha and Mohei moved away from the princess, going to the side to talk. Qinghe was looking at the two carefully when she was suddenly called. The soldier announced that all passages were blocked, but the princess did not understand what he meant. The soldier explained that this was not a natural fire, but that the observed ashes and flames were much stronger, and it seemed that someone had deliberately started the fire. The princess was scared and asked why they were doing this to her. Qinghe was thinking about why people decided to kill her, since this death would not mean anything. To the side where Penyuha and Mohei went, the fire flared up more and more, and the boy shouted that he had already told the girls that they were not going to leave. She asked if he was just going to die here. He was outraged and did not understand why only they could leave here, and couldn't they all leave together when a way out of the fire was found. Ma stood behind the boy and announced that this was impossible to do. He explained that this fire will not be easily dealt with, and if he were alone, it would not be difficult to escape at least 100 or 1,000 times. But if there is family or friends, this is a completely different story. The old man announced that the number of people he could safely transfer was 10 people, and that was his limit. The boy calculated that including the followers of the Kyanma religion and their escorts, there are more than 30 people, but the old man's limit is 10, which means that someone will sacrifice their own lives. The old man said that this was their chance to get rid of the useless reaper and save the princess. He liked this idea and asked what they thought. He turned to the boy, saying that he would do whatever he said, and asked who, in this case, he should leave alive. To the old man's surprise, the boy told him to sacrifice him and save the princess. The old man asked if this meant that the boy would simply remain in the fire, and if there was a way for Togo to survive. To this, Mohei did not answer anything, only smiled bitterly in response to the old man. Warak Yungmai realized that the boy had no plan at all and was surprised by his answer. Penyuha was outraged and asked if the guy was going to die just like that. The girl yelled at him, saying that he was dumber than she thought, and in front of him was the path to survival, but he was so stupid to refuse it. She said that she was disappointed in herself for having a good opinion of the guy and simply trusting her, for which Mohei apologized. He didn't know what the princess would think about all this when she found out, but the guy understood that she was the friend with whom he spent his entire childhood. Mohei, I realized that I was not ready to escape from here, knowing that she could die. Yuhi's surprise and disappointment. Mohei stood there silently, not wanting to change anything. The girl got angry with the guy, saying that he was simply incorrigible. At the same moment, Mohei approached the old man, bowed and respectfully asked to fulfill his request. The old man laughed, saying that it was very funny to watch a cold guy treat him so respectfully. He laughed and said that he agreed to help the princess get out, for which the boy thanked him. But the old man had a condition, and he asked the guy to promise him something. Mohei asked what he meant. The old man, smiling evilly, told Mohei to become his student.